Mm. Mm. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Ooh. Well, what up? Fucking. Yeah. Why do I feel like my chair is low? Maybe it is low. It feels fine. I'm getting very much into this whole imagine your head is being held up by a piece of string. You got shorter. I could have, because once you get older, you start shrinking, don't you? That does, in fact, happen. Whoo! Twitter Sean, eh? Let's maybe gather some evidence. Let's gather the arguments. Okay. And I need to do that from. Yeah, sure. Okay. I feel like I have I was wondering why I was so bothered by this Sean tweet, and I know why now. I figured it out. Figured out good. Actually, there's a good reason to be grumpy. Let's see. I didn't actually know there was a monitor for all of the fucking aid trucks. Okay. Okay. Oh, that too. And I just need some articles. Ooh. Bad empanada being schizo, showing your name. I don't care. Whatever. It's fine. Let him do it. On what? His fucking 20 follower Twitter account. Beautiful. Beautiful. All right. Hang on. Okay. Learnerbox, me and Scarlett are friends now. I thought you'd find a way. Yeah. Damn right. Now, what the fuck is this graph? Hmm. Hmm. Whatever. All right. Okay. I don't need that. My great grandfather fought in Israel for the Brits. Would you like to give him an interview? The one issue is he's dead. Oh god, having that conversation with fucking Destiny yesterday, the amount of you assholes in my fucking DMs like, "Hey, you want to come to Israel? Listen, me, I'm not like the other Israel. I'm the real deal. I'll introduce you to my dad's a politician. My mom is a fucking human rights report director. Uh my best friend is a university professor, and my second best friend is another university. It's like fuck me, and this is everyone. It's a small country. Apparently, the population of Israel is only 20. I don't know. I didn't know that. I thought it was a bit higher. What can you do? Um, what can you do? I can fix. See, look, it's people in here. I could fix you a tour in the West Bank. Yeah, there's nothing. There's nothing more reassuring. There's nothing more fucking tempting than getting taken around the West Bank by a chatter. Fuck me. Oh god, you fucking morons. Anyway. So it's probably not going to happen thanks to you guys. You've all put me off. I don't care. Fuck you. It doesn't help. It doesn't help that fucking Dustin is out here on Twitter issuing fatwas right, left, and center. I if you could stop that for like a couple of months, maybe I'll consider it. Fucking God. I'm starting to see why he wants me to go with him now. Oh, Standing Together. Yeah, I know about those guys. They seem interesting, yeah. But I know really, Destiny is actually there so he can go and get fucking. It's all coming full circle. He's gone there so he can get murdered by a fucking Arab, and then that'll spark the United States to invade the Middle East. He wants his own holy war. He wants his own Shaheed fucking martyrdom. But listen, stop. Just don't ask me questions about it, okay? Like, there's so many. The UK government just says you shouldn't go at all. I'm like, fuck. And I just, I just don't want to die going to Israel. Okay, I don't want to die in that fucking shithole. I don't want to die there. Okay, that sounds cringe. I would be so embarrassed. And then, I'd get triggered. Did you announce you're live in the Discord? Yeah. Yeah, it did. Oh, what do I want to look up first? That would be LSF material for sure. Yeah. Who's this guy? There's a new account. A brand new account in the waiting room. Travis. Let's see what they have to say. What can I do for you? Yeah?
I just thought you might be interested in reaching out to the YouTuber, The Traveling Clat. I don't know if you've heard of him.
The traveling what?
Clat, Clatt.
No. Oh, I see it.
Traveling Clat.
All right, who's this guy? What's he do? He goes around Israel. Okay. That's fine. Okay,
Yeah.
listen, I appreciate the recommendation, but as soon as I start letting one person make recommendations to me, I'm gonna get fucking 50. So did he Photoshop Yahya Sinwar with bigger ears?
I don't know about that.
Okay, that's fine. All right, I appreciate it. Thank you. Take care.
All right, best of luck.
Bye bye. Okay, we're not making a trend of that. Okay, I appreciate it. I appreciate people trying to help. Okay, but people coming in here like, hey, listen, you want the real deal? Okay, and then they open up their coat full of goods, and they're like, I'll give you the best falafel, the best baklava, the best fucking. Fuck off! Stop! Leave me alone. All right. You want to try some Israelis? Do you want to see some? I'll give you the best Israelis. I'll give you the best Arabs. I'll give you the best Druze. I'll give you the best Christian Arabs. You want to see them? I'll give you the best ones. Very cheap. Very cheap. Fuck off. Stop. I feel like I'm in the fucking marketplace scene in Aladdin with you guys screaming shit at me. Come to my village. Come meet these. But I'm friends with former IDF, current IDF. Yamam, Shin Bet, Knesset, Hamas. Like, I don't care. Stop. Anyway, you could go with Bad Bunny. Oh no. Bad Bunny. Like Fear and Loathing, right? Fear and Loathing in Israel. Bro, I feel like she would not pass the social media test. Or maybe she would, because she's a white woman, American. They'd probably think she's actually like the least threatening of any person that could possibly come in. Coranto, yeah. Listen, if I go, I'm only going with one man, and it's Corantos, okay? Because he's a force, all right? I would know that God is with me if I go there with Corantos. Hello? Oh, hey, Seth, how's it going?
What does this talk about going with Kratos? Do you want to get like mega fucked up there?
Nah,
Well,
God will be with me if I'm with Corantos.
Yeah, but God would be with you if you don't
can-
go with Kratos.
He'll talk his way out of anything, okay? I trust him.
Yeah, but the thing is, if you talk like Kratos does to an IDF soldier, you'll get through it, but you'll get a fucking few bruises.
Nah, the IDF soldier will be charmed, senseless. Okay, don't worry.
Yeah, no, Cher will be at the airport waiting for you. That's why it'll go smoothly.
Yeah. It's just so funny. Like, she's not even the only person to be like, "Oh yeah, I've got contacts in intelligence, airport security. I'll look after." Like, fucking hell, bro. Why does everyone have contacts in security and?
I'll tell you why.
Yeah, God, because of the conscription.
No, the reason is it's actually a stereotype that all Jews know each other.
Yeah.
And then like people make fun of it, but it's like in Israel at least it's a fucking reality. Like I know a guy that knows a guy that knows a guy that's in the Knesset that is like the friend of this guy. Or like I fucking know a guy whose grandfather fought in the 1948 war and was responsible for the Deir Yassin massacre. I don't know if he's alive or dead now. Like it's like it's all connected within each other because like like obviously the population grew fucking insanely. Like from those times, like we were, I don't know how many Palestinians we were like 400,000 or 500,000 then. Now we're like 2 million within Israel.
Like, yeah, it's also just that because Scotland is about the same population, actually probably a bit lower, but we're also not as dense, so we just don't have the same thing. I always thought like it's a country about the size of my country, so people will be about as connected to each other as they are in my country, which is basically not at all. Yeah.
Keep in mind this perception that Israel looks a lot bigger than it is. The Negev is empty. Negev, like, which is the biggest part of the country, is fucking empty. The majority of the people live right next to each other.
Well, it's the size of New Jersey, Seb. Did you know that? Size of New Jersey.
Why the fuck do people make that comparison?
Because it's for an American audience.
Oh, okay. Like, are we talking about the West Bank?
It's like, the whole historic Palestine is the size of New Jersey, about this thereabouts. Yeah, and it's just the go-to for every documentary or every book about Israel Palestine. They'll start with fucking New Jersey.
I actually want you to watch remember the video I sent you that's like 6 minutes?
Which one?
It's like the rap video.
Oh God!
It's like it's a parody of the Joyner Lucas.
Oh, Let's Talk Straight.
Yeah, it's a really good video, but there's also like the debate between Destiny and that far right fucking Knesset member.
You want me to watch that? Is that good?
I'm not gonna say it's good. I'm gonna say you're gonna see how incredibly fucking stupid the far right in Israel looks like, or like how insane they look.
Well, we had that conversation, the group talk with the guy who was like, Egypt will attack and the Emirates. You Arabs love Emirates. I know, but we'll have an emirate.
Yeah, but that's that guy's like a random guy, right? This guy's a politician in the Knesset and he is responsible for laws. He's a fucking educated lawyer. Like, it's a bit different than like some random right-winger that votes for him, right? This guy's a politician. He's not really popular in Israel either, but this is the sentiment they share, which is like, for example, one of the fucking things is like, Destiny talks about Palestine or Palestinian, is like, I don't know what you mean. What is this Palestine? It's like he
Yeah.
does that. He actually does that in this fucking debate. It's
Wow.
so fucking stupid. But yeah, no, give the what's it called, the rap video a watch. It's actually very cool.
Okay. I'm sure I
Yeah.
will. Yeah.
And also keep me up to date if you're actually not gonna go or not. So I can stop looking for shit for you guys to do.
Yeah, I'll I don't know. I feel like it's gonna be a while before you hear a definite yes or no.
Yeah, no, I
Um
understand. Like you have an entire Ramadan before you guys can like plan that or not.
all right, yeah, fuck knows, man. Okay, do you want me to read you the first page of Righteous Victims?
The first page of
I
Righteous
want you to
Victims.
experience it the same way I did when I
Wait, did
first
he
read
publish it
okay?
already?
No, this is the Righteous 2001, Righteous Victims. I'll read you the first page, all right?
Oh,
Okay.
right. I thought,
right.
yeah.
As it is today, the Holy Land, Eretz Israel, or the Land of Israel for the Jews, Palestine or Palestine for the Arabs, was defined during the years of British rule 1918 to 1948 as the area bounded in the north by a range of hills just south of the Litani River in Lebanon, in the east by the Jordan River, the Dead Sea, and the Arava Valley, Wadi Arabia, in the west by the Mediterranean Sea and the Sinai Peninsula, and in the south by the Gulf of Eilat or Gulf of Aqaba. In all, it consists of about 26,320 square kilometers, or just over 10,000 square miles. An area roughly the size of New Jersey. That's like every fucking. I saw that and I just had to put the book down and come back to it later. It's like, fuck me.
Why? Why the fuck?
Every time.
Like,
It's always New Jersey, yeah.
like, why didn't he just give the actual estimates of how big the fucking area is instead of just the size of New Jersey? It's like, why would they pick New Jersey? Isn't like one of the most populated states with Palestinians is like New Jersey in New York, in like America?
No, it's just because it's, I guess they're just finding a place that most English speakers would know, and I guess that's New Jersey, right? No one in Europe knows fucking anything about New Jersey. But I did tell an American once, I told an American it's the size of New Jersey, and they were like, oh wow, that's
They
really
don't know
small.
how-
They knew, yeah, yeah. So
Oh,
I guess
yeah.
if you tell the right audience, that's actually like it puts it into perspective. Yeah.
Yeah, and then does anyone use a place to describe Gaza, for example, the size of Gaza?
Just say the densest place in the world ever. Yeah, that's all. I don't know.
But it
It's a
isn't,
fucking-
right?
yeah.
Isn't there like fucking even Bangkok is more dense or like
No,
there's
yeah,
a bunch
it's actually far off. But I think if it was its own country, it would be like number 3. I
of, like the
think.
densest country, right?
If it was its own country, yeah, not like densest
Yeah.
city, right? Yeah, because there is open space in Gaza. There are fucking fields and there's like some farmland and shit. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, but
There were big enough areas for Hamas to practice taking over villages, right? Where they set up fake villages with Stars of David on them and practiced fucking conquering
yeah.
them. Yeah.
By
so-
the way, that shit is so weird because it's also the IDF also does that. The IDF like paints like these
Mhm.
fake Arab villages or whatever the fuck with like pro-Palestinian propaganda on the walls, and they fucking practice drills there.
Yeah,
And
and I
there's-
know in the mid 90s they started practicing taking over Area A, right? Yeah, like very specifically they made like mock
I do
Area
not
A
know about that.
places.
I-
Yeah.
What the fuck? I did not know about that.
Yeah, it was after the tunnel riots, they stepped shit up massively because they were
Uh,
going to take a very fuck around and find out approach.
Wait,
Yeah.
What did you think about that Ben Gvir supporter saying that they could dig tunnels from the West Bank?
I don't know why. I find it so difficult to imagine someone can believe all those things that person does and not just think that you just either want apartheid or you want them all gone. Like, it's just,
Yeah.
I was trying to put my finger on it with the whole, oh, they can have Emirates, Arabs love Emirates. It made me think like,
It's a big
It's like a-
like he
it's like
doesn't
a-
understand.
it made me think of like a dad trying to get their fucking kid to do their homework where they try to make it fun, and they're like, do your maths homework. You love maths because you're always calculating stats in your little video games. And the kid's just like, mate, I just want to watch porn and drink lemonade and play fucking violent like video game. Stop, leave me alone. It's, I don't know, fuck.
It really is because fuck. What was the other thing he suggested? Oh no, like there's a problem with what he kept saying, which is like, oh, these settlements are for security, right? The
mm.
problem is no one who lives in those settlements says it's for security. The people that say it's for security is the people that support it but don't live in them.
Yeah, I can imagine there are like a couple that would have to do with security, but yeah, but even politicians have admitted that some of them are just political, right? Like Rabin
Oh,
said that, yeah.
yeah, and then the minority. Well, I wouldn't say minority, but it's like the smallest amount of them is like for religious reasons.
Mm.
And the other one is like it is just a colonizer mindset where they just want to push Palestinians out, and they know like if they keep pushing it like this, it will force Israel to push Palestinians out.
Yeah. Oh yeah,
Because
that thing was
at the
called
end of the day,
that practicing for taking over Area A in the Oslo period was called Operation Field of Thorns. That's what it was called.
bro, they are so cringe with their fucking naming. Oh my god.
Oh yeah.
Like the Operation Hannah, Fair, Operation Iron Shield, Operation Iron Swords. Like what the fuck is this Minecraft bullshit?
Yeah, Operation Sword of Death. I love it. Yeah.
Did they have Operation Sword of Death?
No, it's just the kind of thing.
Oh,
that
okay.
It's
I
kind
was
of
like,
it's like a random word generator, right? Like the noun
Yeah.
of nouns. Yeah. Anyway.
Apparently someone's seen settlers say we are defending you to like bunch of Israelis within proper Israel.
Hmm.
So maybe there is people that live in those settlements for defending. I don't understand that type of thought process. It really doesn't make sense to me because like if you keep having like these settlements clearly create what's it called like strife, right? They create conflict within those areas. That means there's going to be more violence. That means it's counterintuitive to security.
Yeah, no, that's like the right wing justification for settlements is like it's unbelievably fucking retarded. I've never even Ben Shapiro just saying like, why would they not? Because it'll put more pressure. Like pressure to do what? You fucking idiot. Yeah, I don't know. Doesn't make any sense.
Pressure on like here. That's one thing that a lot of people that also don't understand is like they talk about they view Israel making peace with Palestinians, how they made peace with Jordan and what's it called? Egypt.
Yeah, like you
can
force them into yeah.
Yeah, you strong arm them into a peace because they have something to lose. The Palestinians don't have anything to fucking lose at this point. Like, what are they gonna fucking lose? Their homes that it's already fucking shitty to live in. Like, they're not gonna be fucking strong armed into something because they don't have a country. Maybe if you actually let them have a 2-state solution, and then they do something fucked up, you can't strong arm them into a fucking solution. But like as it is, you can't. There's no possible way for you to do it.
Oh well.
Yeah. Anyway, watch the video. Trust me, you'll like it.
Okay, cool. Take care, man. Heck yeah. Whoa, what do I want to talk about first, bros? Shit. I feel like I want to make a quick go on Twitch as well, why not? I feel like I want to talk about the Sean tweets, but I need to organize everything. Apparently I've got some audience overlap now with Piers Morgan's show. As in like more overlap than I have with Dylan Burns and Chud Logic. That's interesting. I wonder how they am I gonna get on Piers Morgan? Pierce! Let's go. Operation Malevolent Egg. Operation Metal Spoon. Interesting. Okay, hang on. Let's see how I want to talk about this. I feel like I have a lot to say about this particular thing. Hang on, my light's a bit dim. Okay. I don't see many Chud Logic posters in here. No, not while he's streaming. Some of them come in every now and then. They asked which streamers the viewers wanted to see, and the loads commented you. Oh, in the comment section. Yeah, I saw that, but so far I have not heard nothing from Mr. Morgan himself. Apparently, yeah. Who knows? Who knows? Oh. How much of your audience still overlaps with VGG? Apparently still quite a bit. As in second to Destiny, right? Are you a one-stater now? Bro, I told you I've never really had a strong opinion on either of them. Like, but on Tuesdays and Thursdays, yeah, why not? Okay, what's this? Oh. What is this? Have you ever watched a What If Alt Hist video? No. No. Actually, have I? Maybe a long time ago, but I've never cared that much for it because if he talks about a topic I know about, I'll go into it. But otherwise, he's just one of those like information vomiters. So I just watch the Second Thought video. What the fuck? What, to me or him? Second Thought is pretty mental. He's pretty stupid. Or he knows exactly what he's doing, which is worse. Eek. Who need to weigh in on the terrorist versus armed resistance discourse? I don't care about calling groups terrorists. I don't give a fuck. Like, just there can be such a thing as bad armed resistance. But I don't like saying terrorist or just talk about the fucking. Just have a debate on whether what they're doing is moral or not. I don't fuck. More DMs from fucking Israeli tour guides. Jesus Christ.
Loner
man.
box, you smarmy cuck bastard.
Cardinals, thanks for the $2. Really appreciate that. Oh, right. Where are we at? How do I drag? Okay. Yeah. What do you think about George Galloway? He's an absolute fraud, and if you fall for him, then you deserve every repercussion that you get from having him as a representative. Actually, I do feel bad for some people falling for it because it's like he targets vulnerable people with his messaging. Like, yeah, I don't know. The Bradford Spring, I know, right? He got kicked out 3 years later after winning with like a 40% swing, and now people think it's gonna be different. What's he gonna do? He's not gonna do anything. He's just enriched himself for another couple of years until he gets kicked out again. You should have him on stream. Yeah, but maybe I could do that. I don't think you expect that to be a good conversation, though, right? He just shouts like yeah. Bring him to Israel. God. Why are you avoid? Fuck off! All right, hang on. Are you in the? Are you? Which one are you, Shazam? Are you Torhantos? Or you are Torontos? Okay, not to be confused with the much more exciting. Hello. Is he even here? What? Hello? Torhantos? Oh well. Fuck off. Stop avoiding next time. Why are you avoiding, bro? Bro! Alright, hang on. You know, later tonight I might do some music. Who knows? I've been feeling it. I've got a new track that I'm gonna probably finalize stems for quite soon. So who knows? Maybe show you guys that one today at some point. God, we got loads of wankers coming to this Discord now. Fuck me. All right, I am. Oh. Oh, I need to get that fucking Guardian article. Hang on. Why are there more people in the fucking waiting room again? What the fuck? Hang on. Community remix competition. I could do that. I could if I ever when I would do that after releasing a song. After releasing a song, I could give out stems and people can do that if they want. That might be fun. Or would I only give half the stems so that people don't just copy the exact same thing? I don't know how I would do that. Or just all of them because people can, if someone just remixes it in a way that's like just different fucking EQs and shit, I guess they can do that as well. Why not? Anyway, hang on. First of all, fuck. What am I looking for? Oh yeah, here. Where is my message history? Ooh. Did I have a Guardian article from yesterday? Fuck! The Guardian. Alright. And some notes. Did I actually save my notes though? I don't think I did. From yesterday. No, whatever. Did you go over the UN report? Yeah, we're gonna do, well, no, we're gonna do that today. We're gonna go over the UN report and the responses from the Intercept, yeah. Whew. Okay. No one will stop. Oh God. Stop. Stop being cringe. All right. Apparently, behind the scenes, there's also been, or not behind the scenes, but just apparently, I know Smugbug is back on YouTube, even though he never tells me when he's streaming, so I can't raid him. I'd like to give him a boost, but apparently he's been him and Wiz and Food Shops have been debating people on Lolly. Oh God. And Olive was involved as well? Loner Box Orbiters and I bully this man on Lolly and we enjoy. What the fuck is this, bro? Because that's Olive's thing. And there's Smugbug and there's Wiz. What the fuck, dude? Oh, no. Is this what's emerged from my community? And then Olive comes in. There. What the fuck? Is this what I fostered? Jesus. Look, it's a bunch of my viewers. There's Mats again. There's fucking Dahlia. There's a few people in there. I don't know. Violent Smoker. That's one of ours. Luhati? Fuck, they used to watch me ages ago. Ice and Licks. Yeah, we know that person. I haven't seen Luhati in ages. Chris Speaks. Queen Bee. Upcursus. Huh. Interesting. Jesus. Delete the lolly. No. Okay. Oh, there's State of the Union today as well. Anyway, we want to talk about Sean's tweets. Okay, let's go. Yeah. I feel like I want to talk about this just because I'm starting to put my finger a little bit more clearly on why this kind of stuff bugs me. Okay. So let's just read it and then see where we're at. Okay. So he's posted this video from Quds News Network of, we've seen scenes like this before of Israelis blocking the roads where they're expecting aid trucks to arrive because they want to block the aid, basically. So the Quds tweet is Israelis, including some family members of Israeli detainees in Gaza, continue to gather at the Nitzana border crossing to prevent humanitarian aid trucks from entering Gaza, where at least 20 children have died from hunger so far. And Sean reposts it and says, when Israeli citizens protest the government, riot police rush them with horses and water cannons. They can clear a road when they want to. This is state sanctioned. So there are many problems with this tweet. Some of them are just straight up factual, but I think underlying that there's actually quite a bigger issue with it that I never really thought about before. So first of all, we'll go through the list. First of all, don't rely on Quds as a source, okay? I don't know how transparent it is that this is not a reliable source of information, okay? It's not just like they're a pro-Palestinian leaning news org with some flaws or some biases like all the other news orgs. It's that they're actually like a pro-Hamas fucking possibly affiliated org, like maybe, but with like a banner that says Operation Al-Aqsa Flood live coverage with a picture of a paraglider and a picture here of the motorcycles as they were going through the broken border fence and these guys on the truck. Like this is a pro October 7th account. This is like a pro Hamas militant account. Like their entire job is propaganda, and they obviously don't have a very good reputation for factual accuracy or anything else like that. Like Operation Al-Aqsa, this was the operation of October 7th. Imagine like if I was getting a bunch of my sources from whatever it's called, Operation Iron Swords or whatever the fucking Israeli operation is called, like live coverage. Like that would be insane. That would be so horrible. Anyway. So that's one issue, but just because it's from Quds doesn't mean it's always going to be false. It might mean that their feed is obviously very curated, but just one thing. For this, it's clear that this does happen, though. Obviously, there's a video of it. It's clear that there are protesters who are trying to blockade, and they go there with signs saying "No fuel for Hamas" and all that kind of. Like, yeah, it's pretty gross what they're doing. Like, but if you look at Sean's tweet here, first of all, comparing it to Israeli citizens protesting the government, riot police rushing them with horses and water cannons. So he's making the implication here that because we've got this video where there are troops just kind of watching these people sitting in the road and not doing anything, it must be that these protests are state sanctioned, or they're just like allowing it, like turning a blind eye to it. But obviously that's not true. You can get 50-second footage of protesters being disruptive but not getting attacked by cops, because cops obviously and IDF will not escalate things with protesters unless it's like reached a kind of necessary point. Like, for example, I don't think there are any aid trucks trying to get in here now at this current moment. So that's already like, it's not as if you would struggle to find a whole bunch of footage from the government protests earlier last year and also show people just peacefully protesting without cops attacking them. So this idea that there's a discrepancy here, it's also just false. We know that border protesters like these ones, these like dickheads, have been fighting with the IDF constantly. Like there were clashes at the Kerem Shalom crossing where I think a bunch of people were detained. People here saying that soldiers were punching and kicking them, protesters requiring medical attention after having a rock slammed on the back of their head by an IDF soldier. That was one story. There's another one here where actually, incidentally, with Sean's tweet, they actually fought with the protesters on horseback. You know, Sean saying like horses, yeah, they used horses as well to clear people away from the crossing. The IDF actually put in an entire like rule around the area, banned civilians from entering areas near this crossing as well as the road going towards it. Yeah, again, you can see some footage as well here, horses like chasing the protesters away and shit. So it's not like they weren't fighting with them just because you've got like some footage of them not being attacked. But and also, just if it's any consolation, I guess, the IDF are quite brutal with protesters, much more so than the cops. But yeah, here it's illegal now for civilians to be in the area of the Nitzana crossing, as well as nearby Route 211. But this is, so, okay, why am I getting hung up on this? So it's clearly not state sanctioned, first of all. So the counter to what I'm saying might be like, okay, loner box, you're missing the forest for the trees. This is clearly a problem. They're clearly blocking aid in a very acute humanitarian crisis, like a horrible, critical level humanitarian crisis in Gaza. And the troops could probably be doing better to get them out of the way in such a dire situation. Well, even then, I don't even know how well sourced that idea is. Like, if this is actually the source of the problem for aid not reaching into Gaza, because the only thing I could find here is, and you can look at this, there are charts for all the different days of the month of the year and how many trucks went through the crossing on each day. There are some days where crossings are closed in particular, and then there are other days where aid is coming through. There are other days when it's a bit lower. But you can look at these days and try and correlate it with protests. And I don't think you can actually see that much evidence that protesters are the reason there's an issue here. If you look here, this was talking about the Nitzana crossing. This was one that I found. There was one article here indicating that at least some of the aid was getting blocked successfully on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Sunday. And this article came from the 31st of January, okay? And this is at Nitzana. So Nitzana Crossing is the one that is between Israel and Rafah before it goes into Gaza. So aid goes to Nitzana, then it goes through Nitzana, then it goes through Rafah, and then it goes into Gaza, okay? So you can look at the dates here for Rafah, which would be, if we're talking January, if we're talking January 31st, and they said it happened on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Sunday, so 24th, 5th, 6th, 8th, you can look at the Rafah crossings on these dates. This is UN, by the way, this data. You can look here, and you've got Rafah crossing, 24th, 87 trucks, 25th, 81, 26th, 68, 28th, 84. Then way after, once the IDF policy comes in of banning protesters, it goes down a bit, then it goes up, then it's 0, then it goes up. So it's like, it doesn't seem like there's much of a correlation at all. So, and also, there's another thing I noticed as well from reading about this. When people say there used to be 500 trucks a day going into Gaza, and now that's the indicator that it's actually much lower because it's only like going between sort of 20 and 80. That's actually a bit inaccurate as well, because 500 aid trucks refers to all of the aid, not including like materials for building and including just like loads of different things, not just food. As for food entries, I'm pretty sure it was about 80 odd trucks a day before October 7th. And you can see here, you've got 80 something as well. But then you might ask, okay, so why is there the humanitarian crisis? Well, it's because this is missing the point completely about the aid crisis. The crisis is not happening because of blockages going into Gaza, like across for those checkpoints. That's not the issue. The issue is when aid actually goes into Gaza, and then it can't get distributed within because aid agencies don't have enough humanitarian passage to go through the north of Gaza, where it's very dangerous, or through the south. That's where the problem is occurring. That's where the bottleneck is occurring. As for Nitzana, even if there were blockages that don't seem to have lasted that long at all, they would get through Nitzana and then go to the back of a queue in Rafah. So this is just completely missing where the issue is. And this is why international organizations are not getting angry at Israel for protesters at the wall or at the crossings. They're getting angry at Israel because they're not opening humanitarian corridors within Gaza itself. That's why WPF official, aid corridor urgently needed to prevent famine in North Gaza. This is the problem. The problem is that aid workers don't feel safe enough going through the north because Israel has not made the appropriate measures, or not taken the appropriate measures to secure a level of law and order in the north that the aid trucks can actually go in without risking their lives. That's the issue. And then obviously you might have some issues that are a bit more out of people's hands. Like I know there are all kinds of complaints about, they say it's Hamas, like all these trucks going around with people with guns on top of them. Whether or not this is always Hamas commandeering the aid trucks, or whether or not this is people in gangs doing it, because I know there's been a big issue in the north where people are just kind of forming gangs, partly in order to survive, but also partly to commandeer stuff or to like whatever, like tribal warfare, things like that, as what happens when there's a breakdown of like when the entire place gets destroyed. So it's completely missing the point. As far as I know, did I call WFP the WPF? Sorry, I think I might be a little bit dyslexic. I don't know. Anyway, sorry. And this is why I feel like this is not actually as nitpicky as people might think, like Jake Vaughn is saying in chat. No, it's not, because let's say this is one issue, right, where you have falsely misidentified the issue with
Loner
why
box,
aid is
you
lacking in Gaza,
smarmy
right?
cuck
Let's say
bastard.
you're blaming these Israeli protesters at the crossings, when actually everyone seems to agree that the issue is happening within Gaza, not at the crossings. Well, then that's actually a pretty big error. And what if you, or even if it's a small error, okay, you made one error today because of, like, I guess using Quds News Network or whatever other priors you had. But then what if you make a mistake like that every day for a year with this coverage? What if you've made 10 or 20 or 30 or 40 mistakes like this? Then suddenly that can all stack up, and your worldview is going to start to get really, really skewed and really, really fucked. Like, maybe having one or two inaccuracies here and there might not be a problem, but once they start to pile up, especially if you're only taking your information from very partisan sources, your entire perspective is going to be wrecked, right? And especially when it comes to any kind of activism or advocacy. Well, imagine if people were saying, like, here, make some demands, okay? Let's say, like a protest movement, like something that might even have to do with Sean, has an issue where, or in a situation where they actually can advocate for something, maybe to like a congressman who's going to pressure Israel or something like that. And they might not get like their unilateral ceasefire with withdrawal or anything big, but they could probably make demands that would definitely alleviate the suffering to some degree. And it's like, what if they're saying, okay, what do we do about aid? All right, you tell us, go on. Let's hear the protesters. Let's hear the critics' position on aid. And what if they went to them and said, more horses and water cannons against these pieces of shit at the border? What if that, well, that wouldn't solve the problem, apparently, because the bottleneck isn't coming from there. Whereas if there was a bit more objectivity here and actually willing to find out where exactly the problem is and actually caring a bit more about wanting to get people get their aid, then it would be demand humanitarian corridors within Gaza. That would actually be the thing that would help. Humanitarian, like, maybe don't plan on charging into Rafah in 3 days and try and establish some kind of order in the north where aid can get in without all this chaos that's happening there right now. This, like, this is a problem that doesn't actually need solving. It seems to be that these protesters are getting dealt with when they're blocking aid, and the bottlenecks are not being caused by them. And this is just like, I think this is actually a bigger issue than people make it out to be, because obviously people who are focusing on this is not to do with how do we get more aid to Gaza and how do you alleviate the suffering as much as possible. The point here is, this is an aid of saying Israel bad. Not only Israel bad, by the way, Israeli civilians bad. This is about, that's what it serves. It doesn't actually serve, well, how do we actually help these people in Gaza? And I don't know, I just thought that was like a really, at least to me, okay, I think that is a relatively valuable lesson for why you shouldn't take coverage from people like Quds News Network, or why you shouldn't start with these priors, like the idea that there's a state-sanctioned or even a state-allowed effort to let far-right Israeli civilians block aid from entering Gaza. And that's actually the reason people can't get aid, because, again, like, if you actually ever get any political power or any say or any like eyes on what you're advocating for, then you're starting to look for all the solutions in all the wrong places. And yeah, also stop trusting Quds News Network. These guys are not good news coverage, okay? I'm pretty sure their factuality rating is something like about the same level as RT. And you can say I'm making a mountain out of a molehill. I'm sorry, but at the end of the day, is you either care more about how do these people in Gaza get help, or you care more about how do I make Israeli people look as bad as possible. And it's like, one of those would actually help people if you ever got any political attention and had a big audience and actually had the ability to, speak to what is needed. And the other is good for what? Why is this not a mountain out of a molehill? Like, I don't even, Because apparently this is not the reason people are failing to get aid. This is nothing to, this is not where the bottlenecks are. So it's not an either or situation. It kind of it seems to be, because I don't feel like I'm ever seeing any reasonable recommendations from groups like this, apart from unilateral ceasefire, which is not happening. Like it's not a reasonable ask for Israel to just stop without any agreement with Hamas, at least. Like that, and the problem is that those two can't agree on fucking anything. So yeah. Anyway, I don't know. I hope that I hope that maybe illustrates why it's actually quite important to just remember what you're focusing on. Like just like try to remember what message you're actually trying to spread or what you're actually trying to achieve. But anyway. Aside from the questionable source, I get his sentiment. I mean, if you want to shit on these protesters, like go ahead, but that's not what he's doing, right? He's not shitting on the protesters. He's using them as a proxy to shit on the entire state policy, right? He's assuming that through a video that the state is allowing protesters to bottleneck the aid. It's just like, I don't know, like it's such a clear forced perspective as well. What? Because we have some videos of protesters not getting attacked right away, even though there doesn't seem to be like there's any aid trucks trying to get in at this point, this area, because again, the bottlenecks are at Rafah and inside Gaza. No, the government seems to be actually beating the shit out of these protesters when they're trying to do this, like this. Ugh. Oh well. Stop making fun of how I pronounce bottlenecks, please. Anyway. Times of Israel, Omega lol. Okay, I'm gonna start banning people for. I'm sorry, if you're seeing fucking Quds News Network going up, and then you're gonna Omega lol at Times of Israel, which part of this do you think is false? Do you think Times of Israel made up the fact that protesters are getting beaten up by the IDF on horses, or what? Sorry, we need the IQ check. Because unfortunately, people like My Name is Jacob are never going to change. Like, they just have the ultimate defense mechanism for absolutely fucking everything. Anyway. Bye-bye. No way you think that's shitting on them. The police are treating these far-right protesters like kings compared to... Well, I don't know. If you can demonstrate that, then... Do you think I would have a hard time finding... Tel Aviv protests where they're not being attacked by the police? Do you understand how forced perspective works? What percentage of Tel Aviv protesters are getting beaten up by cops? Like, what the fuck? How fucking stupid are you? Like, just because of it, it's like it's like the BLM thing. It's like the right wingers just said BLM protests were mostly violent. What the fuck is wrong with you? Because obviously the violent ones are the ones that get all over the media, whereas the 93% of them where nothing fucking happened doesn't go into. You're doing that thing. You're being a right winger. Jesus. Sorry. Okay. You're doing the thing. You're starting with a conclusion and then you're just walking backwards. Oh, look, we found one. Oh, no. Every protest was like this. And every protest at the border crossings was like this. You guys are so fucking stupid. I hate. Oh, whatever. Whatever. You make the same argument about the March of Return being violent because it wasn't entirely non-violent. No, the majority of the protesters at the March of Return were peaceful, but that's not where the violence came from. The violence came from the minority of people who were at the front throwing projectiles and incendiary balloons and fucking kites and firing gunshots at the fence and trying to destroy the fence. Like, that was where the violence came from. And most of those protests, unfortunately, had a minority of people at the wall being violent. Again, you can go into the whole argument about whether the IDF overreacted. Of course they fucking did, because they always do. But anyway, whatever. Sorry. What do you think about Vosh's take on Aaron Bushnell? I have not seen it. What's his take on it? We'll go to that. Who knows? All right, this segment's good. Done. All right, fine. Overreacted. Oh, sorry. Was that not strong enough language? I should say they genocided. Sorry. I forgot we were in the fucking. I forgot we were in the world of tone policing every fucking word because it's not strong enough for what you retards like. Anyway, God, fucking damn it. Why are you? Where do you people always come here? God. Now I's getting fucking pissy because I said you people. What do you think I mean? Do you think everyone I'm like arguing with is from a particular fucking ethnicity? You people, you're all fucking white. I'm sorry. Like 99% of the fucking shithead takes coming here are 100% from white American college students who aren't going to vote and whose opinions will never matter. Okay? Fuck me. You people. No. Whatever, dude. I'm over it. You're getting so one guide. I'm getting fucking 5 guide, Scarlet. What are you talking about? I'm literally getting 25-pound burger and fries delivered with a milkshake, okay? 2,000 calorie meal. Hello, Katie. How's it going? Hello, Sev.
All right. You done with the tangent?
Yeah, this will be off segment. Okay, unless it's really interesting.
Well, here, this is in regards to I don't believe that like these protesters are actually not like being untouched. They're probably less violent with them because majority of the fucking people serving right now are tending to lean right and are against aid because remember Israel was kind of forced to start sending aid into Gaza. So majority even of the IDF is probably against it personally, but they're still following orders to send aid in. So they're probably going to be lenient more on these protesters at the border. It's not necessarily that they're not going to do anything. If they're preventing them from doing their job that they have to do, they will actually do something.
Compared to what though? Like compared to Tel Aviv protests over the government, over the Supreme Court thing, or what?
Listen, the Tel Aviv protests, like the only time where they got really violent is when there's counter protests, right? When people start clashing and then the police have to step in between them. That's when it gets real violent. But for a majority of the fucking time, and also, the police is more violent than the IDF with civilians. The IDF tend to not be as violent with the Israeli civilians. That's usually their job with the Palestinians. But there was one thing that I wanted to ask you. This organization called Ovdim B'Yachad, Standing Together in English, actually crowdfunded an aid truck from Israelis to send into Gaza, but they claim that the IDF stopped them from letting it go in. Like, can you think of a reason why the IDF would stop this like truck from going in?
Wait, who tried to bring an aid truck in?
Ovdim B'Yachad, Standing Together.
Oh,
It's like this
Are
organization.
they authorized? Are they sanctioned to bring aid trucks in?
No,
Or do
they're
they
not
just?
sanctioned, but like they're crowdfunded from Israelis too. Like everyone just donated food, put this truck together, and just wanted to send it to Gazans and the hostages in Gaza.
Oh, I don't know if I don't know if that's is that expected, because I feel like if aid's going to come in, it needs to come from like trusted organizations who have actually been sanctioned to bring aid in, not just like random fucking cunts off the street. Like, yeah, what the fuck?
So
I don't.
that
Yeah,
might be the reason why they prevented it, right? Because here
yeah.
the problem.
Unless someone like fucking Katie wants to say that the IDF has actually got a fucking policy of block the aid. I don't know.
No, but
Um,
that's the thing I was getting at. It's definitely what's it called? Well, here, fuck it. Yeah, be useful and show him the video. Fuck you, Scarlett. Well done. Let me put it in your chest here. This is like all from their Twitter. They showcase like they talk about it. You can translate because it's all in Hebrew. They have like an entire feed talking about it, showcasing what's happening. They talk about it in Hebrew, obviously a lot of it. They show the entire process of people all going in cars, people collecting food, and then they want to send it into Gaza, and then they say the IDF are blocking them from going. Which I don't know their entire plan because I don't know how they're going to distribute it in Gaza.
hmm.
So I'm not sure about what the fuck they're planning there. And you know, some of my leftist friends call them performative for even doing this because they know that it's not gonna fucking do anything. But you know, the idea of
Bell,
it is
thanks for the
still
raid.
better, right? Like to actually provide
Hope you had
aid
a good
and be
stream.
against it.
Yeah.
So like I can't think of any other reason than what you just listed that they have to be sanctioned to send in aid. But obviously they're like this organization is saying the army blocked them, but they allow settlers to be there and like block sanctioned aid from going in. That's what they're like saying.
Yeah.
No,
Again, it's just like what the problem is when I'm looking at some of these numbers, it's like I don't even think the issue generally is a lack of aid trucks entering through the crossings. It seems to be that
it's
they're
being
getting through the crossings,
distributed.
but yeah, distribution is the bottleneck. Like that's the
And
big fucking problem. Yeah, yeah.
the
That's like
is
everything I'm reading anyway.
the distribution in Rafah is okay, but it's the north that's the problem, right?
Yeah. Oh, I think
Yeah, that's
I
what,
think I don't even know if Rafa is necessarily okay now either because but there's just so many people there, right?
well, yeah, of course there's so many people, but there's also aid going through Rafah, right? Like the Rafah crossing.
Yeah,
Isn't
yeah,
there?
yeah.
So no, there's definitely aid being sent in, and I mean there is some cases of malnourishment. Like there is some fucking pictures where like people like kids looked like they're actually like fucking skeletons at this point, which
Mhm.
is really fucking bad. So I'm not sure if anyone died from starvation, but what's it called? It does look like there is starving going on. And Scarlett, I didn't say this was performative. Other people said this. I actually support this organization all the way. I actually really like them because they're not like super fucking far left, and they're also not like super Zionist fucking like this is our ancient homeland and only us.
Hey.
Oh, chat. And people who hate on this organization are idiots. I'm just gonna say that.
What, standing together?
Yeah, like they're.
No, I
they're
mean they
just-
seem pretty they seem like really progressive, no? Yeah.
Yeah. The JVP is fucking
Without being
stupid, though.
JVP, yeah.
Yeah, JVP is like, fuck, I seen something. It's like, we should stop praying in Hebrew because it traumatizes the Palestinian.
Jesus Christ.
Which is something fucking insane.
That's fucking
But yeah.
extra special memes there.
Yeah, but this is what I wanted to bring up regarding like because like I was really confused like why they would not let this truck in, but yeah, what you said makes sense.
Okay.
Yeah.
Again, I don't know. It could just be that they
That
that
is
they were
possible.
just like we just feel like making a few people hungry today. Who knows? But
But there's like someone that's been wanting to talk to you in waiting room.
yeah, I see them. Kranzus. Yeah.
Toronto's got his mic to work, by the way.
Oh, good. Okay.
He wasn't avoiding, I swear.
That's
Alright,
Yo,
Holy shit, you're
Whoa,
loud.
fuck.
is it loud?
Yeah.
very.
Okay. Let me fix it.
You can just turn him down, no? Longer.
I mean, that works. How's this?
I mean, I turned you down. I don't know if Loner did.
No, I'm turning it on my end.
Okay, there we go.
Well, I also turn it on my end as well.
Alright.
Is it fine now?
Yeah.
It's better.
Speaking. Is it good?
Yes.
Yeah.
Begin.
Okay. Yeah, I'm the idiot you called earlier when I said about the cops. I've been to those protests. Like, me and my family, all of them. Like, basically, all of my family members have been knocked out by a cop with his helmet. Basically, for just like standing on the sidewalk with a sign. And this is not even like special to like these like ceasefire protests or whatever, or hostages. This was like back in the like judicial like reform. Like they'll just go in with the horses. The horse will go in, shit on the floor, like vandalize it completely, and then they will just go in, steal signs, or just like jump straight into you.
Wait, what
With the
protest were you at?
helmet.
You were a ceasefire protest or a stop the
All
AIDS
of them.
protest?
No, I was no, I'm not that insane.
Judicial reform, I think he's
Okay,
Judicial reform.
Okay, yeah.
And the ceasefire one, it's basically like the same group of people.
But this
Essentially.
is what I initially said. Like these protests usually get really violent when there's a counter protest, but the ceasefire protest
I
isn't
don't remember that many.
counter. No, but there was a
weren't
lot.
that many counter protests though, because
But
like
there was a lot. Like the country was pretty fucking divided when this happened.
in the judicial reform, there was like what 70 protests like every week basically. I think there was like 2 counter ones, and there were like
Usually,
what,
every time
like
the counter
100
protests
people compared
happened,
to like.
the violence increased exponentially from regular protests. So that,
I mean, I like as someone who's been to many of those. There's like.
I mean,
it
here,
is a
listen. I'm
complete
gonna be honest
minority.
with you. I've never went because I know as an Arab, I'm gonna get my shit pushed in by a police officer. So I'm not gonna fucking go.
Well, the thing is that like even if you're not an Arab, even if you're like an Ashkenazi Jew with like lots of money and you're like in academia, you'll still get knocked out by the horse.
I
So
think the chances of it. I mean, what the fuck? There was like anti-violence protests in like Arab villages at some point, and the police came and still beat the shit out of protesters.
in Arabic villages.
Yeah, like
I mean, you're lucky to have the police even step in there. That's the whole problem with the Arab villages. That
Well,
it's
no,
like
but the
the
police.
Arab sector is like completely like underdeveloped, unmaintained. They don't get any of the taxes. They don't get developed like new education. The police is scared to go in there, so there's so much violence. There's like
Listen, I hate this excuse, but this isn't the topic. Like that, this police are scared to go in. They sure as fuck don't look scared when they're like him fucking stopping every
I'm
car.
not defending them, dude. For a moment, I'm not defending them. Don't get.
I
it
know,
wrong.
but it's an excuse the right wing uses a lot.
Well,
It's
of
for
course
whatever.
it's an excuse. I think they like should go in. Like that's the point of a police is to get hurt so a civilian doesn't. So a normal civilian.
Anyway,
doesn't.
that's not the topic. So regardless, I think there is probably more violence. What's it called? Like during these Tel Aviv protests, because I gave my reasoning. A lot of the
Your
country was
reasoning was-
basically forced to give aid. So the IDF soldiers are also probably against giving aid, but so they're gonna have their personal leniency towards these people protesting. It's not state sanctioned. It's personal leniency, which like just like how the cops are fucking assholes in Israel, they're really big assholes. That's personal leniency, but there's also a systemic problem with the cops in Israel. But
Yes.
so
They're like,
that's the reason I think they're a lot more lenient.
The
with these
cops in
guys
Tel
that
Aviv are
behave.
just like big bullies, basically. And they are putting like their own personal agenda or ideology on the topic. And they're like sometimes they're just like attacking you because like you said, like for personal reasoning that they disagree with the protest, even if it's like you're doing something completely fine.
Scarlett, I didn't say all the soldiers are right wing. I said like the majority of the fucking country is like against giving aid right now. Like technically, like you can't say they're not. Majority of the country is against giving aid to
That
Gaza.
is true, yeah.
Yeah, probably. I mean,
so
I'm
like
quite in
you
the
would
neck of
probably
saying
have a bigger chance of soldiers being lenient on those protesters than they're not. And even if you are someone that like won't be lenient on these soldiers, you'll probably be alienated by the other soldiers, like for not being lenient on them. Like it's just a problem like with personal leniency.
Yeah, that's something you didn't really see in the like judicial reform protest, because in the judicial reform protest, like some of the cops were like against it. So like you would be fighting a cop or a cop would be attacking you when the cop agrees with your with what you're trying to push. But here it's now like if a cop like in these protests, like they're basically just like against you like for personal reasonings as well.
Yeah, no, it's probably like mostly personal bias. Anyway, you can have the conversation with like Loner, not me.
I mean, I basically my point was when you called me an idiot. My point was that in the right wing protest and the border, the police is violent when people are like doing something against the law, like trying to breach in, which they did manage to do successfully, or when just like attacking people. But in the Tel Aviv ones, they attack you even if you're being like peaceful, I guess.
Okay.
For the reasons Sev gave. Because there's just like personal like feelings behind it of the cop.
Okay.
I think that's about it.
All right.
All right, bye-bye.
Take care, guys. Bye. Okay. Let's read about Mr. Biden's new intervention, shall we? This is also fucking Quds News Network's bias and credibility. Low factual reporting. Left center. Limited freedom of press rating. Low credibility. Specific details regarding funding and ownership are not publicly disclosed. Reported to have affiliations with Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad. People say the evidence against these guys is that they're banned in the West Bank. That's not necessarily the best argument though, because Abbas will ban people for just being opponents to him, not necessarily because they're too radical. But the Quds in particular, these guys do seem pretty radical, I will say. Okay. Okay. Biden to order U.S. military to construct port in Gaza to increase aid flow. During his State of the Union address, President Joe Biden will order the U.S. military to establish a temporary port in Gaza so more humanitarian aid can get to Palestinians in need, 3 senior administration officials said. A port, so by the sea. Ooh. The US military has unique capabilities that allow it to construct a port or causeway without having to send forces to Gaza's shores, said one of the officials. We're not planning for this to be an operation that would require US boots on the ground. That's such an American military thing to say. We can build a causeway without any men. Okay. All were granted anonymity to preview the president's announcement. The move will help ships dock on the enclave's coast to deliver food, water, medicine, and other assistance. The Biden administration is working with governments and commercial partners to establish a maritime corridor from Cyprus to Gaza that will supplement aid already being delivered via airdrops and land routes. The US is restoring to this military mission because Israel isn't letting in enough aid to alleviate the humanitarian crisis caused by the Israel-Hamas war. plaguing 2.2 million Palestinians in Gaza, officials said. Biden will also announce the opening of a third land crossing into Gaza, which United Nations confirmed Thursday will allow aid to flow into the northern part of the territory. The U.S. oh wait, what's this? A third land crossing. Oh. The U.S. continues to push on Israel to open more land routes, which will allow for more assistance to reach people in need more quickly and efficiently than via other avenues. We're not waiting on the Israelis. This is a moment for American leadership, and we are building a coalition of countries to address this urgent need, said the second administration official. You're about to see why we don't have universal health care. We're not waiting on the Israelis. This is the moment for America. Planning for the maritime corridor still faces many execution challenges, namely how to offload, secure, and distribute the aid. 4 other US, European, and Middle Eastern officials said many elements remain up for discussion. So they don't have Israel's permission. Would Israel stop the United States from going in and building crossings? Is that a fight they'd be willing to have? Or are they actually just unilaterally jumping in there and going to the IDF like, wait, we're in charge here. Not anymore, you're not. And they all come in with sunglasses. Is America invading Israel? I don't know why Israel would not allow them to do this, though. I don't see what they'd have to reject this. Unless it's going to interfere with the genocide, of course. Let's see. Planning for the maritime corridor still faces many execution challenges, namely how to offload, secure, and distribute the aid. 4 other US, European, and Middle Eastern officials said many elements remain up for discussion. Smaller packages will soon come in by sea, but once a coordinated plan is in place, it would take 45 to 60 days before there is a regular cadence of large assistance packages shipping across to the Mediterranean. The aid will initially flow through the Larnaca port in Cyprus, located about 230 miles from Gaza. It's already fitted with high-tech screening equipment that allows Israeli officials stationed in Cyprus to check what's inside the deliveries. Gaza has no working port, which is why Biden has ordered the US military to help establish the temporary pier. It's unclear what roles other partners will play in its creation. Why did someone just drop out of the Discord? What the fuck? The aid needs to be protected once it's ashore. And crowds clamoring for assistance have to be managed. US officials said Israel has not yet agreed to a security and ground control mission on the beachhead, that negotiations are ongoing, including whether Israeli forces would also be responsible for demining staging areas for the aid. Oh God, fucking mines, Jesus. Arguably, the hardest part is dispersing the aid throughout the whole of Gaza. Hey, that's what I said. The multinational coalition will rely on the United Nations, non-governmental organizations, and other groups to ensure the assistance gets to the right places. How does a temporary pier look? Well, it might look like the fucking pontoon bridges in Russia, Ukraine, right? We might be pontooning once again. Gaza remains an active war zone, and much of the enclave poses security risks to aid workers, which will complicate any efforts to get food, water, medicine, and other assistance to those in need. The biggest outstanding issue is who will synchronize all of these efforts. The goal here is to find a way to bring synergy to every one initiative, said a third senior Biden administration official. It's unclear that that responsibility will fall to one nation or a group of them. We will need something like that so that we can actually build connective tissue between our planners, our development professionals, etc., to work out some of the details. The United Arab Emirates and Qatar are in talks with the Cypriots about how they can contribute to the maritime corridor, the official added. Officials from both governments didn't respond to a request for comment, though there is reporting of UAE-funded aid arriving in Gaza next week. I feel like this is the kind of thing they should be focusing on primarily before going into Rafah. Like, fuck me. Hopefully. Yeah. Hopefully. We can only hope. It's scary, you guys. I know they've been warning about the famine stuff since like October 8th, but it's actually I'm having read about it, like it seems really possible. Like not like just like 10 or 20 people, but I mean like the problem with a famine is once it actually kicks in, you it's like thousands just drop all at once. Like it's not this gradual thing where it's like 20 people die, then 100 people die, then like 150 people. It's like it's fucking they all drop at once, because if one area is starving, the other area is starving, and like, oh god. Ugh. Drop meaning die, Boris. Jesus Christ. Fucking. More than a third of Gaza's bakeries are open. See, this stats like this don't help either. When people say, even when fucking David earlier, like in the war, was saying that like, oh, there's loads of they're like 12 new bakeries and they're all fucking baking like 1 billion pita breads a day. That's not the problem though. The problem isn't whether or not there's enough. The Gaza problem, arguably, has never been that not enough food can be in the strip, that not enough food can get through the border crossings. That's never really been the problem with Gaza. It's not even the biggest problem right now. The problem is distribution. And distribution doesn't matter how many fucking bakeries and how many pita breads you can make. The problem is if you can't get it into these highly populated areas in the south or definitely in the north, then yeah, you can't fucking there's a problem there, right? 12 bakeries, Jesus. You sent me something about the caloric intake. Thank you, Sundowner. Ooh. Anyway. You can send me the aid tracker Discord. Oh. Bakeries per capita. Fuck me. But people who talk about how many bakeries are open in Gaza, or people who talk about fucking how many aid trucks have successfully made the crossings, like that's not, if you use that to say that, like, to downplay the crisis or to say that it's not as bad as people, that's not really a good argument at all. Like it's basically, you're the same as people using the GDP per cap, like the GDP argument, because obviously distribution is what matters. Oh my god. This guy is so fucking annoying, man. I like his sign. Peace. Oh god, this guy is so cringe. I don't think I've ever seen someone so clearly mean well, but still be so fucking irritating. And I saw this as well. Yeah, fuck me. I'm hoping for peace between Israel and Lebanon. Israeli flag, dove. Lebanon. He's so funny, man. God. Leave John alone, he's a pure soul. I don't know. I don't know. Anyway. Vosh the Horse Lord. What? Look at the quotes of the sign image. What? What sign image? I wanna. I would mute this person. What? The peace person? Yeah, because Cher likes war. That's why. Special forces. All right, hang on. I feel like I need to watch something. Do I want to watch this debate with the right wing dude? Oh, you want to look at the comments for the I like his sign? Oh no. Oh no. The comments are the quote tweets. Oh yeah, he's saying that people are really angry with him for saying this. Okay. Here is your piece. Great March of Return stats. None of that is peace. There was never a long-term agreement, just ceasefires. When someone kill your whole family, do you ask for peace? Certainly. Oh no. Fuck me, dude. Giga Chad. Is Israel not an apartheid state? The situation in the West Bank has been described as apartheid by some human rights. Oh god. But that is supposed to be a temporary situation pending a peace agreement. If it becomes permanent, it's definitely apartheid. Weird Zionist. Do you think I'm in favor of Zionist extremists? It doesn't sound very peaceful, does it? Oh no. He's like the meme of someone who finds God in jail and like another prisoner spits in his face and he just kind of wipes it off and smiles at him. He's trolling. He must be. You are a shameless cousin. I will always advocate for peace for the Palestinian people, cousin. Oh no. Oh no. These straw men are so these are so fucking dense. Like I hate this is stupid. Anyway, all right. Does he have a comment without the word peace in it? Maybe if we find one, we'll stop scrolling, okay? There's loads of these. Oh no. He's gonna be getting mogged by these. You're such a fake. Peace is impossible while isn't real exists. Oh god. Peace twinks. Okay. You mean like ceasefire now? Justice over peace. Ooh. True. I mean, or they're both equal at least. I don't know if I can. But again, like the fucking the Trump peace plan, that would be peace. If both sides accepted I keep saying that like the Trump if people accepted this, this would technically be peace. We're not too sure if it would be justice though. Not too sure if that would count as justice. Like, no justice, no peace isn't a bad slogan. It just depends on what people mean by justice, right? The tunnel. Yeah, the little West Bank Gaza tunnel. What's wrong with that? Everyone likes tunnels. Peace isn't liberation. It's called anti-Semitism. Peace without justice. I don't know. I feel like some of these retorts are actually quite like the right answer. It just depends on what they. Yeah. Pretending there's another one. Jesus. Oh, there's another one. Hey, let's go. All lives matter. Good cuck. Ah. God, people are so mean on this website. People on Twitter are fucking horrible, man. I'm a cuck for peace. I'm a peace cuck. To be fair, my quote tweets are just never. It's like, oh, like this person here, Fedaine Doll or whatever the fuck she's called. What a stupid fucking name. Jesus Christ. Who the fuck is this? Like, what the fuck, man? Batting for the Israeli government, shocking. Phalangist. I hope Hezbollah finds you and your father for not completing the job at Sabah Shatila. What language do they call it Sabah? Okay. See, I don't really get the same level. Just like kind of LARPy bullshit, like whatever. They clashed once and no aid went through that day. Okay. I'm sure that's the Maoist perspective. Hmm. It's Sabah because we're boycotting Sabra. Okay. Golly. Woo. The Sabra boycott is the one I understand the most. Well, one, because the hummus is shit, and two, because they're linked to the fucking Golani Brigade, and they've done a lot of bad shit in the past. I don't know. Yeah. Sabra is like this Israeli hummus that's just kind of... It is better than the store hummus that you get in the UK, but it's still shit. Like, I don't buy it. I just make my own. If ever. I just don't eat it that much either. Supermarket hummus is horrible. Yeah, it's shit. It's worse than Sabra. You need to make a rival Palestinian hummus called Shatila. Oh, God. Oh, no. What do I need to look at here? Fuck. This is such a funny... Every now and then I get really interesting comments on YouTube. Like this. I need to watch the Hamas interview. Guy got interviewed on Channel 4. Every now and then I get... This is my first time watching a Learnerbox video. While I appreciate his wealth of knowledge, I don't think I'll be coming back. He's way too comfortable with using questionable vocabulary. The R word twice and brain dead once in this video. He acted all apologetic for the first R word he used on second thought, but goes on to use it on a viewer who made an innocent mistake, this time without so much as acknowledging it. It's very telling that it just slips out. Also, telling a viewer to eat glass? A fucking idiot? What did they do to you? Learnerbox exudes Vosh energy. He's not concerned Second Thought has a large platform to influence with his misleading content. He's bitter that Second Thought has a bigger platform that he does, even though he is lesser. I might come back when this sort of thing doesn't bother me anymore, or when enough time has passed that he might have changed, but not anytime soon. That's a really, I don't know, that's a really funny comment. Oh God. Delete the R word, loner box. No. I would probably be a bit more considerate of this if they didn't actually say that brain dead was also one of their examples. God. Just like I don't know, viewers are just they're interesting, you know? Viewers are just they're funny people. Anyway, yeah. I might try to watch some of this to see what my
Titties.
to see what kind of content I'm endorsing with Smugbug and Wiz. And actually, I'm gonna have my food because I have food that I've pre-made this time. All right. Well, it was pre-made by someone else, but okay. Right, hang on. 1 second. Okay. Let's see what this ridiculous fucking discourse is while I eat my Turkish food. Let's go. Ah. Show us the food. It's just a little Tupperware of the leftovers from just that. It's just rice, kofta, some other kind of kebab shit, lamb, shish. There's a wing in there, I think. All right. All right. Chicken kebab, chicken shish. All right.
Visualize all this hustle just to do the lolly. I know. Okay, right. Here we go. So the reason I wanted this is because
The best part is with Olive at the end. Okay, let's see when she comes in.
Totally agree with you there.
yeah. Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
All right. So if we've all agreed that banning it would be silly, but that socially stigmatizing it is a good thing. Okay. Obviously, if you are stuck in a,
I don't know if Granddad agrees with you.
well, that's the thing. Granddad, this is it. This is the moment where you can end this all and finally
We
leave.
should socially stigmatize lolly and like. I am yet to have my mind changed, to be honest. But
Decriminalization
stats
means
and
more
stuff.
child sexual
I don't know.
exploitation. Sorry, criminalization means more exploitation.
I
If I were to show you that study, if you were to be convinced by the data,
yeah. Can you DM it to me?
oh god, I try so hard not to be a data male. I'm still transitioning from a data male into a vibe space giga chat. Okay, I'm doing my best here.
Yeah,
I'm trying to get away.
But you're wait, hold on. But you're a lollybox orbiter. Like that doesn't make any sense because it's all about the data, right?
I am Loner Box's id. Okay, all right.
He
I'm
dates us so we don't have to. That's how that
exactly.
works.
That's the whole point. Yeah, I'm trying.
Don't dead name lollybox, please. Thank
Sorry,
you.
Lollybox. Yeah, sorry. That's my
Yeah,
bad.
thank
Yes.
you. All right.
Okay. All right. Holy shit, we're done. Right, Granddads, are you done? You finished your drawing. You sound sleepy. We're gonna bring Olive in. Are you alright to make some final words?
Yeah.
And then go to beddies.
I don't.
I do
don't
have
know
to
if
go
I've had
in-
my mind that changed.
I do have to go in
No, you
about
still haven't
20
answered my
minutes, but-
questions, Bug. No, I had a question which you still haven't fucking answered. You
All right, quick.
pain. Which was the original one. The fucking like, where is it?
God. Oh shit. Yeah, we did get distracted.
Right.
Sorry, how
can
much time
only
do you have left,
actions
Food Shops?
taken by people can only actions taken by people be ethical or unethical,
Like
or
20
can
minutes.
things,
Okay.
objects, and ideas be unethical because I argue that the item, the lolly itself, the drawing itself is unethical. That is my arguing.
I think it can only be unethical by association with unethical things, right? Like the whole point is that a tool is not unethical just because of its existence. It's based on like the. But
this is so fucking dense. Does that mean why would a lolly drawing be unethical, but a drawing of someone getting murdered wouldn't be? It's so dumb. Fuck me. All right.
This is also more of a philosophical argument that I think is probably going to go deeper than just talking about lolly.
Yes, that's why I want your help understanding.
Okay, all right. You know what? Let's do that another time, okay? Because that's going to be a whole lot. I know. Sorry. Well, you're the one who got hung up on the.
Put a little finger in there.
Oh god, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Look, Granddad.
Tune in next week. Tune in next week.
That's all right, buddy. I promise. Just you and me, okay? All right, we can do it. I'm sorry.
Let's fucking do it. We're going philosophy on this shit, right?
Okay.
Thank you, man. That was fun. Night, everyone.
Thanks, Granddad.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Love you. Goodbye.
All right, Olive, get your ass in here. We need nuance. We got like 20 minutes.
You're gonna go summon her like this. Olive.
Can you
Like
ping Olive and get Wiz ready? Get her ready, Wiz. Get her the control room.
The point of the clapping is so that if she has the stream in her software, she can see a huge spike, and that's where the call is. That's where you get that from.
Some stuff. We'll set her up.
It's not just because I consider her to be a maid, right?
Okay, sorry. Right. Food shops. Was there anything you were midway through when I switched to Granddad's there?
No, there's pretty much nothing. I don't know. This just seems like another casual debate, so cool.
Okay. Look, I think that ultimately like the description thing is just less important here because it's too easy to get. But oh my god, what the fuck's happening? Oh god. Sorry.
What's happening? What's happening?
Oh, Olive has appeared in a. Oh, this is a nightmare.
Oh.
Hold on. She's not in the fucking.
The legendary Olive.
There we go.
Whoa.
Or
Olive, can you skip the control room and can you just come in through the virtual camera in Discord?
Oh.
That's probably going to be better, actually. Sorry.
Oh wait. Yeah. Got you.
Because the control room is fucky.
Yeah. I feel that.
Hey,
Hello.
there we go. Hey, Olive.
Wow.
Hello.
This is Olive, the axolotl, friend of the stream,
Debuting.
editor for Lollybox, canonically Lollybox. How's it going?
You know. Thanks for that, Food Shops. Thanks for that.
Lollyboxy.
There you go, Lollybox.
I'm so glad I ruined the optics on that.
Absolutely destroyed.
Why'd you guys let Granddad go?
But because Granddad was tired and sleepy, and he wanted to do philosophy, and I do not want to do philosophy. I would rather self-immolate.
I know,
No, it's fun.
but I
wanted
to press him on that rape shit though. I felt
Oh,
like
God.
he was weaseling.
Oh no!
He's
What you?
weaseling.
Hold on! You literally, Olive, you literally came in
let him
saying you
go.
wanted to do a more nuanced debate. And you're like, nah, I want to rape
about the
jacket him.
rape.
Why
Yeah,
can't I rape
I'm gonna
jacket him?
jacket him? Can you summon him?
Oh God! But Granddad, let the old man rest, please. Come on.
Okay, fine. Well, okay, fine. I did have another request as I was
Sure.
watching, which you guys missed because you were
Sure.
deep in the nuance. But
Yeah.
can we summon Aaron Bushnell again
Oh
and
my
ask
God!
him
Really?
if he thinks
Okay.
what's happening in Gaza's
ring the bell.
big
I'll
G
ring
or
the bell.
small G
Wait,
genocide?
one second. It's gonna take a second.
Okay.
Hold on.
I'll
All
ring
right,
the
you
bell.
guys go ahead. I'll.
Would it be
I'll
rude
get
though
him
for
up.
me to still talk about what I was thinking about? What
Yeah.
you guys were hearing?
Spit
back,
I mean,
go
because it does
some
have to do
facts.
with.
You know, I actually don't know that much about Olive's opinions. That's interesting. I guess we'll see.
Granddad, so I don't want to, shit talk him. But I think
fine.
what's really frustrating for me with, when people will weasel out of saying that a rape play is fundamentally different than, age play, right? Because there's this core component of consent, which is completely bullshit. Because isn't that the attractiveness of the fantasy is the play of non-consent? I think there's like a weird weaseling people do, and they're like, "Well, I secretly know she's consenting," but you don't. Then why would you call it rape? Like you call it rape play because you like the rape. And if you're going to draw a conclusion saying someone consuming the fantasy of age play is necessarily a pedophile, then you are, by your own definitions, a rapist. Oh, he's here.
Oh,
Okay,
oh
just
god, does he
kidding.
want to come back in? Oh, kill me. Are we really?
Yay!
Are we really?
Let's go.
Oh my god.
Oh.
Okay.
Hello, welcome
Hello,
back to the stream. It's
Oh my
next
fucking
Tuesday.
god.
Next
He-
episode
he-
has begun.
He so
Hello,
nearly got to go
Granddad.
to the
We're
retirement
back.
home.
We're
Okay,
back.
did you hear what I was saying, or do you want me to? repeat it?
I was
I-
halfway. Can you repeat it all? Repeat it all for me.
Okay,
Repeat it.
I rape jacketed you. Just to be
Cool.
clear. but no.
Thanks.
So here's the thing. You know, by your definitions, right? Someone consuming age play hentai is necessarily a pedophile. I'm not necessarily going to dispute your definitions here, but by your definitions, then someone consuming rape play would.
Bake Off, thanks for the €5. Same people would be crowing about white supremacy if BLM or Just Stop Oil protests were cracked down on, but now police brutality is based, apparently. To be fair, I feel like blocking an aid truck does justify police brutality a lot more so than like against a because if they're not going to move and an aid truck needs to get in, you either injure some protesters or people on the other side die. But I got whatever. Stuff Slacker, thanks for the tier 1 sub. People G, really appreciate that.
Necessarily be a rapist. And I'm not going to let you weasel out by saying, oh, well, I secretly know she's consenting. No, I know maybe deep down you do, but that's the fantasy you're consuming. It's the fantasy of non-consent. So you're a rapist.
That's making an assumption on what I'm getting pleasure out of during the interaction. Then you're wrong. So yeah, I don't know what to say.
They were all giggling when you were answering. Can you say it again?
You're making an assumption as to what the pleasure is like being detracted from during the situation. Like you could just be flat out wrong.
What do you? Okay, well, I could be wrong about your attraction. but
Yeah,
you're telling
so
me
actually
people-
that is actually what's happening here. Like, so he says consensual non-consent. I think he's not into like rape play or like the really severe arm of that. I think he probably uses that
Yeah.
term a bit liberally. It's
Yeah.
actually more like the
This
sort of
is
choking,
something
slapping
that's-
kind of
But
stuff.
No, but okay, I get that.
I
I get
used
that.
that
I could be
term
wrong about
incorrectly,
your
I'll be
attraction.
honest.
I
Yeah,
could,
Oh, he's a CNC guy who isn't actually CNC. He just likes choking and fucking tying up. It's like when people say that they're into kink or BDSM, but they just like getting choked or choking or tying up. I feel like that's maybe a misuse of the term and misappropriation, but I don't know.
But generally,
okay, I could be wrong about your attraction, but you are actually still using yourself as a kind of defense for people who consume rape play content or who produce rape play content. So you're kind of standing in the way. And so I have to rape jacket you necessarily. If you're going to walk it back, that's fine. But the problem is that we still have an economy of porn based around sexual violence against women.
So
And
sorry, my internet,
I get.
internet. Oh god.
Oh, okay, it's all good.
My internet
what
kept
you
cutting
working
out.
on
I'm
there?
so fucking sorry. My internet kept
What
cutting
is that?
out.
What are we? You're all good.
Oh,
You're
shit.
good. What are we looking at there? Okay.
it's a rock.
Okay.
Oh no, it's a miniature. Oh, he's whizzing. He's whizzing right now. God damn
It's the
it!
deathcore of
Whizzing out.
Krieg, my dude.
He's whizzing out. He's whizzing out.
Wow, this is why
Okay,
Wiz was
but-
out.
He knows.
Fucked up.
What you said your internet cut out. What'd you miss?
Yeah, you just mind repeating like the last 30
I
seconds. Sorry.
know.
Sorry.
Oh yeah.
It's cringe. I'm sorry.
Well, no. So I understand that. I don't know anything about you and your attraction. So I'm obviously rape jacketing you for comedic effect. I'll totally accept that I don't understand your attraction and you don't need to tell me about it. But it sounds like maybe you're standing in the way of what rape play is when your attraction is actually far less extreme. But there still is an economy of, rape play content out there and, normalizing sexual violence against women. So I guess I'm confused why one form of sexual violence is acceptable and one isn't.
I probably don't think it is acceptable.
Okay, but so
But then
I
you
think
can't defend
the
rape
incident
play.
involving it's.
you're not
like,
defending rape play, but you were defending rape play earlier.
No,
So I
I
understand.
will
I
defend-
agree with you.
Will defend a consensual sexual act between two consenting adults like any day of the week, basically.
But the
Like if nobody
fantasy
else
is
involved in it,
non-consent.
then that's
Okay,
fine.
so hold on, let me.
If the fantasy is non-consent, that's the
The
fantasy.
consent is
Okay.
actually in the
But
way of the
that's-
thing you're trying to enjoy, and you do it because it's a required like limiter on you enjoying the thing. Right? Someone who wants to simulate rape,
Yes,
the
Kimmy?
consent is only no. I'm talking to granddads. Someone who wants to
I see.
simulate
No.
rape, the thing that is legally required but does actually reduce the fantasy somewhat is the consent. The ideal rape play would not have consent, but of course you have to consent to
You're
it to
making
do
an
it.
assumption on what the ideal is. You're making an assumption there.
The rapiest
Because-
rape
No.
play.
Okay, right. So for
The
what it's like
platonic
for the
rape.
rapist in the rape play, listen, for the rapist in the rape
Rape,
play,
rape.
like it might actually be an incredibly disturbing and upsetting and distressing thing for them to think of a woman actually being in like that genuine situation of harm. But the
Yeah, in real
idea
life.
of exactly in a real life situation, but the idea of the
Wait,
like,
wait,
the act, the idea of the fantasy can be a turn on, whilst the actual act itself can sicken you. Is what I'm trying to
Right.
say.
Okay. I agree with you. Okay. And this is what I think is really interesting, which is that we can consume fantasies without that actually leading to an actual attraction to truly abusing another human, right?
But
So
I don't
someone who
think- okay, so my
engages in
argument,
wait,
though,
let me
is-
finish.
is
Let me just
Lolly
let
isn't a
me
fantasy.
paint a
It's a
picture. Let me
depiction.
no, let me
Okay,
paint a picture,
sorry,
okay?
sorry.
Someone is attracted to the fantasy and the depiction of raping someone, right? So how is this fundamentally different than what Lolly is? They're both depictions. They're both not real. They're both fantasies.
No, you're
They're both-
conflating
you're wrong.
words.
They're both
You're
No, I'm
conflating
not. They're both
words.
So many
fantasies.
times.
A depiction
They
is
are-
different to
they
a
are both
fantasy.
fantasies. Yes, they're both
No,
fantasies. They're both depictions. They're both not real. You're both not really doing the act. You're not actually attracted to abusing someone. It is a fantasy. It is a modifier. It enhances your sex, your sexual attraction to something.
Okay, but somebody is attracted to the child-like body, and thus to the body of a child.
Well, no.
They are attracted
okay.
to the depiction of a child, which is different to somebody
I hear
being
you.
attracted to the fantasy of CNC.
I hear you.
Depiction
And I think
fantasy are not
Okay.
conflatable words. You've got to stop
Well,
like mixing them up. They don't
okay, hold
work
on.
together like that.
I think you're the one
They
that's
don't.
confused, but let me paint a picture for you, okay?
I'm
so
just
here-
autistic
here's
about
the
words
thing.
and conflation and fantasy. Like they don't go.
That's
together.
okay, so is
They
food
don't go
shops.
together. So-
I
You're-
think
you're
we're
a
all right.
lowercase
Oh,
autist.
hold on.
What?
You're a lowercase autism.
Okay,
it's
wait, hold
fine.
on.
I'm an
I realized here's the
Asperger's
breakdown.
bitch.
I can build a
That's
bridge.
a
I can
lowercase
build a
autism.
bridge.
Yeah,
Granddad,
it is though.
I
Actually,
can build a bridge here, and I think
Yeah.
this is possibly something lots of people are missing from this discourse about when it comes to Lolly, which is that I agree. Lolly is a spectrum in which there could be people consuming Lolly who are very attracted to this, the lack of secondary sex characteristics, right? They are using it as a supplement for CP, right? Hypothetically, they're consuming it because of the legality issues of getting with CP, and it's easier to find Lolly, et cetera, et cetera. We can create a whole narrative of that. But I think it's also been made abundantly clear from people who are Lolly, advocates or whatever, Lolly consumers, that part of the spectrum is what I would just call hentai age play. It is also called Lolly. That's really what the community is about, is age play hentai. But I do totally agree that there's probably people in there who are pedophiles who are consuming it as a supplement for CP. The issue is that we can't conflate these two groups. These are two different kinds of consumers, truly. And so to say that someone consuming age play hentai is necessarily a pedophile would it have implications for the rape play community as well. So I think we need to make this distinction, right? I think there could also be rapists in the rape play community who know that they can't rape someone.
Before she was called Olive, her handle was weaponized discourse. I'm starting to see why.
Sure, but that doesn't mean you're a rapist. That's my point. I don't really
Can
think you're a rapist.
Can I ask you one question, Olive?
I agree with what you're saying. Fuck.
Just one
God,
question.
I love
spitting.
weaponized discourse.
It feels
Uh-oh.
wrong. It
Just one question.
feels. What
Well,
you're
that's because
saying
it's not your
feels
kink,
wrong.
Granddad. It's not your
Can't
kink,
argue
and that's
against
fine.
it.
I'm disgusted. I'm
Why is
disgusted
my book
by
so
both of
big?
these kinks. I'm disgusted by kinks that I don't have. It's an ick because it's not my kink.
Sorry, Olive, can I just
It's
ask you
gross.
one question?
But I feel like the lolly isn't a kink. That's my point. I feel like it's not a link.
Age
but
play is a kink. Age play. Look up. Go to Pornhub right now and
Yeah,
type in
age play, but I
babysitter.
don't think
Uh-oh.
lolly is about.
Go to
age
Pornhub
play.
right now and type in babysitter.
I don't
How is that
think
not
lolly
age
is
play?
about
Let's
age
go.
play. I don't think lolly is about
Yes, it
age
is.
play. I don't think
Why
it
do you
is.
not think
Kink
that?
category.
Why do you not think it's about age play?
Sorry,
Damn,
can I
she's
just- can I
bulldozing?
just-
Oh no!
It
just
has
ask
to be
me-
about
she's
age
armed
play
and
because it's
dangerous.
not
Again,
kids
it's
fucking
not
other kids, is
conflation.
it?
Maybe just
Yeah,
one
it's a
question.
false conflation. It's drawings of children. It's not age play.
Just a
It's drawings
single.
of children.
But the kids aren't the same age in it.
Age play.
It's got an element of age play in it because it's adults and kids. That's age play.
Not
if it was
always,
kids and
or-
kids,
You're
that would
making
make
assumptions
sense.
there. It's sometimes kids and kids. There's
It's-
all
if it
sorts
was
of
a-
lolly out there.
It-
Lolly
it's a
counts
draw-
as
it's not-
3,000-year-old vampires as well, for fuck's sake. You know.
Ah, this is terrible. All right,
What?
Olive.
I've
I just want to ask
I've
one
lost
question,
thread.
which is that distinction. What would you call the? What would you call that distinction? What would you name it?
Don't make me come. It's all right.
It's anything that. All right, fine. Fuck it. Jesus Christ.
What would I
All
name
right,
the distinction? Oh no, I already made the distinction. Yeah, I'm not doing the small p pedophile. I'm saying
I
I,
know,
think
I know,
there
I'm
are people who consume age play hentai, and I think the issue is that, so the same. Here's let me paint another picture.
This phrase needs to go. This small p, large p. This needs to fuck off. Stop.
Right?
All right.
Okay. The person who enjoys rape play sex, they're not really raping someone, right? They maybe are in a committed relationship where they know deep down the safe word, or they know when the mood changes, they know their partner is consenting, and they know they've built a healthy enough relationship that their partner could tell them if they did something wrong, that their partner would be able to get help, right? So it's not real rape. We've established that. It's rape play, right? So, but why, when you suddenly draw this picture, is it supposed to, does it necessarily become true? It doesn't. It's still rape play. It's a depiction of the fantasy. So by the logic of saying that lolly is true children, would be saying that rape play hentai is also
I'm
true
not saying it's
rape.
true children. I'm
but it's
saying
not.
it's a drawing of child, and I'm saying porn of rape play is also a depiction of rape. It's not a depiction of rape play. It's a depiction of rape, and a drawing of a child is a depiction of a child. You have to stop conflating the act of two adults engaging in CNC with the act of one adult masturbating to.
But they're both simulating the thing, the object of desire.
I haven't
What is this? Is this about Frogan fighting with fucking Ethan Klein? Loner, let me in. No! Too many fucking Buck!
Going after me, more like after him going after me in October, like I haven't watched his content anymore. Like I don't want to like sound dramatic, but I just can't like stomach it anymore. Like I just don't want to
that's fair.
associate.
He was actually
That's
actually
fair.
like
Jesus Christ. Oh, God. She never actually addressed what she meant by this, did she? She streamed about this for like 2 or 3 hours and didn't really address the contents of this tweet at all. Yeah.
I have to go to Kick or Keep. I have to go.
All right, all
okay?
right.
Oh,
Okay,
good
so-
luck.
okay,
Have
okay,
fun.
okay.
Bye,
Wait,
food
I'll watch
shops.
you guys. I'll watch you guys. Okay, afterwards. Okay. Food shops. Okay.
Plug your shit.
YouTube.com/@Food Shops
Yes.
Court. Okay, Food Shops Court. Yeah, join the Market Court. We
Let's
have a Discord
go.
server.
Let's go.
And yeah, that's about. Thank you for having me on. I really appreciate you guys. I love you guys. I always love the Loner Box community, so I really appreciate it. Okay, but also, finally, I'm gonna be on Kick or Keep, so I'm gonna be going there right now. But otherwise, see you guys. Bye bye.
Bye.
Lots of
Thanks
love.
for coming.
Lots of love.
Bye bye. Okay.
I have
Later, I get. Oh, no.
Bro, I
What's happening now?
cooked Granddad alive. Okay,
Jesus.
It's like it's not a.
Oh, now she's just talking
a
about
level
it
of
afterwards.
sexual violence, and we've decided certain sexual scenarios are also like so
Oh, wait, now it's just Olive and him.
sexual
Okay.
violence scenarios are completely normal. I don't have a problem with this. I'm just sort of stating, I think,
Check
what are is
DM.
facts, things that are normalized.
But I think we
Well,
should criminalize
wait,
a lot of that.
But otherwise, see you guys. Bye bye.
Bye.
Lots of love.
coming.
Lots of love.
Bye-bye.
This is from their
Okay.
channel. I didn't know this was on their channel. as
I
well.
haven't conflated them once because I understand the
Oh, yeah,
difference.
PDF panel.
I'm not saying they're the same. I'm saying the logic of one would flow to the other if we're going to be consistent. I know they're different.
They are both simulations.
Oh, no.
Yes.
So I'm not saying,
You
like,
are sim-
I don't know where you get the idea that I'm saying they're exactly the same. I understand rape play and age play are fundamentally different. We'll have completely different nuances.
I
to
think
them,
no, but the
discourses
conflation
around
is
them.
saying that lolicon is age play. It's drawn child porn. It's not age play.
Well, no, but
Why do you not accept that characterization? Wait, no. What? Why? Explain to me why you
Maybe
don't accept
this
that
is just being
characterization.
in the UK, but like I'm just following the legal definition, which is lolly is drawn child porn. Like it's.
I don't care
drawn
about your
child porn.
laws.
Well, according to the law.
I don't care about your laws.
I do.
Whoa, careful! This
Ooh.
is a British stream,
I
okay?
do.
While you're here, you will respect
Whoa.
the king's rule.
This is not a
alright?
British. This is not a British. They're
I think
definitely
that
not
was a good
Smug Bug,
one.
okay?
No, but but look, here's my I get frustrated when people lean on legality because none of us are fucking legal experts here. And besides, legality
Oh.
mirrors social norms and values, right? It mirrors the social morality. So we're discussing morality. We can have new,
Yeah, and drawing.
like,
to
especially
children.
when it
Damn,
comes
she's
to
so
this stuff, like
powerful.
the access on the internet. This is unpaved territory, right? The laws are only going to reflect discussions we've already had. We're having a new.
Hey, IRI, thanks for the rate of 140. I really appreciate that. Hope you had a good stream. Shit. Shall we keep watching this, or shall we move on to something more interesting?
Discussion here, so don't talk to me about your laws.
Don't talk to me about your laws.
I want to know why
I-
you think it's not why you fight the characterization that some of lolly could be considered age play hentai. Now, by the way, remember I've already made the caveat. I think some lolly is completely like a supplement for actual child porn, and I think particularly when it has what I would call like
Uh-oh.
That's the stuff. I'm talking
abundant.
about,
Wait, hold on. I'm
man.
gonna finish. Okay. Well.
I don't.
Okay, hold up. Well, hold up. Yeah, I'm just gonna finish that thought. Some lolly is a supplement for CP, which I often has what I say abundant and unnecessary signifiers of age, particularly with those indicators of lack of sexual secondary characteristics or whatever. But you can't say that all of lolly is that. You can't say that. I've seen some lolly. I don't consume it, but I've seen some of it, and some of it is definitely what I would call
Age play.
they both
you know,
agree?
like normal things that are normalized, commonly accepted age play roles, right? There's step bro
All
shit.
this
There's fucking
bouncing axolotl is such a funny
shit. There's fucking babysitter shit. There's barely legal. Why, when you draw that, is it suddenly a problem? See, because the way I think about it,
Wait,
I just want to finish. I just want to
Let me finish. Let me finish.
Again,
Let me
because
finish.
If
Well,
you
you
watched
can't seem to
any of
answer.
the-
Wait, when is State of the Union? It's probably much later, isn't it? Fuck. Or did it happen already? What's he going to say? Is he going to do a fascist red screen? 9ET. Jesus fucking Christ. Oh my God. Eastern time is it's like fucking 2 a.m. for me, guys. Can I stay streaming until 2 a.m.?
prior debate that I was in, I kept saying,
I
I'm
did
not
watch it.
okay
That's
with
where I
that
got these
stuff
ideas.
either. I think that stuff is disgusting.
I don't care if
too.
you're okay with it. I'm sure you do. I also think it's this guy. I'm trying to show you your logic doesn't bear out.
Did they talk about this for another half hour?
Oh God. Okay, can we?
Okay, wait. I want to finish. I want to finish.
We've looped on this so. Okay, fine.
Shut. We're not looping. We're not
Fine.
looping, Smugbug.
Fine.
He's just not getting it.
That's
Here's
the
my
loop.
thing.
Because you're looping. Yeah,
Well,
that's
I'm
empty
moving things
loop.
forward.
All right.
I'll stubbornly
believe in
move
you.
things ahead.
I believe
Here's
in you.
my issue.
This all just sounds like defenses for pedophilia.
No, shut the fuck up,
Almighty.
Brandon. Don't take us back. Sorry,
What the
just
fuck?
engage. Engage, please. I'm begging you.
I'm
Well, here's the
trying.
problem.
I'm
I'm gonna.
to understand
I know
where
you've
this
got a
is
mental
going.
block. You've
No.
got the moral panic mental block where you can't think this through. Here, let
Yeah,
me.
what food
let
shop's
me-
called being dad brained or something, caring about fucking children. I'm so sorry. That
Sorry, you
care about
should.
children.
Well, hold on.
Wait, how is it, what's this got to do with caring about children, bro? They're fucking drawings. I don't... Oh God.
Hey,
Wait, where the
children?
fuck are you gonna say
This
I
is
don't care
literal
about
debate
children?
pedophilia.
I don't. This is not.
Fuck.
Haha. Haha. He's
All right.
mad. Okay,
No,
so
Olive,
here's my thing. Sorry.
I don't
no.
get it. I don't get this argument at all.
Okay,
Well, yeah, I know you
get it.
don't. So let me show you. Let me walk you through where I'm coming from.
I'm giving
Which
you
is
one more
that-
shot at
Please.
this.
My issue is that we have, a porn economy that actually drives young women, and for a while, Pornhub wasn't IDing.
I agree.
It's driving
I agree.
young women into sexual situations where they're being, I think, just basically raped for money. They
Yes.
don't know what they're signing up for. I don't really think a woman can consent to being filmed like that until she's like at least like 25 or something.
agree.
So I mean, so my issue is that we've completely normalized in the filmed sexual industry a level of sexual violence, and we've decided certain sexual scenarios are also like so sexual violence scenarios are completely normal. I don't have a problem with this. I'm just sort of stating I think what are is facts, things that are normalized.
But I think we
Well,
should criminalize a lot of that stuff.
Last, please,
my
just
goodness.
land the
Sorry.
plane and then let's go.
My issue. Okay, so you just think we should criminalize everything.
She's very much into the Socratic method I'm seeing here, you know? It's a very feminine debate strategy. I think it works, though, depending on who you're talking to.
I mean, I think some of these things are established free speech. I don't like it. I judge people, but having a moral panic over something which has already been normalized to this degree is just a little useless. But my issue is that why, when it's drawn, does it suddenly magically become unethical? Like, why, when you draw the babysitter porn, which, by the way, might have a 17-year-old in it because Pornhub wasn't good at IDing, but we don't know that for sure, right? So, but why, when that is drawn, is that the moral panic? Why are we panicking over
I keep
that?
saying
No,
both.
a person
I
wasn't
keep
really
saying
hurt.
both. But I keep saying both. I keep saying both are the issue.
You're not saying
I keep
both, though,
saying
because
both
you
are
are-
the issue.
Okay, so you just okay. Well, okay. Like, so you're just mad about every like.
No,
I
wait,
think there's
hold
a
on.
lot of disgusting trends in porn that should be stopped. Yes, and I wish people would talk about them.
But the moral panic is on Lolly.
Yeah.
But my
This
point
is the
is
shit
that
where I
the
agree with
moral
the right wingers. Yeah,
What do
like
you mean
this
you
shit is
agree with the
degenerate and
right-wingers?
disgusting. It's
Well, hold on. No,
fucked
the
up.
right wingers. You don't agree with the
Like-
right wingers because the right wingers call
the right
everything
wingers are
pedophilia.
pedophiles too.
I
Oh,
don't say
yeah,
that.
well, I don't
They
agree
got
with those
pedophiles
right-wingers.
too. Some of them are
Yeah, I don't
motherfucking
agree with those
pedophiles. I
ones.
don't know. Wait, I actually hold up. Yeah, this was something that Counterpoints was saying. It's complete.
Yeah, I
fucking
agree with
bullshit.
counterpoints on this.
Yeah, I know. He's
So
like
that's where I am.
retarded. I'm sure you do. I'm sure you do.
Yes.
The
Right.
point is, it's completely bullshit to say that this is
Oh,
some.
no. I used to enjoy watching Olive do debates, but then she said her use of language with very little thought and consideration. The fact that one R word, God damn it. She didn't even stop to think about it. She just said it. God, fuck. And they say one is too many. All right, we need to move on. Goddamn R words. Shit. The IRI viewers did not stick around for any of that. Eat glass. What did I say that? I don't remember saying eat glass. Jesus. That's a really bad thing to say. That was pretty funny, though. He was getting mogged. Okay. Okay. If you want to know that channel, though, because I think they stream... Do they have a schedule or what? Wiz, do you guys have a schedule? Because I feel like this channel needs a bit more attention, the Smugbug channel. Since he's returned. Okay, there you go. Go click that link. Monday, 7 p.m. GMT. That is a late night stream. Who's this guy? Quit spamming. Shut up! Alright. What if you actually ate glass? What would you do then? I don't know. Probably feel bad. For a few minutes. Joking. I don't want people to get hurt. I want peace. I'm like that John Aziz guy. I just want peace. That's all I want. That's all I came here for. Let's see what the Loner Box bump looks like today, shall we? Five subs. Not bad. Not bad at all. Okay. Jesus. Whew. So, do I want to start looking at this Intercept discourse? The Intercept versus the New York Times fucking bullshit. Where do I even start? Because the first New York Times article was in January, wasn't it? There's the weapon of war one. Hmm. Is that what we should do? The weapon of war one? Hmm. Hmm. Why are you looking at 300 sub Andy's account? Because he's my project. I'm trying to make his career, okay, on YouTube. I'm trying to give him a start, you know? I think he deserves an audience because he's a funny guy. Smug and Wiz, they're good guys. And their cartoons are funny. They're cute cartoons. Talk about how Alabama's embryos had more rights than most people in the world. I looked at that, okay? That should be a segment. I don't know why it hasn't become a segment yet, but it will be. They're puppets. Don't say that. Please don't say that. Oh, God. Yeah, I should read these articles. That's what I should do. State of the Union can probably wait. I don't think I'm going to be here till 2 in the morning, you guys. Jesus. All right, hang on. I feel like there hasn't been that much long-form content to watch recently. Have you not noticed that? Oh, the Hamas interview. Whoops. We never did the Hamas interview. All right, hang on. Let's do this first. Watch Eli Hassel, Destiny? No. Just evidence that you need to get back into WoW Classic. True. Might as well. At this rate. Okay. This is their extended interview. Huh. Let's hear what this guy had to say.
Is Hamas prepared to
It's always too quiet. My God. Always too quiet. Oh, is WoW Classic? Is it no, not Classic? Fucking whatever you call it. The one that you have lower levels. Is it up to level 35 now or what?
ceasefire before Ramadan?
We are prepared for the negotiations since long, and
it's up to level 40 now. Oh, okay.
Rather, it is always the mentality of the leadership in Israel who has impeded those talks.
Are the talks just for a temporary ceasefire?
There is nothing called
or
temporary.
potentially
No.
a permanent one?
There's no way the volume balance is this shit for the entire interview. My God, yeah, Season of Discovery, yeah.
Titles,
Solid.
which they are, you could say, requirement, requisite, prerequisite to any ceasefire agreement. Well, of course, any ceasefire will be conditioned into a ground atmosphere.
You know, I don't think I ever finished, what do you call it? I don't think I ever finished Celeste. I think I still have to do the B-sides.
We said to stop the genocide, lifting the siege, stopping the incursions to Al-Aqsa Mosque, having the rebuild of Gaza, making the people of Gaza feel that they are normal human beings living as any human being.
So do you think a ceasefire is possible by Ramadan?
Everything is possible provided two things, two major requirements. It's not the content of the deal, it's the attitude. First, it looks as if Netanyahu feels no diplomatic pressure from American administration. And they are just showing that they have conflict. But on the other hand, we've seen that Blinken, the time he landed Tel Aviv, another massacre is happening. Al-Ma'madani, Al-Shifa, Indonesian hospital, all they happened while Blinken was there. This is one. So we need to have enough pressure, not please, as Joseph Borrell was saying. Stop saying please. And the second requirement...
He's talking about this when he's got like a fucking map of an entire Palestinian state on his old picture. Oh, God.
The mentality...
He's got a little model of the mosque as well.
Israeli leadership has to change.
Is this where the aid money goes? Look at these fucking chairs. Look at this. That dome.
Requirement, the mentality of Israeli leadership has to change. They're not ready to pay the tax of the peace. Netanyahu is just killing for the killing.
Are you prepared to hand over the hostages?
Well, the hostages is one of the topics which is implicit in the whole package.
So you are?
Of course. You
Right.
know, listen to me. Now, we are having 11,000 prisoners in the Israeli jails for tens of years.
Thousands of
and
years.
2,000
You might
out
say
of
thousands of years.
them, they
I have a
are
feeling this is just going to be really boring. This is a Hamas spokesman doing an interview with Channel 4.
under the title of administrative detention. And there are some girls who are under 18. There are boys who are minors. We have doctors, engineers.
A
Nobody.
subscriber loaner cord server. Like a separate one just for the subs, or a channel for the subs? I don't know, but the subs get their little colors. I'm okay with that. I don't feel like I need to pressure people to donate at this point. I feel like I'm doing all right. Anyways, all right.
He is talking about them.
Are you saying you are prepared to release all the hostages?
Of course, from day one. Even
Right.
Netanyahu is the one who's to be blamed for the delay. See,
Are you
in
also-
the beginning, the so-called hostages, we were ready even to return them to their families because they were gathered from other factions and something like this in a particular position of war, without any deal. But Netanyahu converted the whole scenario into a dramatic issue.
You talk about international pressure on Israel. There is also international pressure on Hamas
So-called
to say
hostages.
that you will not attack Israel again in the
God.
way that you did on October the 7th.
As I told you earlier, we are defending ourselves. We are living under occupation.
So you're not prepared to say that you will not attack again?
If the occupation finish, let the occupation finish. Well, are we really willing to kill our children? But we are going for a noble cause. The man in the street, the families,
So
the
you
girls,
want-
the
you want
boys,
Israel to
the
cease
nation.
fire
Let me just
and
explain
say
it. If
we-
you-
we-
Yeah, well, they need. I hope this guy just asks like some reasonable questions about what do you mean by what do you mean by occupation? What's occupied? Do you mean and the occupation with a map of historic Palestine behind you with the entire flag covering the entire region? Like what?
We will still attack you.
No. This
Do you want
is not
67
the way.
borders,
This is not
unilateral,
human
or
at
what?
all. Let us explain it in a proper way. There is an action continuing for the last 75 years. And you want me, with a glance, to stop everything? Israel has to abide till today. Rather, some of the rational voices internationally, they started to talk about the desire of the Palestinians and talking about the recognition of the independent Palestinian state. And what was the reaction from the Israeli side? The Knesset voted unanimously to refuse recognition of a Palestinian independent state. With such mentality, how can you reach a deal?
But isn't the truth that you agree with Israel that there shouldn't be a two-state solution?
No, it's not like that.
You wanted
No,
to wreck a
listen
two-state
me.
solution.
Now, how do you eat an elephant? Bite by bite. Now, if unanimously the Palestinian people are deciding based on their own will to have a Palestinian independent state over West Bank, Gaza, with the right of return to the refugees, with the capital Jerusalem, then everybody has to go with it.
Well, this is very important. So you are saying that Israel can continue to exist?
How can they continue to exist over my land? Do you want them to
What?
continue as an occupation entity? I am against a political entity and not against a human being, not against a Jew, not against a Christian, not against any religion. All the dwellers of Palestine, they are Palestinians.
Well, you're contradicting yourself now. A minute ago, you said a two-state solution is possible, and now you're saying...
I didn't say two-state solution is possible.
Well, you're saying...
I said, for the sake of the stopping the bloodshedding, there is a will, there is a desire of a nation who will say what they want to do.
Right, but the only momentum in the international community is to try and negotiate a two-state solution. And you are saying Hamas remains opposed to that.
Why should we go for those obsolete resolutions, obsolete solutions, which has led to 7th of October? Anything status quo ante to 7th of October, including any political approach, is not innovative, is not creative, was not able to accomplish the wishes of the people. Ask the people what they want. Forget about Hamas. We are a movement, has our own beliefs and ideology. Let the people decide what they want. You're not giving them an opportunity to live. What is the meaning of two-state solution to the Gazan who has never been outside of Rafah Gate for all of their lives? What is the meaning of an independent state for a nation who doesn't know what is the meaning of having representation offices called embassies? A free state. Look at them in West Bank. They called them a Palestinian Authority, temporary status of Palestinian state in United Nations. What is it? Are we easy and free to go outside Ramallah?
It's so, because this guy's old enough to know that Hamas spent the entirety of the 90s and even the early 2000s trying to subvert the Oslo Accords. They said it was a betrayal. They've never wanted the two-state solution. Fuck.
Without the check and search from the Israeli
they were the rejectionist movement. That was what their whole shtick was.
army.
You know the argument that says it is you who has got blood on your hands of those 30,000 lives lost in Gaza because of the October 7th attack. If that hadn't happened, those 30,000 people would not have been killed. What's your answer?
Unfortunately, this is the debate which is not agreed upon by the most of the masses in the world. The American people, the British people, the French people, the German people. This is absolutely because of Israel. Israel, even if they want to take revenge, why didn't they kill Hamas?
So you knew what would happen and you did it anyway.
So what do you think? Do you advise me to continue as a slave? It's a right which has been granted for us who are living under occupation. That the time the diplomacy and politics fail, it's a right of those people who are living under occupation to defend themselves with all means. The victory has to be snatched, especially when you are facing such extremist, murderous, criminal leadership of your enemy.
But you haven't snatched victory.
We have.
You snatched.
We have defeated
the killing
Israel.
of 30,000 people.
No, we did not kill them. They have killed them, and the West have participated in that with their silence. And the American, they have supported Israel by not applying enough pressure
but this is
to
not a
stop
victory,
the genocide.
is it? You said
this
we
is
must
the
snatch
victory.
This is
The
not a
victory that, yes, the hegemony of Israel is no more over there. Nobody is tolerating Israel. Even the, as I said, American masses, even the British masses.
Most of American still support Israel. Why is I thought he said Blinken was being really soft on Israel, but now he's saying it's a victory because he wants, and in aid of that, it's America fucking turning on Israel. Like, I don't know. It goes to show you though that this was what the price they were willing to pay, right, for a propaganda victory, or the hope of isolating Israel a little bit more on the world stage. Like that was worth it. The thing is, it's like, where do you go from there? I don't know if an isolated Israel is going to be more or less dangerous than one with allies. That's quite scary as well. The things that Israel would do if they actually felt alone and cornered without the United States or anyone else helping, like, fuck.
The European masses.
You see, many people will find this very chilling, that you knew what would happen because history told you what would happen, and you knew that the majority of those killed would be women and children because we know what the population is of Gaza, and yet you went ahead.
He said masses, not Nazis, Jesus.
Anyway, in effect, you decided to sacrifice
your
own women and children for a political gamble.
We have two tracks. Either we win or we lose. Either the international community apply enough diplomatic pressure to make Israel abide by the international will, or the other track, which is historically not innovated by the Palestinian nation, but the Vietnamese, the Filipinos, the Afghan, the Iraqis against the colonials and the Western hegemony through defending themselves, because this thing has been imposed on us. We did not kill our children.
It is not just that you knew, it is that you are still using a strategy of human shields.
Ooh.
Your fighters are still amongst the civilian population, and that makes it easy for Israel to justify all collateral damage.
Can you prove
You're
that?
again doing it to your own
Can you
people.
prove that? Israel has refused the proposal of Hamas.
Are you denying it?
Yes, of course. We don't use
What,
the
the fighters are not amongst the people?
It's the Israelis. Israelis are killing them without any reason. Show me any evidence that there is a Hamas headquarters in a Shifa hospital, as they have said, or Al-Ma'madani, as they have lied to the international community.
Well, what was going
Mind
on?
you, they did find tunnel networks and weapons stockpiles in the Al Shifa hospital. The problem with Al Shifa was that it wasn't as extensive as they expected it to be. They didn't find the big command and control center, and they didn't see as many tunnels as they said there were in the graphics. But they did have weapons. Like, they did have weapons. Anyway.
On in all those tunnels?
In where?
All those tunnels underneath the hospital.
These are tunnels in particular places, not in
What were they
residential
used for?
areas. I was telling you.
I have been to
I
Gaza
was
in
telling you,
2014
I
and I
was
have
telling
Yeah,
seen
the tunnels were in the hospital complex. Yeah. Okay.
If you allow
rockets
me.
being fired from civilian areas myself with my own eyes. I
Maybe-
know
maybe
that
Hamas
Hamas
are-
fighters
I don't think so. I don't think so.
are in civilian areas.
No. They are not like.
But
Okay,
you can't
just
deny
prove
that.
it.
The targets themselves on October the 7th were largely civilian. We've seen in the hostage handovers, some of them were very elderly, fragile. Why on earth were they military targets?
Two things. See, one of the things that I tell you that many of those hostages, including those senior fellows of 80 years and 90 years, they have been detained by families, Palestinian families. You know, the time we have attacked over there inside the occupied territories, those occupied the territories by language of international law, we have attacked on particular 50 bases, and they were military bases.
But you have to explain why you killed civilians. Why
We did not
you
target
carried away
civilians.
young girls
We
on the
did-
back of motorbikes.
No,
Why
no,
you
no.
kidnapped
That's
old
all.
people.
I
It's true
challenge
because
you.
you've released them.
I challenge. No,
Source.
we did not release them. I challenge you, and I had an interview with BBC Panorama, and I asked them to produce all those photos and videos, and I am ready to answer for everyone.
What, it's all been faked?
Most of them.
That is not a credible position to say that
No.
those
See-
videos have been
see,
faked.
yeah, listen, I'll give you an evidence. Why should 300 Palestinians killed in West Bank since 7th of October by the settlers, who you call them civilians, who are having their own weapons, they're trained for 2 years, and they are safeguarded.
That is a
Listen
good
to me.
deflection, but
Sorry?
that is a deflection from what I'm
Is he
asking.
saying the people in the
it's not
kibbutz
Yes, of
deflection.
course.
I'm trying
Of course,
to-
there's a huge problem in the West Bank and the settlers.
Not
Oh, no, he's
only
talking about
this
West Bank.
It's all Palestine. So I'm trying over
Oh,
here.
all Palestine. Okay. So he's saying Israel as well. Yeah, okay. There we go. Armed settlers. Okay. Where's my source that there were tunnels under the Al Shifa complex? Even the Washington Post article mentioned that. They just said there wasn't as much as Israeli intelligence claimed they would find at that point. People don't actually understand how I feel like no one read this article properly. The point of this article was that there was evidence of activity in the hospital, but there wasn't as much of a presence underneath this hospital as Israel said there would be. So like here, there's a tunnel breach within the complex, tunnel entry within the complex. Anyway. Which was the hospital that had the Al-Aqsa flood chart? I can't remember.
Here to tell you that it is a complete picture. There is occupation, and because
Even Amnesty in 2014-15, was it Operation Protective Edge? Even they had a report from 2014 or talking about how Hamas were using Al-Shifa to torture people and shit. Like, torture, bullet shots, yeah, people being interrogated and tortured and otherwise ill-treated in a disused outpatient clinic within the grounds of the city's main Al-Shifa hospital. Yeah. We know that they've done this for years. It's just it's not even an open secret. It's just open.
this occupation, killing is happening over there among Palestinians and among Israeli civilians. And the responsible for that, the only responsible, and direct responsible is the occupation.
Are you saying that everybody killed on October the 7th were legitimate targets?
Was legitimate target? Yes, because of the occupation.
God.
So the occupation makes anything legitimate that you do?
It's not legitimate. The occupation is illegitimate. And because of
And
that...
you're using that to justify everything that you did?
Do you just suggest me to...
Here's from the Times, if you don't... Like, this is from the Al-Shifa Hospital Complex. The guy said yes because of the occupation. Yeah. You can see there's the animation of it alongside. Well, this is the evidence I'm alluding to, Hadron. You're not really supposed to do this shit in a hospital complex. Anyway.
To be killed and not respond? Do you suggest me to be cornered and not and
Well,
suffocated?
there are different ways to respond.
Just no. Listen, again, you are missing the big picture. The big picture that we are living under the siege.
In the last few days, there have been talks in Russia where they have been trying to get some sort of unity between Hamas and Fatah. Do you think that is possible?
Yes, we are united today because no Palestinian today is not knowing that we are defending ourselves.
So do you think some sort of political entity is possible in the future in which you come together?
You see, we have proposed a government to rearrange the internal Palestinian house. And they will be assigned two major tasks. One, how to rebuild what has been destroyed by Israel. And second, is to proceed further for the election.
And so do you think that is the future administration of Palestinian territory? Where you come together rather than oppose each other?
Of course, we have to be united always.
Right now, the United States, Israel, and the United Kingdom all say Hamas cannot be part of the future of Palestinian government.
That is ridiculous because they are not the people who will decide the future of our nation. It's our people who will say who will govern them. You know, this is a very paradox in the Western community. They believe in democracy, and the time we emerged victorious in 2006, they did not allow us to govern even for a single day. They besieged us, and they impeded the democracy to proceed because this is a one-sided democracy. It's for them only. What I'm saying over here, it's our people to decide.
I can show you tunnels like that in almost any Western hospital you'd care to name. Okay.
This room is an operational room that has communication.
There are tunnels like this in any Western hospital with all these like, with these fucking little beds and shit.
They come up next to us. It's not just a regular tunnel. This is a high facility compound. Electricity gear, of course, comes out from the hospital.
Where there's like exposed cable. What the fuck are you talking about? Show me.
Decide the future of our people.
Will it always be Hamas as an entity? Or is it possible that it could change into something
I'm getting trolled. This guy here, Hadron, is a troll.
else
No,
that
Hamas
might
is
be regarded as more politically acceptable to other people?
Acceptable by whom?
By the people you're going to have to do a deal with.
People, our masses, they voted for us.
No, you're going to have to do an agreement with the international community.
I'm not very much concerned by about Israel. They are our enemy. I'm not concerned much about those who still having the target to kill the majority of the Palestinian who has voted in majority for us.
How do you see this now playing out?
This is to be decided first politically by the people of Palestine. Today, unfortunately, I tell you, after such sacrifices, those terminologies like hatred level, coexistence, peaceful revolution, it won't be easy to convince those slain families with their own sufferings.
Isn't the problem that if you maintain your position that Israel cannot exist and that is your goal, you cannot be part of any sort of international talks process that goes on here? And, you know, apart from, there is no military solution to this, so you're going to have to be part of a talks
I agree
process.
with you on the last thing. That let us start from that point, that there is no military solution for that. And we believe that resistance is a tool. Military is a tool. It's not a target. Our goal is to achieve independence.
Yeah, but you want to be in the room, don't you? You don't want to be outside the room as a pressure
We
group.
are part and parcel. Nobody can exclude Hamas and exclude resistance from there. But for the sake of debate, again, forget about Hamas. Convince my nation for the next what they want, and we will abide by. I mean, don't ask Hamas as a movement what they are looking for, what they think about so-called Israel. That is different. Ask the
So-called Israel.
Palestinians. Now, if the day comes that Palestinians will be respected as a nation, there will be many ideas, I tell you. I'm telling you that my people, they do not know what is the meaning of freedom. What is the meaning of an independent state? For a student who has finished his school and he wants to study in any university in the neighborhood, he or she, they will not be able to know what card they should carry for the first flight to take them away. What type of visa will be granted to them? They don't know how to live. You in the international community did not grant our nation that opportunity to live as human as any human nation in the world, as peaceful as any peaceful nation in the world. Forget about the political entities. Political entities today, Hamas is no more a party. It's a political party. It's a trend. The slogans of Hamas, the slogan of resistance is being repeated by the youngsters from Washington to Jakarta.
That's true. They are sometimes saying that. Yeah. Oh. That was really boring. Anyway. Hadron, you can leave. Boring. Boring cunt. Okay. Whoa. My emails? Yeah, good thing there's nothing. Nah, there was nothing there you guys didn't need to see. That's fine. Woo! Channel 4W. Yeah? Yeah, why not? Okay. Do I want to look at this UN intercept dispute? We probably should because we read the UN story, but we didn't read the pushback to it. That might be interesting. Probably fair to read the pushback. Oh, put Vosh on. What? What's he doing? He's not streaming, is he? I don't see him here. I thought he was going live, but I don't see him live. Okay. Let Vosh out of the stables. Stop. Oh. He'll be doing State of the Union. Ah. Well, fuck that. I don't care about State of the Union. Okay. Okay. Tired box. I am quite tired today. So whenever I'm in video essay season, which I am currently in right now, makes me quite sleepy. Anyway. Sweden joined NATO today officially. Yeah, I saw that. W Sweden. Well done, guys. Have a good one. All right. Stay safe. What's this? What? Where did that picture go? That I just opened. Yeah. Where is it? Fuck. I don't know, whatever. Did you do the George Galloway stuff? There should be a segment coming out any day now, don't worry. But yes, I did. I did cover it, and I covered why it's a bunch of bullshit. And you shouldn't care about it because George Galloway is not going to actually do anything. He's just there to puff up his own profile, and he'll probably lose in 4 years. Yeah. When are you doing the rap video? No! Oh. Apparently this Ninetales person, Cosmic Fox, sexually harassed someone according to Corn person. Okay, don't care. Don't care. Don't care. Or actually, no, someone else did. Maybe someone else did. Ah, okay. Okay, got you. I don't know. Whatever, don't care. Huh. So what's the timeline here? This was the first article, wasn't it? How Hamas weaponized sexual violence on October 7th. That's one article. What are the other ones? Yeah, the journalism war. So that's one. What's next? The Intercept, New York Times, Hamas. That's from 2 days ago, but wasn't there an older one? Oh. Was it this one? This is from December 28th. This was January 28th. Fuck off. I really have to put my fucking email address in. You kidding me? Haha, don't care. I'm in. All right, leave me alone. And then there was another New York Times one. Is the Mearsheimer vid still coming? Yep, middle of this month. This was the UN team. Then the Intercept responded to that one. And then the New York Times responded to that one. Is this where we are now? So New York Times in December does an article. Intercept responds to it in January. New York Times talks about the UN investigation, which we read already. Intercept does the pushback again from Kibbutz Be'eri. And then the New York Times yesterday has an opinion piece on denial of rape in Israel. Okay. Is that where we are? I guess we could read the UN report itself. Wherever the fuck that is. Full report. and a news release. Okay. So these three go hand in hand. The full report's 23 pages. The news release is this. I don't think we need to read the news release. I ain't reading all that. Well, you know what? You don't need to. Because I'm going to read it for you. Get fucked. Okay. Doing this without ADHD meds is going to make me very grumpy. Oh, I need motivation. I need motivation. All right. Sorry. Hang on. Just give me 1 second. Okay. 1 second. I just need some chat. I need some. Am I gonna ask for this? I just need some affirmation. Okay. I just need people to say nice things about me for like a minute. Okay. Fuck me. While I meditate. Okay. I'm gonna breathe. I'm having an extreme ADHD day today. Deep breaths are nice. Actually, I don't know why I'm asking for words of affirmation. They don't affect me that much. I just ooh. Okay. You look Israeli. Fuck me. Mm. Okay. Wait. Just give me another second, okay, guys? Just give me another second. All right, okay? I need to really make sure I'm in the zone when I just give me a second, okay? I could It's just a couple of articles. I can take breaks after each article. I can do it. I don't need to take notes. This is not difficult to follow. This won't be difficult to follow. It seems to be that the main debate is I don't think any reasonable human anymore is saying that no rapes happened, okay? I don't think people are saying that. I think what people are saying is there's a dispute between whether or not it happened sporadically
Smarmy, cuck
or
bastard.
whether it was
I enjoyed
systematic.
the second thought video.
Ignotus, thanks for the $10. Really appreciate that. I'm glad you think so. It's whether or not it was systematic, whether or not it was systemic or not, right? Whether or not it was like
Loner box,
seemed
you
to be something that was either
smarmy
allowed
cuck
very
bastard.
vocally or even ordered from the top down. Okay. Am I wrong? Okay. I don't care about people who think it didn't happen, okay? They can they can eat glass. It's fine, okay? And then they can also explain to me why they think rapes happened in fucking 1948 in some villages where soldiers didn't admit to it. I don't know. Fuck. Like fucking Dariusine and shit. I don't know. Like Ignotus, sorry. Hill Belichick of Predictalt. The $5. I have no words of affirmation, so have some money. I really appreciate that. I suppose you think they're brain dead too. Okay. Predict it. Ah, okay. Nice one. I can't read. I'm dyslexic, which is why I'm going to read. Okay, let's go. Fuck me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 reads. This one, we read this one already. Can we just skip this one? No. None of you remember what's in it. I don't remember what's in it. Okay. I do actually remember because I'm autistic, but you guys aren't autistic. I read this. I'm going to read it again. I want to find out what's going on. Screams without words. How Hamas weaponized sexual violence on October 7th. A Times investigation uncovered new details showing a pattern of rape, mutilation, and extreme brutality against women in the attacks on Israel. I imagine already the big contention we're going to start seeing is whether or not they weaponized, as in like whether it was deliberate orders or whether it was systematic or whether or not people just kind of did it when they were there. Okay. Okay. Jeffrey Gettleman, Anat Schwartz, and Adam Sella reported from across Israel and interviewed more than 150 people. At first, she was known simply as the woman in the black dress. In a grainy video, you can see her lying on her back, dress torn, legs spread, vagina exposed. Her face is burned beyond recognition, and her right hand covers her eyes. The video was shot in the early hours of October 8th by a woman searching for a missing friend at the site of the rave in southern Israel the day before. Hamas terrorists massacred hundreds of young Israelis. The video went viral, with thousands of people responding, desperate to know if the woman in the black dress was their missing friend, sister, or daughter. One family knew exactly who she was. Gal Abdush, mother of 2 from a working-class town in central Israel, who disappeared from the rave that night with her husband. As the terrorists closed in on her, trapped on a highway and a line of cars of people trying to flee the party, she sent one final WhatsApp message to her family. You don't understand. Based largely on video evidence, which was verified by the New York Times, Israeli police officials said they believed that Miss Abdush was raped and she had become the symbol of the horrors visited upon Israeli women and girls during the October 7th attacks. Israeli officials say that everywhere Hamas terrorists struck, the rave, the military bases along the Gaza border, and the kibbutzim, they brutalized women. A 2-month investigation by the Times uncovered painful new details, establishing that the attacks against women were not isolated events, but part of a broader pattern of gender-based violence on October 7th. Okay. Relying on video footage, photographs, GPS data from mobile phones, and interviews with more than 150 people, including witnesses, medical personnel, soldiers, and rape counselors, the Times identified at least 7 locations where Israeli women and girls appear to have been sexually assaulted or mutilated. Being very careful with their language again here. Appear. Always be careful when a journalist says the word appear. So they are saying that. Yeah. Okay. Four witnesses described in graphic detail seeing women raped at least and killed at 2 different places along Route 232, the same highway where Ms. Abdush's half-naked body was found sprawled on the road at a 3rd location. And the Times interviewed several soldiers and volunteer medics who together described finding more than 30 bodies of women and girls in and around the rave site and in 2 kibbutzim in a similar state as Ms. Abdush's. Legs spread, clothes torn off, signs of abuse in their genital areas. Okay, so they've acknowledged a pattern of more than 30 bodies, according to soldiers and medics. Okay. Many of the accounts are difficult to bear, and the visual evidence is disturbing to see. The Times viewed photographs of one woman's corpse that emergency responders discovered in the rubble of a besieged kibbutz with dozens of nails driven into her thighs and groin. The Times also viewed a video provided by the Israeli military showing 2 dead Israeli soldiers at a base near Gaza who appear to have been shot directly in their vaginas. Hamas has denied Israel's accusations of sexual violence. Israeli activists have been outraged that the United Nations Security General Antonio Guterres, the UN and the agency UN Women did not acknowledge the many accusations until weeks after the attacks. Oh, I'm so sorry. Trigger warning, etc. It's all going to be like this, okay? Fuck. All right. Investigators with Israel's top national police unit, Lahav 433, have been steadily gathering evidence, but they have not put a number on how many women were raped, saying that most are dead and buried, and that they will never know. No survivors have spoken publicly. The Israeli police have acknowledged that during the shock and confusion of October 7th, the deadliest day in Israeli history, they were not focused on collecting semen samples from women's bodies, requesting autopsies, or closely examining crime scenes. At that moment, the authorities said they were intent on repelling Hamas and identifying the dead. A combination of chaos, enormous grief, and Jewish religious duties meant that many bodies were buried as quickly as possible. Most were never examined, and in some cases, like the rave scene where more than 360 people were slaughtered in a few hours, the bodies were hauled away by the truckload. That has left the Israeli authorities at a loss to fully explain to families what happened to their loved ones in their final moments. Ms. Abdish's relatives, for instance, never received a death certificate. They are still searching for answers. Yeah, I don't think autopsies are very common, are they? In Jewish ritual. In cases of widespread sexual violence during a war, it is not unusual to have limited forensic evidence, experts said. This should be so obvious. Anyway, whatever. Armed conflict is so chaotic, said Adil Hake, Rutgers law professor and war crimes expert. People are more focused on their safety than on building a criminal case down the road. Very often, he said, sex crimes will be prosecuted years later on the basis of testimony from victims and witnesses. The eyewitnesses might not even know the name of the victim, he added. But if they can testify as, I saw a woman being raped by this armed group, that can be enough. Screams without words. Sapir, a 26-year-old accountant, has become one of the Israeli police's key witnesses. She does not want to be fully identified, saying she would be hounded for the rest of her life if her last name were revealed. She attended the rave with several friends and provided investigators with graphic testimony. She also spoke to The Times. In a 2-hour interview outside a cafe in southern Israel, she recounted seeing groups of heavily armed gunmen rape and kill at least 5 women. She said that at 8 a.m. on October 7th, she was hiding under the low branches of a bushy tamarisk tree just off Route 232, about 4 miles southwest of the party. She had been shot in the back. She felt faint. She covered herself in dry grass and lay as still as she could. About 15 meters from her hiding place, she said she saw motorcycles and cars and trucks pulling up. She said that she saw about 100 men, most of them dressed in military fatigues and combat boots, a few in dark sweatsuits, getting in and out of the vehicles. She said the men congregated along the road and passed between them assault rifles, grenades, small missiles, and badly wounded women. It was like an assembly point, she said. The first victim she said she saw was a young woman with copper color hair, blood running down her back, pants pushed down to her knees. One man pulled her by the hair and made her bend over, another penetrated her, Sapir said, and every time she flinched, he plunged a knife into her back. She said she then watched another woman shredded into pieces. While one terrorist raped her, she said, another pulled out a box cutter and sliced off her breast. One continues to rape her, and the others throw her breast to someone else, and they play with it, throw it, and it falls on the road, Sapir said. She said the men sliced her face, and the woman fell out of view. Around the same time, she said, she saw 3 other women raped and terrorists carrying the severed heads of 3 more women. Sapir provided photographs of her hiding place and her wounds, and police officials have stood by her testimony and released a video of her with her face blurred, recounting some of what she saw. Yura Carroll, a 22-year-old security consultant, said she was hiding in the same spot, and he can be seen in one of Sapir's photos. He and Sapir were part of a group of friends who had met up at the party. In an interview, Mr. Carroll said he barely lifted his head to look at the road, but he also described seeing a woman raped and killed. Since that day, Sapir said she has struggled with a painful rash that spread across her torso, and she can barely sleep, waking up at night, heart pounding, covered in sweat. That day, I became an animal, she said. I was emotionally detached, sharp, just the adrenaline of survival. I looked at all this as if I was photographing them with my eyes, not forgetting any detail. I told myself I should remember everything. That same morning, along Route 232, but at a different location, about a mile southwest of the party area, Raz Cohen, a young Israeli who had also attended the rave and had worked recently in the Democratic Republic of Congo, training Congolese soldiers, said that he was hiding in a dried-up steam bed. It provided some cover from the assailants combing the area and shooting anyone they found, he said in an hour-and-a-half interview in a Tel Aviv restaurant. Maybe 40 yards in front of him, he recalled a white van pulled up and its doors flew open. He said he then saw 5 men wearing civilian clothes, all carrying knives, and one carrying a hammer, dragging a woman across the ground. She was young, naked, and screaming. They all gather around her, Mr. Cohen said. She's standing up. They start raping her. I saw the men standing in half circle around her. One penetrates her. She screams. I still remember her voice, screams without words. Then one of them raises a knife, he said, and they just slaughtered her. Shoam Guetta. One of Mr. Cohen's friends and a fashion designer said the two were hiding together in the stream bed. Is it steam bed or stream bed? I don't know. He said he saw at least 4 men step out of the van and attack the woman, who ended up between their legs. He said that they were talking, giggling, and shouting, and that one of them stabbed her with a knife repeatedly, literally butchering her. Stream, okay. Hours later, the first wave of volunteer emergency medical technicians arrived at the rave site. In interviews, 4 of them said that they discovered bodies of dead women with their legs spread and underwear missing, some with their hands tied by rope and zip ties, in the park area along with the road, in the parking area, and in the open fields around the rave site. Jamal Waraki, a volunteer medic with the non-profit Zaka emergency response team, said he could not get out of his head a young woman in a rawhide vest found between the main stage and the bar. Her hands were tied behind her back, he said. She was bent over, half naked, her underwear rolled down below her knees. Yenon Rivlin, a member of the rave's production team who lost 2 brothers in the attacks, said that after hiding from the killers, he emerged from a ditch and made his way to the parking area, east of the party along Route 232, looking for survivors. Near the highway, he said he found the body of a young woman on her stomach, no pants or underwear, legs spread apart. He said her vagina area appeared to have been sliced open, as if someone tore her apart. Similar discoveries were made in 2 kibbutzim, Be'eri and Kfar Aza. 8 volunteer medics and 2 Israeli soldiers told the Times that in at least 6 different houses they'd come across a total of 24 bodies of women and girls, naked or half naked, some mutilated, others tied up, and often alone. A paramedic in an Israeli commando unit said that he had found the bodies of 2 teenage girls in a room in Be'eri. One was lying on her side, he said, boxer shorts ripped, bruises by her groin. The other was sprawled on the floor, face down, he said, pajama pants pulled to her knees, bottom exposed, semen smeared on her back. Because his job was to look for survivors, he said, he kept moving and did not document the scene. Neighbors of the 2 girls killed, who were sisters, 13 and 16, said their bodies had been found alone, separated from the rest of their family. The Israeli military allowed the paramedic to speak with reporters on the condition that he not be identified because he serves in an elite unit. Many of the dead were brought to the Shura military base in central Israel for identification. Here, too, witnesses said they saw signs of sexual violence. Shari Mendez, an architect called up as a reserve soldier to help prepare the bodies of female soldiers for burial, said she had seen 4 with signs of sexual violence, including some with a lot of blood in their pelvic areas. A dentist, Captain Mayan, who worked at the same identification center, said that she had seen at least 10 bodies of female soldiers from Gaza observation posts with signs of sexual violence. Captain Mayan asked to be identified only by her rank and surname because of the sensitivity of the subject. She said she had seen several bodies with cuts in their vaginas and underwear soaked in blood, and one whose fingernails had been pulled out. The investigation. The Israeli authorities have no shortage of video evidence from the October 7th attacks. They have gathered hours of footage from Hamas body cameras, dash cams, security cameras, and mobile phones showing Hamas terrorists killing civilians and many images of mutilated bodies. But Moshe Finzi, a deputy superintendent and senior spokesman of Israeli National Police, said, "We have 0 autopsies." 0, making an O with his right hand. In the aftermath of the attack, police officials said forensic examiners were dispatched to the Shura military base to help identify the hundreds of bodies. Israeli officials say around 1,200 people were killed that day. The examiners worked quickly to give the agonized families of the missing a sense of closure and to determine by a process of elimination who was dead and who was being held hostage in Gaza. According to Jewish tradition, funerals are held promptly. The result was that many bodies with signs of sexual abuse were put to rest without medical examinations, meaning that potential evidence now lies buried in the ground. International forensic experts said that it would be possible to recover some evidence from the corpses, but that it would be difficult. Mr. Finzi said Israeli security forces were still finding imagery that shows women were brutalized. Sitting at his desk in an imposing police building in Jerusalem, he swiped open his phone, tapped and produced the video of the 2 soldiers shot in the vagina, which he said was recorded by Hamas gunmen and recently recovered by Israeli soldiers. A colleague sitting next to him, Merit Ben Meir, a police chief superintendent, said she believed that the brutality against women was a combination of 2 ferocious forces, the hatred for Jews and the hatred for women. Some emergency medical workers now wish they had documented more of what they saw. In interviews, they said they had moved bodies, cut off zip ties, and cleaned up scenes of carnage. Trying to be respectful to the dead, they inadvertently destroyed evidence. Many volunteers working for Zaka, the emergency response team, are religious Jews and operate under strict rules that command deep respect for the dead. "I did not take pictures because we are not allowed to take pictures," said Yossi Landu, a Zaka volunteer. "In retrospect, I regret it." There are at least 3 women and 1 man who were sexually assaulted and survived, according to Gil Horev, a spokesman for Israel's Ministry of Welfare and Social Affairs. "None of them has been willing to come physically for treatment," he said. 2 therapists say they are working with a woman who was gang raped at the rave and was in no condition to talk to investigators or reporters. The trauma from sexual assault can be so heavy that sometimes survivors do not speak about it for years, several rape counselors said. Many people are looking for the golden evidence of a woman who will testify about what happened to her, but don't look for that. Don't put this pressure on this woman, said Orit Suletzinow, executive director of the Association of Rape Crisis Centers in Israel. The corpses tell the story. The woman in the black dress. One of the last images of Ms. Abdush alive, captured by a security camera mounted on her front door, shows her leaving home with her husband Nagi at 2:30 a.m. on October 7th for the rave. He was wearing jeans and a black t-shirt. She was dressed in a short black dress, a black shawl tied around her waist, and combat boots. As she struts out, she takes a swig from a glass. Her brother-in-law remembers it was Red Bull and vodka and laughs. You've got to live life like it's your last moments. That was her motto, her sister said. At daybreak, hundreds of terrorists closed in on the party from several directions, blocking the highways leading out. The couple jumped into their Audi, dashing off a string of messages as they moved. We're on the border, Ms. Abdush wrote to her family. We're leaving. Explosions. Her husband made his own calls to his family, leaving a final audio message for his brother Nassim at 7:44 a.m. Take care of the kids, he said. I love you. Gunshots rang out and the message stopped. That night, Eden Wesley, a car mechanic, drove to the rave site with 3 friends and found Ms. Abdush sprawled half naked on the road next to her burned car, about 9 miles north of the site. She did not see the body of Mr. Abdush. She saw other burned cars and other bodies and shot videos of several, hoping that they would help people identify the missing relatives. When she posted the video of the woman in the black dress on her Instagram story, she was deluged with messages. Hi, based on your description of the woman in the black dress, did she have blonde hair? One message read. Eden, the woman you described with the black dress. Do you remember the color of her eyes? Another said. Some members of the Abdush family saw that video and another version of it filmed by one of Miss Wesley's friends. They immediately suspected that the body was Miss Abdush, and based on the way her body was found, they feared that she might have been raped. But they kept alive a flicker of hope that somehow it wasn't true. The videos caught the eye of Israeli officials as well. Very quickly after October 7th, they began gathering evidence of atrocities. They included footage of Ms. Abdush's body in a presentation made to foreign governments and media organizations, using Ms. Abdush as a representation of violence committed against women that day. I think I've seen this video. I think this video has actually been on some of the... I recognize this frame. Yeah. Fuck. Hmm. A week after her body was found, 3 governmental social workers appeared at the gate of the family's home in Kiryat Ekron, a small town in central Israel. They broke the news that Ms. Abdush, 34, had been found dead. But the only document the family received was a 1-page form letter from Israel's president, Isaac Herzog, expressing his condolences and sending a hug. The body of Mr. Abdush, 35, was identified 2 days later after his wife's. It was badly burned, and investigators determined who he was based on a DNA sample and his wedding ring. The couple had been together since they were teenagers. To the family, it seems only yesterday that Mr. Abdush was heading off to work to fix water heaters, a bag of tools slung over his shoulder, and Ms. Abdush was cooking up mashed potatoes and schnitzel for their 2 sons, Eliav, 10, and Raphael, 7. The boys are now orphans. They were sleeping over at their aunt's the night their parents were killed. Ms. Abdush's mother and father have applied for permanent custody, and everyone is chipping in to help. Night after night, Ms. Abdush's mother, Eti Bracha, lies in bed with the boys until they drift off. A few weeks ago, she said she tried to quietly leave their bedroom when the younger boy stopped her. Grandma, he said, I want to ask you a question. Honey, she said, you can ask anything. Grandma, how did Mum die? So that was... Earlier version misstated the age of Sapir. She's 26, not 24. Okay. So what are we gathering from that total summary? They are suggesting widespread, although they haven't said it categorically. They're saying at least 7 locations. They're basing their findings on first responder statements, forensics, not autopsies, witness statements. Apparently 3 women and 1 man who survived are in care, but they're not willing to speak. Okay. And apparently The Intercept had a problem with this article to start with. because it caused an internal firestorm. What did they say about the evidence of it being systematic? And often based on like how the bodies were found, a pattern of how the bodies were found. Um, at least 7 locations. A 2-month investigation uncovered new details establishing that they were not isolated, but part of a broader pattern. Okay. I'd be interested to see in the United States or just any random country how many rape cases are built just off of witness statements. I would imagine most of them are. Or it would often be accusation from the actual victim. Which is different from this because witnesses saying they saw it, but... Okay. I wonder. That's 1 out of 6 reads, you guys. What did Dustin do goatee again? He's had this before though, right? He looks so soft along the sides. Okay. Okay, whatever. Why is President Sunday still tweeting about him? That's his thing. Sunday's whole thing is going after people. That's what he does. Makes him happy. I hope it makes him happy, because otherwise it's kind of sad. Who in chat is saying, please don't call Hamas rapists? What? Okay. Anyway. I need to go to the bathroom. Then I'll be back. That was 1 out of 6. Okay. Oh, God. Oh, God. Huh. 5 more to go. This Intercept article is not as long. And it's bigger writing. Hey, it's not as long at all, actually. It's much shorter. Okay. I'll do this one. And then we'll see what the progress is. Because these are quite close to each other. There's a big gap for like 2 months. So. Hang on. I just need... Fuck. Just need to conjure up some motivation. Ooh. People always talk about needing the motivation. That's not the point, though. The point is doing it when you don't have the motivation. Like, when you say I need the motivation, that's like, if you have the motivation, you'll just do it. But you have to be able to do it when you don't have the motivation. Like, Does anyone have a Loner Box Wii statistics spreadsheet like Hassan claims his chat has? What do you mean statistics spreadsheet? What? You're making fun of Cher. Oh, Cher's like an Israeli. Right-leaning, I think. Based on, I don't know if she actually is right-leaning, but I guess she's more of an independent thinker, is what she is. She's all over the shop. Anyway. Okay. Everyone's right-leaning to learn. True, because I'm very soy. I have not abandoned fully the soy. Only most of it. New York Times puts daily episode on ice. Hang on, that was too... That was too abrupt. Oh, God. Okay. Now I'm ready. Okay. New York Times puts daily episode on ice amid internal firestorm over Hamas sexual violence article. As the Times faces scrutiny for its coverage of Israel's war in Gaza, it has capitulated to the pro-Israel media watchdog, Camera. Ooh. Lonerbox, are you still dating that cute non-binary climate protester? No. We're still friends, but that was a while ago. Old news, guys. Old news. Okay. I'll do this one, then I go bathroom. Okay. So, there's a strong opening here. Very strong opening. Ooh. The New York Times pulled a high-profile episode of its podcast, The Daily, about sexual violence perpetrated by Hamas on October 7th, amid a furious internal debate about the strength of the paper's original reporting on the subject. Times newsroom sources told The Intercept the episode had been scheduled for January 9th and was based on a prominent article led by Pulitzer Prize winner Jeffrey Gettleman, claiming that Hamas had systematically used sexual violence as a weapon of war. It's hard to... They said they used it... They said they weaponized it as a... Yeah, they weaponized sexual violence, but weapon of... This already seems like... This is the problem with them using the word appear in some of these. Appeared. It's... I don't actually know if the New York Times claim is as strong as this, but it does seem like they're saying... Weapon. Where was that bit we just read? Yeah, broader pattern. But this makes it sound like they're claiming Hamas directed it or ordered it. I don't know. Whatever. The New York Times report was initially heralded in an email sent to the newsroom, conveying praise from executive editor Joe Kahn, who described the story as an example of the best kind of enterprise reporting the paper is capable of. In the past couple of weeks, as the year drew to a close and many of us were on holiday, we published several signature pieces of enterprise on the Israel-Hamas war from different teams in the newsroom. I guess this is where the big debate is, though, isn't it? Is whether or not it was used as a weapon of war. Jeffrey Gettleman, Anat Schwartz, and Adam Sella spent several weeks and conducted 750 interviews to report on how Hamas weaponized sexual violence during the October 7th attack. The topic is a highly politicized issue and a delicate one to report, and Joe noted how the team, including photographs by Avishag Shah Yeshuv did it in a sensitive and detailed way. But the message came roughly at the same time as another staff missive urging Times employees not to criticize each other on the company's internal Slack. Many reporters and editors understood that directive to be a reference to an intense internal debate unfolding over the story, a rolling fight that is revived on a near daily basis over the tenor of Times coverage of the war in Gaza. A Times spokesperson, Charlie Statlander, said those assumptions were inaccurate and that the email was a release of a company-wide policy, the deliberate and measured development of which began in the beginning of 2023. A criticism of Gettleman's story grew both internally and externally. Producers of The Daily shelved the original script and paused the episode. According to newsroom sources familiar with the process, a new script was drafted, one that offered major caveats, allowed for uncertainty, and asked open-ended questions that were absent from the original article, which presented its findings as definitive evidence of the systematic use of sexual violence as a weapon of war. This is I'm not really. It's hard to say because they're definitely like pushing you in that direction, but whether they're actually saying that definitive evidence. When they say part of a broader pattern, I guess that. But then they also say a lot of the evidence is destroyed and they're never going to... It sounds like they're... I don't know. I don't know if they're strawmanning, but they're definitely like... They're wording the New York Times' claims in stronger words and more definitive words, which might suggest they're trying to take down something specific that the Times maybe did or didn't say. Anyway. Like when, for example, when I looked at the Myanmar case and the widespread rapes there, and I guess the Rohingyas, they refer you to Rwanda, where rape was used deliberately and systematically as a means of breaking the social fabric of the Tutsi community. Like that was actually like which is very much systematic weapon of war, right? Weapon of genocide, really, because a lot of people don't know that. A lot of people don't know that rape is its own form of genocide. It's its own form of like biological or physical destruction because it's often used in genocides as a way of breaking up the community, of especially when rape is like being raped is quite heavily stigmatized in a lot of communities where this happens, like especially with the Rohingyas, like those communities. So yeah, that's like a whole thing as well. When they say, for example, in the Genocide Convention, you've got causing serious bodily or mental harm, the practice of that particular category is often in reference to mass rapes. Like, yeah. Anyway. But I feel like if you were hinging on the systematic thing, you would probably define quite clearly what you mean by that. Okay. As criticism of Gettleman's story grew both internally and externally, producers of The Daily shelved the script. The new draft remains the subject of significant controversy and has yet to be aired on the flagship podcast. The producers and the paper of record find themselves in a jam. Run a version that hews closely to the previous published story and risk republishing serious mistakes, or publish a heavily toned-down version, raising questions about whether the paper still stands by the original report. Meanwhile, sources at the Times say Gettleman has been assigned a follow-up to gather evidence supporting his original reporting. On January 29th, he and his co-reporters published a follow-up story addressing questions raised on social media by critics about the Times sourcing on claims of sexual violence. Internal critics worry that the article is another caliphate-level journalistic debate. There seems to be no self-awareness at the top, said one frustrated Times editorial staffer. The story deserved more fact-checking and much more reporting, all basic standards applied to countless other stories. The critics have highlighted major discrepancies in the accounts presented in the Times, subsequent public comments from the family of a major subject of the article denouncing it, and comments from a key witness seeming to contradict a claim attributed to him in the article. Oh. Mondo Vice, what's this? Family says the reporters manipulated them. Oh, Abdush. Abdush family says there is no proof she was raped. And the interview is under false pretenses. The mother says that the family knew nothing about the sexual assault issue until the piece in the Times was published. We didn't know about the rape at all. We only knew after a New York Times journalist contacted us. They said they matched evidence and concluded that she had been sexually assaulted. There was an Instagram post. Oh, we're gonna have to get deep. Oh no, shit. Hang on. Did they conclude? Israeli police said they believed. Okay. She was found with her legs spread close to her. I mean, if it's the same video I'm thinking of, I think this was true, but let's see. But did they actually say it was proven? Again, I feel like they're exaggerating the New York Times' claims and then pushing back on that, but sprawled. She might have. They feared she might have. They didn't actually say, they just said people said she might have been, or we believe she's been. And already I'm seeing a red flag here because they're saying, this quote saying that they concluded. Are you guys saying there's an Instagram post about this from the family? Is it this? Then on January 1st, Nassim Abdush, Nagi's brother, appeared in an interview in Israeli Channel 13. During the 40-minute interview, Nassim repeatedly denied that his sister-in-law was raped. He explained that his brother Nagi had called him at 7 in the morning, saying his wife was killed and he was next to her body. Then he continued to communicate until 7:44 and never mentioned anything related to sexual assault. Nassim also stated that no official party informed them of these doubts or this investigation, neither the police nor forensic experts. In the interview, Abdush reiterated that his brother's wife was not raped and that the media invented it. Gal's sisters also denied allegations of rape. Her sister Talia Baraka posted on Instagram, "No one can know what Gal went through there, also what Nagi went through, but I can't cooperate with those who say many things that are not true. I plead with you to stop spreading lies. There's a family and children behind them. No one can know if there was rape or if she was burned alive. Have you gone mad? I spoke to Nagi personally, 7 o'clock. Gal was killed by those animals and they shot her in the heart. Nagi was alive until 8:15. The woman in the black dress. Hmm. It's not true that half of her body was burned, only her face, and there is nothing but a dress pulled up. I thought they did say that her face was burned. This is about the woman in the black dress. Did the New York Times edit this article and not say what the edits are? Or are these people saying that the Times have said something that they didn't? It's not true that half of her body was burned, but they haven't said that. They've just said her face is burned. They edited this. Is that what you're saying, Glitterbell? Because I can see the edit at the bottom, which is just changing someone's age. Would I have to go back to my... Do I have to go back to my old stream to see if this actually changed? I know that's the first instinct, is to think that it could be an honor thing. The family might be conservative, yeah. But... The family's testimonies unmistakably confirmed that the Israeli authorities did not have the decency to inform the family about the investigation into their family member's rape. But 3 months following her death, Israeli authorities and the Israeli police are weaponizing her case and using the death of Gal Abdush as propaganda material to garner support for and justify the genocide against Palestinians in Gaza. Okay. What is this publication again? Oh my god. Sasha, you're claiming that the family actually said something different. Likewise, the New York Times also joined in exploiting the family in a highly unethical manner. Despite mentioning the element of rape to the family, the Times reporters did not make it clear that this was the focus of the story. Oh. And evidently got them to agree to participate by saying they wanted to cover the family's tragedy. It appears that they manipulated a working-class Mizrahi family in the service of Israeli Hasbara in order to score a journalistic achievement, which is in reality nothing more than a repetition of fake news and government propaganda. Golly. This fucking publication, my god. Interesting. Sashi, show me where you're getting that from. You seem to have all the answers apparently. So where's the fucking... Can you put it in stream suggestions in Discord or stream chat? Go back to what? What am I going back to? Whatever you were just looking at. What, the family statement? Went viral, went with bad dress. Oh, we didn't know. So in this article, they're actually not showing them denying it. Are they? Wait, there's no way. Oh, the media invented it. What's the context of this quote? So it should be here? Oh, this is the channel 13. It's in Hebrew. Can you translate for me? Why doesn't it have a translate option? Is it because it's an archive? This is the channel 13, isn't it? English. Oh, good. Sexually assaulted. Spoke about the suspicion. Nassim spoke about the suspicion. We were not brought proof, and the last conversation with his brother, he asked me to look after the children. Huh. I don't think the Times made a conclusion, though. They just said they were told by other people. And the family doesn't seem to be denying it in any of these quotes. What does this say? This is a different story, though. This is different people they're talking about here. No, Gal, yeah, okay, Gal's sisters. Oh, okay. Her sister said no one can know. Oh, no one can know if there was a rape or if she was burned alive. Oh. Wait. Oh, God, I need a fucking helmet. Ah, okay, okay. I can't understand all these reports. There were many difficult stories. Why is this story in particular? It's based on only one video published without the family's knowledge. It's true the scenes in the video are not easy, but it's clear that the dress is lifted upwards and is not in a natural state, and half her head is burned because they threw a grenade at the car. I don't want to be understood as if I'm justifying what they did. They're animals, they raped and beheaded people, but in my sister's case, this is not true. Gal sent us a message on WhatsApp saying we're at the border. You can't imagine the sound of explosions around us. At 7 o'clock, my brother-in-law called his brother and said that they shot Gal and she's dying. Doesn't make sense that in 4 minutes they raped her, slaughtered her, and burned her. Those who saw the picture won't argue that. Yeah, obviously, yeah. Other comments suggest the video lacks evidence. And they're still saying the dress was pulled up. Okay. So no one has actually concluded this, though, have they? Israeli police officials said they believed that she was. Okay, this is this really what people are saying? Why people are saying this is like a fake article so far? Yeah, I know. People like that sister-in-law, unfortunately, it's quite dark. Yeah, you're right. Like it doesn't it's assuming that they didn't do anything to her after she was killed. It's like, okay, whatever. Let's carry on. What an interesting segue. Comments from a key witness that seemed to contradict a claim attributed to him in the article. What does this say? Survivor Raz Cohen, who gave the New York Times the quote, "Screams without words." He told Jake Tapper the men he saw were not actually from Hamas, but rather Gazan civilians who came through the fence after the IDF collapsed. The number of non-Hamas people who came through has complicated efforts to figure out what happened that day. Has even made it difficult to know who's holding all the hostages. That doesn't make his allegation any less serious. Makes for an awkward headline on a significant piece of journalism. Hang on. Why can't I get this fucking interview? God. This is just Ryan Grimm's tweet archived. It doesn't. I'd have to go into this. Jake Tapper. How do I get this tweet? How do I get access to this fucking tweet? I have to find this. Oh God. Give me this, please. Instagram. Well, let me see this without logging me. Oh, I found it. Okay, Jake Tapper.
The more time that passes since the October 7th attacks by Hamas on Israel, the more we are learning about the sexual violence and rapes Hamas terrorists committed against Israeli girls and women. Hamas, a terrorist organization that lies all the time, has, of course, denied claims of rape or sexual assault, and witnesses, the ones that are able to speak out, are beginning to speak out about what they have seen firsthand. We want to warn you, the details of what you're about to hear from one witness we just spoke to are disturbing. And one of those witnesses is 24-year-old Raz Kohen, who attended the Nova Festival with his friends, and he survived. Raz, I know none of this is easy to talk about, but it's important that the world hear from witnesses. While you were hiding out that day, hiding from Hamas, you saw 5 men, 5 of these terrorists, pulling a young woman out of a van. Tell us what you saw next.
I hide in the bush, and 30 meters from the bush, I saw a white van that arrived near the bush, and from the van, 5 guys.
So even the Times article mentions they were in civilian clothes. Okay.
5 civilians from Gaza. Normal civilians, not soldiers from Nukhba's soldiers. It was regular people from Gaza with normal clothes, and they started to pull their clothes off. It was like a half a circle, and the girl was in the middle of the circle. And after they pulled the clothes off of the girl, they started to one of them started to rape her, and it was something like a 40 seconds. And after he raped her, he take a knife and kill her, murder her. And after he did it, he continued to rape the dead body.
What was the attitude of this group while they were doing this? Were they angry? Were they cursing? What were they doing?
They don't was angry. They always laugh. I think it was for fun. They murdered a lot of people for fun. They always laugh.
What did they do after they raped her and killed her? And what did they do after that?
They started to run after one couple, boy and a girl, that they saw, and they murdered them too.
With knives?
With a knife and the axes.
You know, there are people out there who deny that there were rapes or sexual assaults against Israeli women on October 7th. You're a witness. You're a witness. What do you say to the people who deny that these things happened?
It's a fact. I don't lie. What I saw, it's what happened. If someone say that it's not happened, is a liar, because until this moment that I stand here and talk with you, always think about what I saw in this moment in the bush.
How did you manage to survive that day?
So I keep hiding in the same bush, something like 9 hours, until the Israeli soldiers found us and take us.
What else did you see that day that you think the world needs to know about?
Before I arrived to the bush, I was running in an open field. We were something like 300 people, and it was like a range. The Hamas shoot from right, from left, and from behind. And in the open field, I saw a lot of dead bodies. I was very close to some girl, and when I passed her, I looked back and I heard that she's fell on the ground. And I'm looking back to the girl, and I saw that she get a shot in the head. I'm looking to the girl, but I can't help her. Yeah. I can't. So I'm keeping run away until I get to the bush.
I also understand that your girlfriend that you went to the festival with did not make it out alive. Tell us about her.
Her name is Maya. We have dated for something like 2 months, and I came to the festival because she go to the festival, and I wanted to be with her. The murder journey started in 6:30 a.m. she go with her friends to the road. They wanted to escape, and me and my friend Shoam and my cousin Yam, we decided to stay in the open area because we didn't want to be a target. Hamas see something like 1,000 cars together, so they shoot to them all the rockets. So we didn't want to be in the road with a lot of cars because it's like one car they get shot with a rocket and another car and another car and another car. So when she go with her friends in 7 a.m. the Hamas start to they did a ambush in the road, and I think that in 7 something like this they murdered Maya and their friend Karina.
It's awful. What else do you want the world to know about that day, Raz? What else should the world know?
I want that the world know that we are strong, and no matter who's coming to and try to beat us, we are here forever.
Raz Kohen, thank you so much for telling us your story. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
So he's describing what he's saying here. He even mentions civilian clothes. What was how did they characterize that? Comments from a key witness. That's what we just saw. Comments from a key witness seeming to contradict a claim attributed to him in the article. But the claim wasn't attributed to him in the article. It's just that he said that they were in civilian clothing, which he says in the article. Is it because it goes against the title of just blaming all on Hamas? So if it's about Hamas, they can't mention anything else that happened that was outside of Hamas? So they're not. He hasn't contradicted. This is false. This is completely. This sentence is not. This sentence is false. He said what he said in the article, like word for word, almost. Blumenthal making claims against Raz. Oh, we ended up at Max Blumenthal. Okay. 1 minute. Let's go.
Do you remember Raz Cohen, a star witness in the New York Times mass rape story? He was just caught contradicting his own story. In the New York Times article, Cohen claimed to have seen with his own eyes 5 men, all wearing civilian clothes, all carrying knives, and one carrying a hammer, dragging a woman across the ground. They start raping her. I saw the men standing in a half circle around her. But in his original interview from October 9th, Cohen says he chose not to look and drew conclusions based on hearing sounds.
He said he chose not to look, but he could hear them laughing constantly.
Cohen also insisted.
I mean, is it possible that you see it starting and then you look away and or you close your eyes? Chose not to look at what? What made you choose not to look? What did you see before choosing not to look?
That the men were not Hamas soldiers, but regular Gazans.
He said these were regular Gazans. These were not members of any special unit, military unit by Hamas or Palestinian Islamic Jihad.
These contradictions destroy not only Cohen's credibility as a witness, but also the reputation and credibility of the New York Times journalist Jeffrey Gettleman, who used this flawed testimony to claim that Hamas weaponized sexual violence. These lies have been used to justify Israel's genocide in Gaza. There are many other issues with Raz Cohen and the mass rape stories as a whole. What are some issues that you have with the atrocity propaganda lies? Comment them below.
Bro, this is fucking insane. What have we stumbled into? Okay. We're starting to see a lot of flaws here. Okay, interesting. Wow. Let's keep going. The fuck? This is like a part 1. I'm sorry. This is... People kept saying for a while, they were like, this has all been debunked by the Intercept. Like, this is what you call the debunking? This is so fucking weak. we had to dig for that one as well because this doesn't refer to that. This just refers to them saying they were in civilian clothes, which he says in the Times article. Okay. Sideliner says the paper doesn't comment on ongoing reporting and that no piece of its journalism is final until it's been published. As a general matter of policy, we do not comment on the specifics of what may or may not publish in the New York Times or our audio programs. Just like our print report, the Times audio editorial process is a result of independent consideration of newsworthy topics and not in response to any criticisms. The Daily's production team is constantly looking at the scope of the Times news report, with many efforts in various stages of development at any given time. There is only one version of any piece of audio journalism, the one that publishes. The dissent within the Times comes as the paper is also facing external security for its coverage of Israel's war in Gaza. Since October 7th, the New York Times has shown deference to Israel Defense Forces sources while diminishing the scale of death and destruction in Palestine. An Intercept analysis found that in the first 6 weeks of the war, the New York Times, alongside other major publications, consistently delegitimized Palestinian deaths and cultivated a gross imbalance in coverage to pro-Israeli sources and voices. The paper's coverage of South Africa's charges of genocide at the ICJ played down severity of the case at the outset and downplayed Israel's defeat on Friday. Okay, the defeat was that it wasn't thrown out completely. But people would also argue, if they were partisan on the other side, that there was a defeat of South Africa because they didn't get the ceasefire, but okay. This article's fucking horrible. Just last week, the Times ran a headline touting the decline in deaths in Gaza, even as Israel continues to kill Palestinians in shocking numbers on a daily basis. Since the beginning of the Israel-Hamas war, the Times journalists have reported with sensitivity, independence, and unflinching detail on destructive events that have generated strong reactions, including the piece of journalism from December 28th about allegations of sexual violence committed by Hamas, the Times spokesman wrote. We continue to report on this matter as part of our broader coverage of the conflict, capturing both the global implications and deeply personal stories of those affected by the ongoing fighting. The New York Times leadership has long taken a reflexively pro-Israel stance, and it is no surprise that the paper's coverage has not been swayed by the criticism. Yet, it's done more than double down on its existing reporting. The Times has also succumbed to pressure campaigns by a pro-Israel media watchdog to change or soften its coverage of Israel. This is about pressure from Camera. Let's see. Bro, Ryan Grimm. What? I don't know anything about this guy. Okay. The Committee for Accuracy in Middle East Reporting and Analysis, or CAMERA, was founded in 1982 in response to what it claims was anti-Israel bias in the Washington Post reporting on the Israeli invasion of Lebanon. Since its inception, CAMERA has successfully lobbied for hundreds of corrections in major media outlets, seeking to streamline a pro-Israel line in news reports and editorials. It has smeared journalists whose work it disagrees with and launched boycott campaigns against news organizations it believes are not responding with enough deference to its requests. In the past few months, the group has forced at least 2 changes in the New York Times, which sometimes responds to CAMERA with quiet edits and sometimes with formal corrections. The Times removed the use of the term occupation from a description of Israeli military forces and made a correction to language describing Palestinian deaths in Gaza. Emblematic of, well, this has nothing to do with the rape thing though, is it? We need to stay focused. This is all before October 7th. Okay, okay. But I don't think they're arguing that CAMERA influenced any of this reporting on the rapes, did they? Because if they didn't, it's all connected. Shut the fuck up, Shashi. Shut up. Stop. I don't know. Okay. I feel like I'm gonna have to make a segment on this after I gather all the sections. God. So that's two. This is just the story. This is like the part one. This is the story on January 28th. And December. Was it December, the New York Times article? And we've already got so much. We have the Jake Tapper video. Which they said, they linked to saying it contradicted. Oh, God.
The more time that passes.
Let's make a thing, shall we? Just some bullet points. So far. NYT versus The Intercept. NYT piece on October 7th. Where's the New York Times article again? '28th of December. Okay, that's the first bit of evidence we have. Intercept response. Whoops. Okay. And just for one example, seeming to contradict. Okay, that's one. Okay. Hmm. And whatever this is, the woman in the black dress. Where do they talk about this bit again? Oh, this was read about somewhere else. This was from Mondo.
Hello?
Hello.
Oh, hey, I wasn't expecting to get thrown in all of a sudden. That's cool.
Did someone throw you in, or did you just click the button?
I just clicked the button. Yeah, some people in the chat asked me to jump in, and I'm not totally sure because I haven't been watching for too long. But basically, what are the Intercept articles that you've like analyzed so far?
So far, I'm just on the ones from December and January. So the Times one from December, the initial one, and then the Intercept article talking about it.
Cause yeah, basically, like again, I'm like, you know, I may have gotten a false impression of kind of like where you're at with this from like what I saw in the chat and whatnot. But I mean, have you read the more recent Intercept articles that kind of debunk the, well, in my opinion, like very much debunk the majority of the claims made in the New York Times piece?
I haven't yet. Right now, I'm looking at the first debunking of the first Times piece, and it's really bad so far. I'm not really convinced by anything. The Intercept, they're falsely quoting their own sources. They're inventing contradictions that aren't actually there. But I don't know anything about the recent stuff, so I'll have to look at that
Well,
maybe later or tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm surprised that you haven't looked at those articles yet because, in my opinion, they're extraordinarily damning. I don't know about the one that you were reading right there. I don't think I actually like looked at that one, but the two more recent, I mean, just to kind of give you like an overview, okay, so basically I'm fairly certain that the ones that there hasn't been a more recent one, but so the two in particular that that I'm thinking of, the first was an article that does like an overview mostly of kind of the reasons why a great deal of the forensic evidence, or quote unquote forensic evidence, that they gathered and testimonies that they got from Zaka are completely unreliable. And also, you know what, I want to throw this out here, like before I go into all this, just so everybody knows kind of like where I stand on this. I've never had any problem believing that any sort of like sexual violence or rape occurred. Of course, that's a very like common thing, and it just would not surprise me if some like occurred within it. So like, I just don't want people to kind of like assume that I'm coming in here to kind of like, from the point of view of like, none of these things could have taken place or did take place. But yeah, so I just kind of want to throw that out there, because I don't know, sometimes people just assume that that's where you're coming from, and like, I don't want people to like, to think that I'm kind of like being reflexively dismissive of any sexual violence claims. But yeah, basically like there was one pretty good article that goes into a lot of the claims made by Zaka and others, but mostly Zaka, and kind of like there's a lot of very like clear things within a great deal of the testimony that they got from them that makes it like it's like some of it just seems like incredibly suspicious, and then others at this point I think have been kind of like pretty much demonstrated to be straight up lies. Anyway, the next article, what it did is that it took there was an interview with the main journalist who wrote the New York Times article, and she did a podcast which was it was an Israeli podcast, and the interview was in Hebrew, and basically they did a translation of it. They found it, and she actually just straight up mentions or just kind of admits all these aspects of kind of the process of writing that article that just very blatantly not contradict, but it's just the worst journalistic practices ever. Like, it's incredibly like embarrassing that in my opinion, that the New York Times is still standing behind her article to any like real degree, because she just, I mean, like that's what I think you really need to go through. The one that you're going through right now, or you were, is just doesn't really have anything in comparison to those.
Yeah, I'm gonna go into those next, but I wanted to get the beginning first of all. In any
Sure.
case, the January and December, the December article from The Intercept going over the January one is from the same writer as the new one, right? It's Ryan Grimm. So, and again, I don't want to like poison the well either. I'm not really poisoning the well, because I'm just saying what I've read so far. Ryan Grimm is inventing contradictions in this article where they don't exist. He's saying that one of these witnesses, he's saying that the Times characterized an attack that was including 5 Hamas fighters being watched by a guy hiding in a bush. But Ryan Grimm is apparently saying, "We got you." There's a different interview where he actually says that they were civilians in civilian clothing. But then I look back at the New York Times article, the first one. They say that exactly the same thing. He said he saw 5 men in civilian clothing. Like he doesn't contradict anything that's said in the article. It seems like he's given the same story almost verbatim twice in 2 different places, but they're inventing a contradiction where it doesn't exist. So I'm like, so that's one. The other one seems to be that the
is that
family.
the testimony from Roz Cohen?
Sorry.
Is that the testimony from Roz Cohen?
Yeah.
The guy who was okay. So basically, like my understanding of that, and they go into that, I believe they go into that in the other articles, but okay, so basically like what's his face from the Gray Zone, and like the Gray Zone is shit. Like I will I like so I want to like throw that out there that like I understand that, and normally like I think anything that the Gray Zone says needs to be approached with an abundance of skepticism, to put it mildly. But basically like my understanding is that like Ryan Grimm found several different like cases where he was giving testimony that conflicted with one another. And I remember reading it over, and as long as the testimonies like were not fabricated by him, which I doubt they are, because I think that it would be that something that like obviously dishonest would be like revealed as such by now. Then like like it basically like yeah, the quotes that I saw did have major differences from one another. And I'm not saying that like, what Ryan Grimm had to say about it in the January article is like, I don't know what that was.
Well, he's on Twitter saying that Raz said the men he saw were not actually, he's saying he just told Jake Tapper that the men he saw were not actually from Hamas, but rather Gazan civilians who came to the fence after the IDF collapsed. And then he's saying that doesn't make his allegations any less serious, but it makes for an awkward headline on a significant piece of journalism. But so he's saying that it clashes with the headline, but in the New York Times article, they specifically quote him saying civilian clothes, 5 men wearing civilian clothes. So is it just because the headline says Hamas weaponized sexual violence, but then going down here they mention one of the events which involved men in civilian clothes rather than Hamas? Like that's not a contradiction at all.
My recollection of the differences, because again, you're looking at whatever was printed in the first Intercept article. My recollection is that there were more stark differences here. As a matter of fact, while we're talking, I may, because it's like I don't have everything at my fingertips, but there's a chance that I may have like bookmarked 1 or 2 of these things on Twitter, and then I'd be able to like bring it up, which would be helpful. But yeah, I like, I don't kind of want to derail your research broadcast too much here. I didn't like kind of necessarily come in to have like a protracted sorry, I'm super fucking tired right now. A really long discussion, but like I wanted to oh yeah, I may have found it here. Hold on. I kind of like wanted just to jump in and say that like, yeah, that I believe that the other 2 articles are just way more substantive in terms of the like, the shit that they discussed. Because again, I haven't read the one that you were reading, but it's just like the ones that I did, I was just like, damn, like moment to moment, there's so much going on here that is just like honestly, a lot of people have compared that New York Times article, the one about systematic rape, to the Judith Miller article from around like near the time of 9/11 that I think discussed quote unquote weapons of mass destruction and things like that. And I think it's like definitely like appropriate. Like I haven't seen anything that seemed like for the New York Times or like a journalistic outfit that has as much respect as it. I haven't seen anything that is like that explosively horrible in terms of just spreading what seems to be like just a lot of misinformation and clearly like I mean there are certain things that like if you look at, you can't like it's sometimes it's difficult to determine like the level of if certain things are 100% bullshit or not, but just the way in which they went about gathering their information and just kind of like the disregard for standard journalistic practices that was involved. I mean, that alone, that I don't know how anyone could deny that was the case with it. And so I just I just really like to see you look at that stuff, because I feel like you'd have like a different like more of an idea of just like how fucking horrible that article is. And you know what? I'm just gonna search real quickly for this stuff that I have that might be of use in this convo. As a matter of fact, you know what? Because I'm just like super out of it. Like I got like 2 hours of sleep last night, and I just feel like I'm just probably not going to be that. I'm already probably not that good of a I'm not relaying this information to you concisely, and that's probably like annoying for your viewers. So I'm gonna get going in a second, but yeah, I'll see if I can like send you a couple things to your DMs.
Okay.
That might be kind of that might elucidate some things for you. Okay.
Okay.
So,
Does out of interest,
what's
does
that?
the Intercept article cover the UN document as well, the 22-page UN team report?
Oh, did they put something out on that? Yeah, I haven't seen. I figure that they might have some sort of like follow up to that, and I'm glad to know that that's out, because I would like to see what they have to say about that. But yeah. I'll send you a couple things that I think I can scrounge up, just like little like basically like I could probably find like one or two like tidbits from those articles that you can just like take a look at, and of course you need to like go through those articles more thoroughly and whatnot, but it just might give you like a I don't know, just a small inkling of how full of shit that article is.
Okay.
Well, all right. So thanks for having me on, and I guess have a good one, guys.
Okay. Take care.
Later.
Okay. You have a quick thing. Okay. Hey, how's it going, Glarbell?
Hi, how are you? I hope you're doing well. I appreciate this stream. It's all awful to talk about, but I think it's really important. Yeah, I have a super quick thing. I'm just gonna reiterate this. It's something actually Stardust said on her stream last night, but I thought it was a really good point. Frequently, one of the things that investigators look for when they're looking for signs of SA that has occurred is things like nudity where it shouldn't usually belong. Because traditionally, men kind of across cultures and women don't take their pants off as they're dying for no reason.
Yeah.
So if they're found dead without pants, probably somebody took their pants off of them, right?
Yeah.
And there have been sort of and that's a bad thing, right? And this is not, I'm not mad at you. I'm just mad because I keep hearing these fucking stupid ass like, we don't know, and it's like, okay. So the other thing is that the people are either claiming that Israelis were like, 1,200 of us were murdered. That's not bad enough. We better make up lies about SA on top of that, because it's really obvious that just 1,200 people being massacred, that wouldn't be a reasonable thing for people to be concerned about, which is fucking stupid. Or they came upon their own fallen and were like, oh no, it's just dead people who haven't been massacred. We better take, or who haven't been SA'd. We better take all their pants off so that it looks like they've been SA'd, and the claim would then be that they actually desecrated their own corpses. Fucking, that's sick and seems fucking pretty unlikely. Or, hey, a bunch of assaults occurred. That's the third one. Okay, that's my piece. So just because people are gonna be like, there's a bunch of circumstantial, you didn't do rape, yeah, we probably didn't, but usually you don't in that situation because everything else is batshit.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Okay, that's my. All right, that's it. Thank you for covering this. I think it's important. I'm interested in the other couple articles. Sucks, but thank you. All right, appreciate you.
All right.
Bye.
I've already got too many fucking notes here, dude. How do I make sense of this? Question. Yeah. So just a question. Um. Huh. What the fuck? I don't like that color. I want to be pink. Where else do they mention Abdush? Maybe here? And those are the parents. Okay. Okay. It's a reasonable start. Wait, where's the Mondo article? Oh, I'm on it. Also, if we're talking about following statements to the Israeli media, this Eden Wesley person, are they mentioned in the Times article? Car mechanic. Woman in the black dress. Color of her eyes. So they don't mention in this article that Eden Wesley. Okay. This might be a useful one. Wesley, car mechanic. I'd put a capital there. Who found Abdush's body. And took the video. And filmed. Hey, wait, hang on. Hang on. Okay. Car mechanic who found and filmed Abdish's body. This is the one I don't have the translation for. Fuck. Why can't I get this one translated? Why isn't it giving me the option? Fuck. What if I just get it like without archive? Please? Oh! So apparently Eden clearly said that she was raped. I saw a girl who was raped and burned. Okay. So is that her name? Gal? Is that how you say it? Yeah. I was raped, but the Times doesn't quote this claim. NYT didn't repeat this claim. And apparently the Mondo account. Claims were more than those of the Times. Okay. Why does it show me this fucking preview? That's so annoying. Anyway. All right. So this article is shit. And this Intercept article was also quite shit. It doesn't really prove anything different. Apart from they are contesting the systematic rape thing. For the family members saying why they don't think it happened, it just seems like their evidence is quite like one of them saying we don't actually know. Ugh. And the other one is saying it couldn't have happened, but the reason they give for saying it couldn't have happened is not really a very strong reason. So again, it sounds like they've amplified the New York Times claims and then shot down the amplified versions. Okay. Can you link this article? Which one? The Intercept one or the Mondo one? Okay. There you go. So that's a start. Oh, I just realized I'm not the only one making a doc about this. Oh, God. He's in the same place. What did he say about this article? Poorly sourced articles whose sources don't justify any of the underlying assumptions. Some false reporting due to authors' ideological unwillingness to verify the veracity of their reporters or statements that seem to agree with their preconceived notions about the events. Interesting. Shall I go in and compare notes? He's also going insane on how stupid it is. Whew. The last video was quite enjoyable. Did you get the energy for your rant from the sheer stupidity or second thought, or do you have a particularly nourishing breakfast that morning? It's probably the stupidity. Who knows? Hmm. Woo. I sure you're not on Israeli payment. To be fair, I do get shekels every now and then from these chatters. Oh, God. I'm gonna get hungry soon, though. And I need to do some editing before bed tonight. Yee! God, that second thought video is performing spectacularly. Is it ethical to talk to girls in the gym? Only if you do it very, very tactfully, which you probably won't because most people are retarded, so just don't do it. If they have headphones in, definitely not, unless it's to ask if she's still using a thing or a weight or a plate or whatever. Yeah, don't hit on women at the gym, because the problem is, especially if it's like a membership thing, because then the problem is that she's like, oh God, this guy's hit on me, and now I'm gonna see him the next time and it's gonna be awkward and I don't know how he's gonna take it, and like, yeah, just don't, yeah, just it's not worth it. Get dating up or go to a bar. What if she's staring at you with headphones on? And she might think you look good. That doesn't mean you need to get fucking. That doesn't mean she's gonna hit on you. Like, it doesn't mean she wants you to ask her out. Gym should be Bumble rules. I'm sticking by the Bumble rules. There are just some environments where it's women can ask the men out if they want, but otherwise, nah, not happening. Wait. I want to go back to this. Where's the evidence of the family complaining about the New York Times? Did I miss that? about the false pretenses? Because it sounds like the criticism was directed towards that car mechanic person, not to whoever the fuck the car mechanic. Yeah. The Insta story of the sibling. Let's see. But yeah, this is bullshit, right? Family member. Another relative. That's not from this article. That's from the Mondo one, isn't it? No? Is this here? Huh? Caliphate level. Jesus. It's the Instagram story. They don't really mention it that much at all. They've just sourced that fucking Mondo account. The Mondoese account is where most of this is coming from, right? Are these are these really the two sources? Because most of this is just priming. Major discrepancies in the accounts, which is not actually there. Comments from the family of a major subject denouncing it. So apparently the denouncement of the New York Times is here. Okay. New York Times version of events. The media invented it. Wait, let's see. The interview with Gal's mother. This is probably what I need to see. Denied that his sister-in-law was raped. Oh yeah, this one as well. The media invented it, and this one. No, wait, so this, wait, what's this source? Abdish's mother. Oh, okay, there's more. Wait. Gal's mother told Wynette about the difficult feelings. I heard about the rape my daughter went through. Okay. Before she was murdered, it was a chilling and painful moment. I felt, is she going to change her mind later in the article? They desecrated her soul and mind before they murdered her. Okay, 2 orphans. Know about the sexual assault. She was exposed to the sexual assaults only during the investigation. We didn't know about the rape at first. We only knew when the New York Times reporter contacted us. They said they cross-examined the evidence and that Gal was sexually assaulted. Until now, we don't know exactly what happened. Huh? So they're saying they didn't know. I recognized the dress, and I knew it was my sister because I saw her before she went to the party. The image of my sister can't get out of my head to this day. The next day, we went to the police station to report her missing. I said that based on the clothing in the published video, it was my sister. At first, I didn't understand that she was murdered, only when we got to the police, and the kind investigator got to the person who published the photo that I recognized. The woman sent her all the photos. That's when we realized that something unusual had happened, and my sister was also not alive. I couldn't look at the photos. My wife did. The video was published on October 8th. It went viral, earned the name The Woman in the Black Dress. It was only in the New York Times investigation that we understood from the journalist that my sister was raped. The feeling was difficult, knowing what she went through before she was murdered. Is this a complaint, supposedly? How did they characterize this interview in Mondo? How do you pronounce it? Is it Mondo Weiss or Mondo Weiss? Mondo Weiss. Okay. Cited by Intercept. Okay. And this is their comments from the family of a major subject. Okay. As of the article, denouncing it. They don't even refer to her as the woman in the dress, right? They don't even. All right, this is a proper fucking paper trail. Okay, so just so you guys know where we are, New York Times publishes this article about a woman in a black dress who is found murdered next to a car with her face burnt beyond recognition and her dress lifted up and her vagina exposed. Right, this is the kind of like the footage that goes viral as she's discovered by a car mechanic driving through the area. And apparently the family of this person were denouncing the Times article. And in order to prove that, The Intercept links you to Mondo Weiss, to this Mondo Weiss article. And when you go into the Mondo Weiss article, they claim what? They claim link to an interview of Gal's mother. Who found out about the rape from the Times. And this is the interview. Nowhere. Quote. It simply says. Okay. Who is Naji? Oh, some of the fucking names. Naji is the husband's name, but he has a different spelling for. Okay. No denounce. So yeah, there's no denouncing of the New York Times in here, right? Like Times. Who is Rami? Brother? Her brother. Okay. So that's the first citation of theirs. Bullshit. Okay. Second one. This is Nassim Abdush Nagi's brother. Naji's brother. I think it would be Naji, right? Repeatedly denying that his sister-in-law was raped. The media invented it. This is stronger. Okay. English. Link to an article. The fuck? Why didn't it give me the... All right. This isn't the 13-minute interview, though. From... Brother. Either. Repeatedly. Ah! I see you go over Frogan's unhinged tweets, but not Destiny's no balls. I spoke to Destiny privately about his unhinged tweets today, actually. I said I'd rather he didn't do them, but he said, I'll think about it. The difference is that Frogan, when her unhinged tweets made her the subject of discussion on the internet, she did a hours-long stream talking about it, but never actually addressed the tweets at all. If I ask Destiny to address these tweets, you know, he'll say, I think they're funny, fuck off. And then I'll be like, all right, whatever. I don't endorse it, but do what makes you happy, you know? Jesus. All right. They're repeatedly denying that his sister-in-law was raped. And does anyone have this 13-minute interview? Is it here? What's the original link look like? Might be better. Oh! Holy shit. Where's my Google Translate, bro? Oh, here it is. It's in fucking Hebrew, bro. Can someone... Okay. Listen, if you speak Hebrew and you want to do fucking homework, tell me to read that. Tell me what they're saying, okay? Thanks. Appreciate you. I can pay you an exposure, okay? What does the actual headline say? What the fuck? Is this the translated transcript? Oh! No, this is just the heading, right? Shocking investigation by the New York Times. It was written about the act of rape and sexual assault by Hamas terrorists on the 7th of October. In the center of the article, there was one picture of the woman in the black dress who was lying dead on the ground with her dress rolled down and her body wrapped. From there, they concluded that she was sexually assaulted and contacted her family, who agreed to reveal her name. The late Gal Abdosh, who came to the party with her husband Naji and both were brutally murdered. Nassim, Naji's brother, spoke about the suspicion that his sister-in-law was raped. We were not brought proof. Okay. Okay. Proof article falsely argues that New York Times states he concluded She was raped. What's your verdict so far? This I'm only on January, but this Intercept article is horseshit. It's just hinging its claims on this Mondo Vice article, which is really badly sourced, it seems. Let's see what else they have. Gal's sisters also denied allegations. Her brother, Tali Baraka, posted on Instagram, "No one can know what Gal went through there. Also, what Nagy went through. But I can't cooperate with those who say many things that are not true. I plead with you to stop spreading lies. There's a family and children behind them. No one can know if there was a rape or if she was burned alive. Have you gone mad? I spoke to Nagy personally. At 7 o'clock, Gal was killed by those animals and they shot her in the heart. Nagy was still alive until 8:15. This is Tali. Gals. They're Tali arguing. No one can know if there was rape or if she was
Loaderbox,
burned
you
or alive.
smarmy cuck bastard.
What does this full thing say? Does it say anything else? Or is that the whole length of it? Ellie, thanks for the 20 Swedish. I appreciate that. The kroner. Hebrew homework stipend. Hey, nice one. What you just read out is what it says. Well, who's she accusing of lying, though? Who is she accusing of lying? Oh yeah, the 710. Whoops, got him. Don't listen to media. Okay. No direct mention of NYT. I don't know why you would hinge so much on these family statements. Like, I feel like is it not normal for because you got fucking catch 22, right? Because the problem is that not that many families or a lot of families probably don't want to be the center of attention for like for one of their family members getting raped and their face set on fire, right? Like yeah, but then you compare that to the other end, which is that people keep saying, "Oh, there's not enough evidence. There's not enough people coming forward." It's like, fuck me. But it seems like both of these points are being weaponized in the same direction, even though they actually go in the opposite direction. Fuck. Is it stipend? I don't know what the fuck that word is. Leave me alone. He says in the interview she wasn't scraped, okay? States in the interview that she wasn't. Does he say anywhere that the media lied or made it up? Because apparently in that interview, Scarlett, he says the media invented it. It's the brother-in-law. That's what I thought, right? Yeah, it's Najee's brother. It's Gal's brother-in-law, right? It's the girl's brother-in-law. No? Okay, the Instagram one. He said the New York Times was making things up. Okay. Okay. Right. The allegations hurt the children. So, what's Gal's sister saying? I can't understand all these reports. There were many different stories. Why this story in particular? It's based on only one video published without the family's knowledge. It is true that the scenes in the video are not easy, but it's clear the draft is lifted upwards. Okay. Oh, we already got this one. Of article. I don't need all of this. Um, relatives. I haven't covered Zaka yet, not fully. So this part has nothing to do with Zaka. This just has to do with The Intercept being a horribly fucking put together article. Relatives had complaints, issues, but they were varied, and in most cases were not directed at claims made by the Times, who, after all, never concluded that Gal had been raped. Only that they were Okay. Hmm. And that is all used by The Intercept to say, all right. Whoa. It seems like the Gal Abdush case wasn't rape, at least not while she was alive. Yeah, and the Times never actually said she definitely was, right? Like, at least not while she was alive. Okay. That's fair. Okay. What does the New York Times actually say? The New York Times actually says that this particular girl in the black dress was found with her face burned, unrecognizable, and her dress lifted up, and her vagina exposed, and her dress torn, and her yeah, lying on her back, which is all true. They also say that the Israeli police told them she was raped. They believed she was raped. And that's really it. They don't really say. And then they just have interview statements from the family. You didn't read the part in the Mondo article quoting the brother. I did, didn't I? The brother who said that the media made it up. That one. He said the New York Times made it up. Even though her mother said that she believed it. But again, the media what did the media say? The media said the police told them. Oh, where's the Mondo one with the... Apparently there's something I missed. Let's see. Brother. Which other brother? You mean the sister? Who said that the time window for her being raped would have only been 4 minutes. Assuming they didn't do anything to her after she died. That is the dumbest objection I've ever heard in my fucking life. What the fuck? Like, do you think that just because someone dies, like you can't do anything to their body? This is dumb. This is really dumb. No? Am I going crazy? At 7 o'clock, my brother-in-law called his brother and said they shot Gal and she's dying. It doesn't make sense that in 4 minutes they raped her, slaughtered her, and burned her. I can't understand the reports. There are many difficult stories. Why this story in particular? It's based on only one video published without the family's knowledge. It is true that the scenes in the video are not easy, but it's clear that the dress is lifted upwards and not in its natural state. So, okay. Which is probably one of the first. And half her head is burned because they threw a grenade at the car. I don't want to be understood as if I'm justifying what they did. They are animals, they raped and beheaded people, but in my sister's case, this is not true. At 6:51, Gal sent us a message on WhatsApp saying we are at the border and you can't imagine sounds of explosions around us. At 7 o'clock, my brother-in-law called his brother and said they shot Gal and she's dying. It doesn't make any sense that in 4 minutes they raped her, slaughtered her, and burned her. It could be the case that they lifted up her dress, had her legs spread, and her vagina exposed just for the lols. It could be that they did that and decided not to rape her as well. It's not impossible. That's why the police said they believe she was raped. They don't. They're never going to have a confirmation because like the hardest crime to prove anyway, and. Yeah. And they don't do autopsies, so where is I read this. This is what's this evidence of? Brother-in-law says that he's certain because her husband called him saying that she died, but did not mention rape, therefore. But didn't the husband die as well? The husband died as well. A bit later, yeah. Again, it's not impossible that they left her in that position just for whatever. But the complaints from the family are not like contradicting what the Times said. The Times never concluded anything on this. Anyway. Whew. It's also because they're saying that it doesn't sound like the mother's complaining at all. It sounds like the brother-in-law is, definitely. And it sounds like her sister is. But this part here, we read this interview. This doesn't sound like she's complaining about it. She's just saying this is how she found out. And she actually concludes. She like the mother said she believes she was raped. So the family knew nothing until the piece was published. Is that what she said? Where's this one? This is a bit of a dive. Let me see. Brother frustrated by lack of evidence from the police. Yeah, I remember that. Where is the mother? So the mother is saying it's important that the world knows about the sexual assaults committed by these monsters, that they don't close their eyes. That's the mother saying that. I felt ashamed even though she did nothing. Braca, is that her name? Yeah, Gal's mother. But they completely, the Mondovisa article doesn't say, the Mondovisa article doesn't say anything about Braca's mother confirming it. They actually very deceptively use her statement to just say that the New York Times told us, to set up for the whole like blindsiding narrative. That's really sneaky, isn't it? Like the fact that she said this, the fuck, man. All right. Oh God, I love that right to left bullshit. Spirit of the mother's statement is completely ripped out of context to set up story about the NYT blindsiding the relatives. We knew when the New York Times reporter contacted us. And the Mondo article says this is a lie. States that the family knew nothing about the sexual assault issue until the piece in the Times was. Is this actually true? Did they not know until the piece was published that they weren't being asked about rapes? Because the mother's saying something different. Hey, fuck off. Unless there's like a miscommunication in that translation, it could be. Let's not conclude that just yet. Send the article. You can see if this works, if this checks out, because in this translation, it says, we knew about the rape when the New York Times reporter contacted us. Not when the article went out, which means they didn't deceptively interview her if they're saying that they contacted her about it. Like, I think. Do you want the NYT article where they respond to the criticism? Sure. Shows the mother. Hmm. When they began to investigate. So they didn't learn about it from the article, right? Has anyone said that? Has any family member said that they only found out from the article? You can link in Discord, stream chat, or on Twitch. The point is they hadn't been informed of any suspicions of rape until the interviewer contacted them. That's true, but that's not what the article says. That's not the article says the family knew nothing about it until the piece in the Times was published, which would be a lot worse. Oh, this is the UN study. No, we did read this. I thought you were saying that there was a response to The Intercept. Is there a response to The Intercept in that? Oh. Did I miss that? I don't see it. No, wait, this is... No, yeah, this is the new one. Sorry, why have I... No, wait, is it? Hang on. January 20... No. No, it is. It is. It's the day after. So this is one I didn't actually know was there. This is before the UN actually confirmed stuff. Okay. They don't say until it was published. No, the Mondo Vice article says until the piece was published. They're just misquoting the source. They're misquoting the interview. Yeah. They're mischaracterizing. Twitch chat. Fuck off. Go to YouTube. Mondo Vice are consistently unreliable. Yeah, and that's the source that The Intercept initially used. And this key witness seeming to contradict, and this is just false. This is patently false. All right, Twitch chat, bye-bye. Go to YouTube. This is getting so convoluted. Hang on. Let's maybe... Shall I say hello? I feel like I want to say hello. Or I can just wait. What's this? Benny Morris at the London School of Economics. Oh no. He always gets heckled when he does these things. Is this him getting heckled? Oh no.
You're boring. You're boring. You are actually quite boring. You're actually quite boring.
I'm not racist.
I'd rather be a racist than a bore.
Shame!
But students are so fucking retarded. Like, what the? Oh well. The brother says there was only a 4-minute window. Okay, I'm gonna say it one more time, and then we're never addressing that issue ever again. A 4-minute window before she died, apparently. Your body is still there when you're dead. Your body is still there when you're dead. I don't even think she was set on fire. Her face was burned because of the grenade thrown into the car, wasn't it? After you die, your body is still there. She was hit by a hellfire. Fuck. I'm gonna kill myself. Whatever. He'd rather be a racist than a bore. What are you doing?
I just wanted to read the UN's report on the rape shit. And then I got linked to an original New York Times reporting on it. And then I got linked to an Intercept response.
Mm-hmm.
And now I'm down a 7-whole story on the back and forth between the New York Times and the Intercept. I wanted to kill myself on how fucking horrible the Intercept writing is and the sourcing of like Blumenthal. And have you ever heard of this website called oct7factcheck.org?
No? Is that in the Intercept?
No, yeah, they cite it a lot, but it's like a Tech for Palestine funded whatever the fuck fact check. It's just God. It's just I just hate all this shit. All because I just wanted to watch a video on Hassan's stream where apparently Ryan and the other, I'm guessing the other reporter guy, I think Daniel or Jeremy, yeah, is talking about how all the rapes are fake and everything. So, but I just wanted background on all this before I watched the video, and the background has been a lot to dig through.
Yeah, I remember reading the New York Times piece when it came out, the December one. And I glanced the Intercept one a while back, and I kind of noticed that what they had done was that they just they linked to like a couple of sources that didn't really, or they would amplify the New York Times claims and then claim to contradict it with statements. Yeah, so
with things that don't contradict anything.
Yeah.
How do you contradict eyewitness testimony? So hey, John says that he saw Phil murder Samantha, and you're like, I actually have evidence proving that's not true. Really? Who? Frank. Oh, what did Frank see? Well, no, Frank heard that happened differently. It's like, wait, what? Like, for instance, that Abdish girl, the black woman in the dress, or the woman in the black dress. Yeah, the way that they say this is disproven is because the other family says she wasn't raped. So that contradicts the woman who found her, who says that she looks like she was in a position where she was raped. And the other family members are just people who are like, I don't think that could happen to my sister. They weren't there. They didn't see anything. They were just like people that have that opinion. And it's like, wait, these are just random people. No, it's not to be mean, they're related to her, but they didn't have any like direct testimony. They didn't like see anything. They didn't like hear anything special. I was like, yeah.
Yeah, I've been arguing in my chat with one of the claims that was one of the Instagram posts from her sister saying that, like, or a brother-in-law saying that there was only a 4-minute window between them getting shot at and her dying. So how could it happen in 4 minutes that she was raped and then like set on fire? I'm like, bro, like you can die and your body's still there. Like fucking
sure. Not to mention that also could happen. It is very conceivable that you could be killed and raped in 4 minutes, or it happens as a process of being killed, or after you're killed. Unfortunately, yeah.
It's also they link the Intercept links 2 claims. One with the witness interview where they say that he actually said that it was it contradicts the Times because he said the people who he saw raping someone were civilians, so they were in civilian clothes. But then you go to the New York Times article and they quote him verbatim saying he saw people in civilian clothes. So it's like they just
you're talking about I think it's
contradiction that's not actually there.
Raz Cohen.
Raz Cohen, yeah.
All, every single claim is like it's like just such shoddy, disgusting, horrible fuck writing. It's so horrible. Oh my god.
Did you read the Mondo Vice article that Intercept uses? Yeah.
Yes.
And they
cite
her
they try
mother.
to discredit it like sorry, go on.
Yeah, they cite her mother, who apparently only found out about the rapes from the New York Times. And they twist it to say that she only found out about it when the report was published. But then you look at the interview, and she's saying that she actually does believe her daughter was raped, and she actually even says it's important to me and the people of Israel that the world knows about these sexual assaults. Like, yeah, and they say that she found out when she was contacted by the New York Times, not when the piece was published. These are like two very different time windows, and they just completely leave that part out, and they only quote the ones that suit them. So yeah, it's pretty.
Yeah, it's
fucked.
frustrating that like for everything the Intercept links, I usually have to. First of all, they don't do any. It seems like they don't do any original research. That's just not. It's not worth their time. So they always link to other fact checkers. So I have to click through to their fact checkers. So it's either that Mondevice or Oct7th fact check or whatever. Then once I get there, I've got to see the claims that I've got to see their debunking and the original claims. I have to go find the full source of the original claims because oftentimes they're not quoting the original claim correctly. Then I've got to read the full source for their debunking because usually they're not quoting the debunking correctly. And it's like, holy shit, what the fuck am I? Yeah. Oh my god.
Yeah, I never thought I would find so much, and I had like 6 things lined up to read, and I've gone through 2. It's just like, fuck.
Yeah.
Did you see the Blumenthal tweet? The Blumenthal gotcha on the Raz Cohen guy.
Yep, I saw that he tweeted the thing, and he said that he'd never brought up. God, this was what set me off on this whole stupid fucking fact check path. I don't want to fucking waste my time with. But I saw the Blumenthal tweet, and he said he'd never brought it up initially. And then I clicked through to the 2 interviews that the guy gave. One was a highly cut up TikTok video, and the other was an interview that he gave with that one journalist outside the ambulance or whatever. And for the TikTok one, I'm like, wow, it looks like at one point he might go on to say more, but then they cut it. I don't know what's here. And then in the other one with the van guy, they're like, he says right after he gets into the stream bed, the interview cuts. And I was like, well, that's the part where he supposedly saw the rapes. I wonder if there's a full interview somewhere. So it took me all of 5 minutes to find the full interview. And guess what? In the full interview, the journalist guy says, and then he went on to talk about the detailed sexual rapes and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, oh, so this guy was saying this literally on October 9th. He didn't just add this story because the Mossad pressured him to a month later.
Oh yeah,
Jesus.
I've got the interview lined up as well. Yeah. Did you see Blumenthal's tweet about him saying that he didn't look, that Raz didn't look?
Oh my god! Yeah, because the quote is something. It was either him or I think it was his friend, where he was like, "Oh yeah, like I couldn't bear to look, or I couldn't look, or whatever." Yeah, imagine you're recounting something horrific, and it's like, yeah, they started to rape my wife, and I couldn't even look. It was horrible. And some guy like tips his Reddit Fedora, and he's like, oh, you think that they were raping your wife, but you just said that you couldn't look. Explain that one. And it's like, bro, are you serious?
I don't even know what the debate is anymore, though, because it seems like I thought the debate would actually be something about whether or not it was like systemic, whether there was like a because I think one of the reports I read ages ago was people saying that there was like similar behavior in different kibbutz areas. So like the people who attacked kibbutz Re'im would act and they would leave the bodies in a particular way. There'd be one kibbutz where most of the people were set on fire. There'd be another kibbutz where there'd be like more women with their fucking dresses like lifted up. So that maybe suggested that there was some kind of systemic thing. But then I think the counter to that is just that like the evidence just being way too scattered and not enough to like form a pattern. So yeah, I don't know, but I don't think there's really any of that. There's just people doing this kind of quote sniping bullshit.
Did you watch Hassan's video on this?
No.
Where he interviewed Ryan. I say interview in all quotes. Hassan doesn't do interviews. He just finds people to circle jerk with him. But he talks to Ryan and, like I said, I think it's Jeremy. I think he talks to Ryan and Jeremy about how apparently the UN thing is fake. But I haven't even watched this yet because I'm trying to read all of the information leading up to it. I've got like 2 articles left, but yeah.
I have heard that. Have you heard much about these Zaka people?
Yeah, Yeah, I'm half sympathetic and half irritated, but what about them specifically?
Apparently I've just been told that they're like a bunch of liars, but I don't actually know. I
think there was definitely one guy who was posting some bullshit. He probably faked that claim that he saw like the fetus cut out of the woman's stomach or whatever. That seemed to be bullshit, and Zaka admitted as much. It seems like for the most part they're a decently well-meaning, I think kind of far right, like no, not far right, but like pretty religious organization of volunteers that tries to help whatever the fuck during October 7th, like finding bodies and burying bodies and shit. But the big claims, there's a Haaretz article about them. Some of the issues were that one guy that was propagating misinformation, not cool. 2 is that they don't really have any forensic training or anything, so they're like putting together corpses and burying them or sending them to the IDF, was done a little bit haphazardly, like putting multiple body parts in the same bag and fucking that up. And that probably should have been an officially handled IDF thing or whatever, not like
Which is
the
frustrating
Zaka
because the
meme.
Times mentions that. They mention people saying that we destroyed a lot of evidence because we were trying to bury people quickly, or we were trying to just like more focusing on just identifying people. Yeah, so they say that even in the article. So it's I don't know. It just
I'm
makes
waiting
me.
for. I hope because I'm about halfway through. I think this last fucking article that I'm reading, and I'm hoping that at the end is the bombshell intercept facts that are contradicting hardcore stuff from the New York Times stuff. But so far, it hasn't been a single fucking thing. It's just like
I've been
insane.
told that. I've been told that well, I don't know. We'll see. One person told me. I don't know. I really want to. When you interviewed Barney Morris, or maybe I'll ask him sometime if I ever have him on. I really want to know how historians generally determine whether or not rapes happened in a war situation. Because I feel like from historical stuff, or even in the contemporary, like I was reading about in the ICJ stuff, their case with Myanmar and Gambia, and they talk about rapes quite a lot. But again, it's like it's witness statements, it's survivors who hid in a tree and saw it happen, right? But no one cares, no one questions that. A lot of the rapes in 1948 is like a woman arrived in the West Bank, or a group of women arrived in the West Bank and just told the Arab media that the Zionists were doing bad things to the women, and then they reported that as rapes. And the historians generally accept it because it's like if you have one or two witnesses from a village, like it doesn't seem plausible that all three of them are going to lie about the same story, right? So the people just go with it. But nowadays, it's like I feel like people actually just won't stop until they actually see fucking like close up Hamas fucking rape pornography. Like I don't know.
Yeah, it's insanely ideologically driven. I will say that up to this point, like I wouldn't trust anything like the Intercept publishes. I don't think I've ever seen. I don't want to vouch for 100%, but I don't think I've ever seen like Haaretz publish like outright fucking lies or anything. I don't know. I think that most of the reporting, even though they come center left and they tend to be very critical of Israel, I haven't seen anything bad from them ever. So I tend to trust their reporting, at least in Israel. I don't think I've seen like Bet Salem say or report anything horrible, but I mean, like obviously they're focusing on human rights stuff, so I don't think it's the same level of veracity like reporting as like Haaretz might do. But yeah, Jesus. Okay.
Okay. Well, I'll see where I get at the end. Okay.
Yeah, I love you. Be careful, babe.
All right, Vadim is in my channel now. Let's see. Where'd he go? Where'd he go? Oh well. It's okay. I'll probably do this tomorrow. This is a lot, okay? So tomorrow, what do we have left? We have another New York Times report. What do we have lined up here? What do we have? Yeah. We read the fucking Mondo Vice. Oh, he's here. Okay. Hello. Hey.
Hey. Oh, let me put this on mute. Sorry. Yeah, I thought at the time that I was jumping in that I had, like I thought that I had this thing from Raz Cohen that kind of gave like a timeline of the discrepancies in his argument, but maybe this isn't quite what I thought it was. Did you mention that he had said that he said he'd witnessed multiple rapes, and then he said when he was talking to the Times, he said that he saw 5 men rape 1 woman, then kill her. Like the basically like the changes in the stories were pretty. I wish I had like somewhere. I know that there's like a kind of like a timeline, but I guess I'm just jumping in to say that the discrepancies in his story are bigger than I think you've been able to like track down at this point. And then also just a little bit more about Zaka. Zaka, like none of the people who work for Zaka have any like experience in like forensics or anything like that. They basically just collect like body parts and shit. And like literally there's an interview with one of them where they literally say like, yeah, we just go into these crime scenes and we just kind of like take a look at what we see and kind of imagine what occurred. That's like literally, it's literally what they do. They don't
just to be clear, this is every rape that's ever happened in any war ever, right?
What are you talking about? I don't even understand.
When women
like,
get
what-
raped in war, they're not usually given a rape kit and an autopsy and like a clean
yeah, I
burial.
know,
Yeah.
but in order
We go on
to
witness
like
statements usually. It's usually all we have.
sure, but these are people who like you at least there are. I mean, come on, dude. Like there are people who have like actual like knowledge on how to kind of assess a crime scene in order to kind of make certain determinations. I mean, these are the same people who have already been like thoroughly discredited on their their claims of 40 beheaded babies and the whole thing about like there's just like some like really wild claims that they made that at this point have been like 100% discredited. I'll find it right here. I have like a list of the non-rape claims that were at this point totally debunked. Give me just like 1 second here.
I don't think Zaka initiated the 40 beheaded babies claim, did they? I thought that was a translation from a
well,
journalist.
it's
There was a
possible
journalist
that
said there were
maybe-
40 babies
oh.
dead and some were beheaded. And then that
Yeah, maybe I'm
mistranslated
getting
into
mixed up.
40 beheaded babies.
It's possible that I'm getting mixed up with that and something like the baby that was burned in an oven.
No, someone said
and-
something about a pregnant woman being cut open, I think was the false thing that one Zaka member who's involved in one of these investigations said, yeah.
Right, and that same person, like one of the main people who, okay, so here I found something, but yeah, one of the main people who like spread a lot of those claims is the same exact person that they got a good deal of the rape claims that were discussed in the New York Times article. So anyhow, this is a list of, I mean, this is by no means like a complete list, but I know that that there, it says there was they did spread mass beheadings of babies. Maybe it wasn't the 40 babies, but there was something that they said to that effect. They mentioned group executions in a nursery, children hung from clotheslines, infants placed in ovens.
Is this Zaka the
pregnant-
organization doing this, or is this one, or is this individual members?
It's several people from Zaka, because and Zaka actually also previous to this had a history of like spreading lies having to do with like crime scenes and whatnot in the past as well. This isn't like just like the first time that that's occurred, but again, like, you know, I would really strongly suggest reading the Between an Anvil and
yeah, I know it's the Intercept response to the second. It's the second Intercept response. Yeah, I know. It's on my list.
Yeah.
Again,
I mean,
hang on. Wait. Fuck. So I've got an interview from Cohen on the 10th. The Intercept reported in their first article. The Intercept just said that Cohen, his statements have been contradicted. He made statements that were contradicted. The contradiction was in the New York Times, but I clicked their link and he doesn't say anything that contradicts the New York Times. So, and it's just a tweet of Ryan Grimm. So this sourcing is horrible for one. But again, maybe something changes in the new article. Maybe they got better evidence. They have bad evidence in the first article so far. I didn't want to. Let's just say everything you're saying about Zaka is true. Zaka were not the only people finding bodies and taking pictures.
Look, I'm not like if we're talking, look, if we're talking about the allegations in the like UN report, I like, you know, I think there's a very decent chance that stuff is true. Like, you know, I have not like heard any debunking of it yet. So, you know, like at this point, yeah, I'm not that's not what I am kind of disputing here, but like basically one reason why I like kind of care about all of this is because it's like on one hand, I mean basically like a lot of the rape claims and a lot of the claims of just the more atrocious things that were being alleged within the like first like month or so of October 7th, it's like some of these things kind of just, I don't know, they seem to kind of I guess what I'm saying is that like there's like I mean, wouldn't you agree that like the stuff having like some of these debunked claims just they sound very sorry, I'm so fucking tired. They like we want like rape claims to be substantiated and whatnot, but some of the, I guess what I'm saying is that some of these claims just sound like fucking wild and like bullshit made up just to kind of like make these people look superhumanly savage, and it's already an atrocious crime, like we don't need to kind of like tag on shit that didn't happen or that more than likely didn't happen.
Yeah,
So,
that might be true. It might be true that they did. Like, obviously, people did exaggerate stuff, and again, I feel like that's almost every war. And people. I even said right at the beginning, people should not hold on to the 40 beheaded babies or the ovens or anything like that. The same way that, I mean, to this day, there are people who still hold on to stories like that from 48 that were never confirmed to be true. But like, I guess the idea is that when it comes to Zaka, if we're talking about the New York Times are, in this first report, it seems to be like they're talking about how people from Zaka are not trained in any of this kind of like investigative stuff, that they were saying that they have strict like religious rules, that they don't take pictures and things like that. So they are kind of being quite forthcoming about the limitations of Zaka.
It's even more like the it's more egregiously like just specious. If you like, again, the most recent, or maybe it wasn't the most recent, but the Intercept article, as much as you're shitting on them, I think the Intercept article like really lays out tons of like, I just don't know how you could argue with their with much of what they, because basically they're, a lot of the article is discussing the writer's own words. Like they did an interview in like, for like some like Israeli podcast, and they just kind of like spell out all of these things that they, kind of very like unsavory journalistic practices that they like used in context of that article, and just kind of like, she's here.
And just to be clear, I'm saying with the Intercept, I've only read one article so far. Maybe the other one's different. Maybe the other one is like a complete 180 flip, but I'm just saying this first article has nothing. I'm just saying, like, it's badly sourced. Some of the sources don't actually say the thing it claims that they say. It's just, and then the rest of it is just talking about apparently camera's influence on the New York Times, and that's like half of the piece. So
okay,
yeah, I'm just saying, this is my experience so far. I'm obviously open to the next one redeeming the entire story.
I understand, and it's like a little frustrating for me because basically, like, I've been kind of coming in and out of this room and like not hearing everything that you've, I haven't read that particular article. And I guess when I say it's frustrating, I don't mean like they're due to any like deficiency in your take on this, but I guess it's like I'm confident that if you read through this Between the Hammer and the Anvil, that I mean, it's pretty long, pretty involved, and sure, there may be parts that you think are less make less of a compelling case than others, but just I would be very surprised if you like do not have it walk. I mean, I would be very surprised if you are not given like much more of a reason to be like skeptical and kind of like approach all of this with like, yeah, probably like a good deal that New York Times article is bullshit. I just think that it spells it out pretty well.
Okay. So what I have now in my lineup is the second New York Times article reporting on the UN team. Then I've got the UN report. Then I've got two articles from The Intercept. One is Kibbutz Be'eri reject story in the New York Times expose. They were not sexually abused. Then I've got Between the Hammer and the Anvil. And then the last thing I've got is an opinion piece from the Times, I think to do with rape denialism. So, but these are different. This is a different writer. This is not the same writer as the one who did the original. So I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more things to read. And an interview with this dude, what the fuck's he called? Cohen, on October 10th. So yeah, we've got a lot. Yeah, we're still very much in the early stages of this process.
Yeah. Okay. I have a there's a couple things. One is there is a Haaretz article that was pretty good that discusses Zaka and really kind of like gives a lot of information, further information as to like why they suck. And I forget exactly. I think I put it in your chat or our DMs on Discord here. Do you see it?
My DMs. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see it. Yeah. Haaretz. Yeah. I need that as well. Yeah, I got you. Yeah.
That's worth looking through. There's also a Mondo Weiss article that like talks about that stuff about like Zaka specifically.
I'll read the Haaretz one. I've written off Mondo Weiss for now. Fuck them. Those guys are absolute fucking morons. Anyway, yeah, I'll read the Haaretz one though. I trust them a bit more than Mondo Weiss. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean the New York Times article, it's just like undeniably shit. It's like I know you're fucking
when you say that, do you mean the first one, the one from December, right? The one that the first thing I read. Okay, that's fine. Yeah. Well, I guess we'll see when we get there. Okay.
Your chat is very like guys, go ahead and read it. It's called Between the Hammer and the Anvil, the story behind the New York Times October 7th expose. Like, I know you guys are like shitting on The Intercept. It's actually like a highly credible source. Jeremy Scahill and Ryan Grimm do like fantastic work. Maybe that article that you read was not as damning as this is, but it's just like, I don't know, just like read it, guys. Like it's
we'll get there.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'm gonna like try and get sleep. Hope you have a good one. And I guess just the last thing I'll say is just like, yeah, that I think that's a good one to like read sooner rather than later, only because it just puts the New York Times article in a completely different context than any other article that is out there. It's just super damning. But
okay.
All right. I'll talk to you later, man.
Nice one. All right, take care.
Bye.
Okay. Why? I don't know why people are taking seriously this suggestion that I go and fucking book one of Traveling Israel's tours to fucking snipe him. To drama snipe him. Oh god. That would be so cringe. If I just go in there in like a in a disguise. What would my disguise be? The little Jewish skull cap. What do you call it? The cap. What's it fucking called? Is it called a kappa? Kippa. If I go in a kippa and then I take it off and he's like, oh my god, it's Loner Box. Kippa. Okay. Well, I ask him for the Deir Yassin tour. Cringe. All right. You guys are cringe. Hey, guys.
The man asked me a hard question.
What?
Oh, hey.
Jesus
Eric,
fucking Christ.
Eric, you go first. I talked earlier, so take it away.
Okay, I just wanted to say how much this reminds me of when Frayzone wouldn't ever acknowledge any article from Bellingcat because they would just claim that Bellingcat was the NED funded, CIA operated American imperial blah blah blah. In this same instance, we're looking at an objective article in the New York Times, and instead of appraising what it had to say, we're saying things like debunked because it's so shitty. And I don't think that that's even how anyone should be approaching any article.
Yeah, well, we'll get there. Well, we haven't concluded just yet, okay? Keep in mind.
Yeah, fair enough. I'm looking forward to going through those articles.
That's fun. Okay. Glitterbell, what can I do for you?
You feel crazy. I've always like I don't like the New York Times at all. I just think they're really lazy a lot of times, and I feel crazy defending them. But I feel like the way that these articles are being attacked are just bullshit. And so it's funny. I wanted to press the collar on something they said, which I think we hear a lot, which drives me fucking crazy. Is they snapped at one point and they were like, it drives me crazy. They were like, I think they said it sounds crazy, it sounds made up. And you don't need to make up bullshit in order for something to be bad. And it's like, homie, really bad things happen in life and in history. And the way we determine if they have happened is not by whether or not our vibes are that it's inside of a world that we want to wrap our mind around as plausible. Right? Really bad stuff fucking happens sometimes, and you gotta look at what evidence is available. And this idea that, like, okay, let's say you're out in a field and you come across a person and they, as previously mentioned, they have no pants and they're leaking, bodily fluids. Are you gonna be like, well, I better do a rape kit in case some fucking Discorder is unsure? You're probably going to be like, oh, they got assaulted, right? And you might make a note of it. So it's like, okay, maybe not all of this is like perfectly documented, but the idea that 1,200 people died and these groups, like, there's reports of sexual assaults all along this road, right? There's like multiple reports along the road that really seem consistent with a group of people moving up the road. If that's not systematic sexual violence in a coordinated attack where they actively mangled people in front of one another to create psychological harm, and they filmed it, and they released that footage to create psychological harm, yes, that is weaponizing sexual violence, as the New York Times headlines it says is a way to contextualize it. And I think it's also not unfair to call that systematic. Does that mean that Hamas had like an app that with like a social media network that was like an Hamas SA app with like pocket manuals that they distributed that were like, here's how you do essays the Hamas style? Like, probably not, but I don't really think that's necessary for it to be either systematic or sexual violence or weaponized to hurt the communities that were directly present or in the nation present, or also, frankly, fucking us. Because I think that it's sad for us that we have to put a lot of our time and emotional energy into this. We're not the quote-unquote real victims, but this type of fucking behavior sucks. So when everybody's like, what does it matter if they were SA'd? It's like, well, because all of the evidence and all of the survivors and the New York Times and the United Nations all seem to indicate that that is the reality. So it matters because to assert something otherwise would be to deny reality in order to create a frame that would create a false impression of the people being impacted. Okay. And they did this stuff to have this effect. And so when we see these fucking dudes, like that guy that we watched earlier, who's just smugly being like, we fight for wherever, in his fucking ornamental chair, hundreds of miles from the violence, that's a sociopath who's absolutely using this oppressed group to fight on his behalf because he's got some neurotic fucking crusade that's probably a charged word, relative to some neurotic personal vengeance quest or bloodlust that he's trying to satisfy. And it's really clear that these weapons that Hamas is using aren't like homegrown. Like, So somebody is supplying them with these fucking weapons, and I'm just okay. I'm done. I'm sorry. You're opening chess. No, I understand this. I viewed long enough to know this is a bad sign. You're bored. I'm out. Bye.
Appreciate it. Take care. I wasn't bored. I just wanted to have a little game. Wanted to have a little punt. Oh, thank you for taking that pawn. That was so good. Huh. 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 This is good for me, isn't it? Fuck. What do I do? Huh. Oh, God. Wait. I feel like this wasn't the best decision. Was it? Oh. Now I'm off free. Hey. Look at that. That was clever. Oh, shit. Ugh. This is dangerous. Look at that. Short time. Fuck. Oh, God. Not good. Fuck off. What a shit move. I hate this fucking queen placement. My God. Horrible. Am I gonna get fucked on time? Shit. Fuck me. Fuck me. Ugh. So gross. Ugh. 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 I hate it so much. Why can't I go? I just ran out of time. Fuck me. I was doing so well, but they were just so fast. Should I be reading articles? Probably. Give me one more. Fuck me. Give me that. Take it. There. Oi, got a little trip. Pre-move Andy. Let's go. That's reasonable. Should I have done that? Fuck it. Be up a pawn. Because I can just back off if I want to. Then I can do this with the bishop. Then I get a rook there. Oh, that's clever. Fuck. This stops castling. They're a little bit stuck now. Uh-huh. I don't really know what's going on here. This is a fucking threat. How do I get up to that fucking... They can take that and I go there. Then there's this thing going on. Okay. Okay, come on, come on, come on. Don't notice this. Please. Banger. Okay, good. Ooh. What about music? I guess I can do my music thing. Will it let me? I'm supposed to just be stemming some files. It might fuck my sound interface though. If it does, I'll just end stream because I'm tired. And it's midnight. God. Okay, let's see what happens. What was the most recently modified recovered? Okay. Because I finished 2 songs now. This will be the 3rd. Obviously. And I think I just needed to change some instruments around, like the drums. Or I've already done it, really. But I just need to stem them so that they're ready to go. Are the songs about arguing on the internet? Yeah, obviously. I just need to see if it'll let me play it through OBS, because that's always an issue. And I think the way I do it is I use Meta. And then what do I do? Oh God, it's like the restream bullshit. Oh God, please tell me I've forgotten. Restream. Then this, then this, then this, then this. Ugh. Then I click this. And I do that. Is it broadcast? And then I think if I check my desktop audio filters, there should be a restream already in there. Default receive audio. Okay. So this is sending and this is receiving. So will it make noise or no? It will not. It's not. Okay, what if I go broadcast? What if I go local broadcast? Okay. I have to leave it open apparently to make it work. Yeah. It works. Cool. Okay. What was I supposed to fixer-upper here? Let's just listen to all of it and see what needs changed. Because it might actually, I can't even remember. Apparently I've already looked at this. Apparently I already had a look at this a few months ago, but I can't remember. Louder. Okay. Oh yeah, I could put it louder. That seems quite loud. Oh, it's just my headphones are loud. It's way too loud. Very important that we color code before going any further, you guys, okay? Okay. So, I've got my little fucking twinkle bullshit here, sounds. Got my drums. Got my guitars. We can make a guitar group. Got my synths, say keys. Got my fucking strings. Oh, string group already exists. Interesting. Got my lead vocals. Got my ad-libs, which aren't actually mine, but ad-libs. And tinkles. All right. Okay. What did I need to change? Let's see this intro. Seems fine. I like the sudden stop. Rain. Wow. That's like a refrain. Okay. Delete the lolly until coma wept. This guitar initially sounded shit, but I think I've edited it now because the accents need to be right. I feel like I'm playing that like kind of sluggishly. Like I feel like I'm quite lazy. Like it's like my fingers are, it sounds like my fingers are just kind of like brushing the strings rather than properly picking. Like I'm just kind of like really gently. But I don't know if I'm bothered by it. Maybe it just needs more like transient. Because I feel like it just needs a bit more attack. Where would I? DBX 160. Never used this on a guitar before, but I think it might have the effect. What does this do for a fucking... What if I put a piano thing on it? Way too much compression. Oh, it's the threshold. Sounds a bit clearer. Why is the input at fucking 20? Fucking hell. Oh, that's really sharp. I don't think I need it. What's this? This is a Nashville strung guitar doing the same thing on the other side. This might get a bit clearer. Okay, and this one I think is just doing Okay, that's all balanced well enough. And then the strings, are they balanced? This is a viola and 2 violins. Okay. Whoa. A viola is slightly bigger than a violin and a bit lower, yeah. The fuck is this chord? What the fuck? Is this diminished? This is the diminished chord. No, this is the C major 7. What am I doing on those? No. That's a C. Is that the C and a B? Oh shit. What's the violin in the middle doing? Maybe I can change that. I'm not sure if I care for that one. It's maybe a bit too rough. What is it doing? What note are you playing? It's a B. And this is probably a C, right? Yeah, that's why it sounds fucked. And up here, B and E. That's a pretty rough fucking... Why did I do that? What if I change it? I could change it to G. Because there's already the E there. Would that make it sound better? What if I just do it like this? Even though I should really get the actual instrument out. Well, this will make it sound really weird, probably. That's funny. No, we're not doing like that. No, 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 no. Where's the fuck? Oh, God, where's the second violin? Oh, shit. Is it here? Oh, God. Did I get rid of the instrument track? Oh, it's here. One of these. Where'd I put it? Oh, it's activating. Hopefully this is quite easy to change. Fuck. Where are they? Here we go. Oh, I made 4 and probably deleted one. What we got here? It's this one here that needs changed. Where is it? Where are the fucking notes? Bro, here we go. That's good. That's a good change. That's a good chord. Why do I like it now? What the fuck? Why do I like that now? That sounds awesome. What the heck? Interesting. Fucking stop doing that. Why do I like the why do I like the wrong one better? Oh no. Okay, hang on. There's no way it's this. This is not it. Hmm. Versus this one? That fifth is the G is dumb. I hate the G. Even though it's definitely the most correct one. What if I go up here? Oh god, that's probably for solving it. Because it's just in the same note though. So the chord I actually have is this. It's this chord here. Wait, why am I being stupid? Just make the viola play 2 notes. No? Because if I get rid of this one, fuck. I don't know if I want the G or the B. I don't think both of them actually works. Actually, it does. So I've got between the G and the B, or both. Shut up! Stop glitching, you dick. It's glitching. Look, it's stuck. Look at it. Look at it go. What if I let's just try it like this again. Is it even possible? Are there any violin players? Is it possible to play a G and a B at the same time, like a chord on a violin? I know some chords are possible in the violin, but not many. It is. Very, very easy. Okay, gotcha. Fuck it. Not that it matters, I could just cheat. So if I commit this, we'll just go with it. Have it as an option. Oh, what? No, fuck off. We're not doing that. We're committing this part. Not the entire fucking thing. Thanks, Borg. That's actually a little bit maddening, that part, but let's see. And I can just put it in there and have it as an alternative. Why does it look so different to this one? All right. Fuck off. Yeah, why does it look so different though? Oh, probably because I changed the volume of each fucking note like an autistic person. Yeah, fine. Let's go with this for now. Not get too bothered. I think it's actually fine the way it is. Okay. Drums. They used to sound shit, but I think they're good now. That reverb really changes the pitch of this drum. Ah! I think that's fine. Oh, there's anything needs changed there, is there? Bass is a little quiet. There is a melody, don't worry. Okay, it's just coming in last because I'm shy. All right. So, guitars, let's bring them in one at a time. Well, they're going to balance with each other, so. If I was being smart here, what I will have done is I will have put this one straight. And vibrato on this one. No, it's the other way around. This one's straight and the other one's got vibrato, and it makes it sound kind of like surround soundy. think about these toms. These Jewish space toms. I think they sound a bit rough without the EQ. That's too much. Put them in the background a bit more. Bass should move in contrary motion. Stop. That's crazy talk. Never happen. No way. How are these synths doing? It's a bit much. Blend in these violins. See, I should have actually listened to these strings in context, because they're not supposed to be listened to on their own. So that clashing note is very noticeable on their own, but when you have it in the tune, it makes sense. Yeah, it's fine. That rise. That was a bit loud. So, what's the beginning like? Then we'll bring in the vocals. Okay, that seems fine. And now the vocals. They're not, I haven't done anything to them though. It's also, I did these vocals with someone, so it's two vocals really.
You, yes, you, puzzle piece that never found its place.
Let's put the reverb on.
Getting lost in the dreams that make you sorry to wake up.
for these ad libs. I forgot about that. Ooh. Strings are on the left, somebody's on the right, center right. And this one can go left. Oh, what happened here? What's this? What the fuck? Oh, it's like a fade. Okay, I got you. So it'd be like this. That works. Okay. Just bring these down a bit. I feel like these ones are overlapping too much, so maybe this one needs to go on the left. Or I'll do it like this. I don't know. I'll do this. You go that side. You go this side. Then that solves it. Okay, good. Right? Right here. Okay, let's try now. These can both just go up. So.
You, yes, you, puzzle piece that never found its place. Getting lost in the dreams that make you sorry to wake up. There you are, waiting, longing for that something not to show. Staying home, safe
I don't envy anyone who has to mix that finally. I feel like it's just such a strange combination to balance out. Like as soon as you like even the drums are just taking up like a surprising amount of space. And these pads. So this pad could be way up. Ooh, the basic bitch pad. Why did I call it that? Okay. So I think the things I've changed there since the last round is this wood snare, because the old snare was much more sharp and disgusting. This clap. This bongo. The toms, I changed that because I put the EQ on it. I should commit that actually. Not now, it's going to take too long. Okay, toms. The bass is fine. The guitar was changed because it was a bit too... This is the less lazy version, so I'll keep that. This changed. So 10, 31. Tom. Bounce, new wood snare, clap, bongo, bongo off, toms, guitar, I think that's it. The backup vocals could be louder and clearer. Oh yeah, that's not my focus right now. I'm not mixing this. I am not a mix engineer. Not for something like this anyway. This is way too complicated. With all this nonsense in it. Oh, is it 31 tracks? It's not too bad, but... I'm only good at mixing when I'm doing it like at least once every few days. And not with headphones. Yeah, they could be. They could even just have a lot less reverb. Okay. How long does mixing take? To mix this from start to finish would probably take like 3 hours, maybe 4. And then I would have to come back to it the next day for another half hour or something just to double check everything. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I kind of mix as I go. Like I do fine tune the sounds quite a lot. Like this wood snare, I don't know what the fuck. It's already got reverb on it. It's got compression on it. Because everything's the same. Every hit's the same. But like, I think that's fine. The kick, it might need to be shrunk. The bass already did the amp. The guitar went through the amp, so it's already had stuff done to it. These keyboards, I don't really know. Like, yeah, they might need some stuff done to them, but otherwise, makes sense. Can I find your music anywhere? Nah. Not yet. Digital amp. It's not a digital amp. What are you talking about? This guitar sound is from my Vox. What guitar amp do you use? I use a Vox AC30. With a blue speaker. This as well. This is a Nashville strung guitar, which is, you know how like 12-string guitars has the 6 original strings plus 4 octaves up and 2 doubles. But you just take the second half of a 12-string, and then that's a Nashville tuning. which basically means the E and A are the same, but the D, G, B, E are all octaves up. Yeah. Which means everything's kind of like when you play chord arpeggios, you expect it to go down when it actually goes up. Yeah. No, wait, that's not right at all. What the fuck am I saying? No. It's the E, A, D, G are all octaves up, and the B and the E are the same. That's what a Nashville tuning is. So you're playing the first 4 strings, and then from the G to the B, it actually goes down, not up. Because this, I'm actually just playing the same part as this, but an octave down. But because it's a Nashville tuning, it sounds completely different. I'm just playing the same chords. Like it's the same picking pattern, just on a different part of the guitar, and it sounds like... But all the notes are different now because the tuning plus the position. Whereas if I'd just done this on a normal 12, on a normal 6 string, it would have just been octaves, which would have been boring, but now it kind of like does this kind of weird interweaving shit. Can you make this with just the DAW program? Well, you need the instruments and a microphone. But yeah, I guess so. Okay. I think that's done. I think everything's in the right place. Thanks, guys. I hope you enjoyed sharing that with me, or me sharing that with you. Okay. All right. Okay. I hope you guys enjoy State of the Union, okay? I'll send you to go watch it with IRI, okay? Listen, we'll cover more fucking sexual assault discourse tomorrow, okay? With The Intercept and... oh, no. Okay. Okay. Take care, guys. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.